Çek çek.
Yok şu an ben göstereyim. Ece Hanım var. Düşün var.
Çek
Hülya Hanım.
çek çek. Sound çek.
Onu da bir
Good morning to everyone. I think we can start. Welcome to you all to our side event on zero waste towards net zero emissions. I'm Tuğba Dinçbaş, Deputy Director of Directorate of Climate Change of Turkey, and I'm honored to moderate this panel with distinguished speakers. Today we will explore the waste management and its effect on climate change from different perspectives of different countries. We have here from speakers from 4 countries, so I think it will be a very informative side event. And as I said, waste is a very crucial sector because an effective waste management enables mitigation of methane emissions, but on the other side, it also helps to decarbonize other sectors like industry and energy. So it's very important. Let me shortly, very briefly, explain the last activities that Turkey is doing on waste management and climate change. First of all, in September 2022, the Global Zero Waste Goodwill Declaration was signed by UN Secretariat and our First Lady Emine Erdoğan. And then, as you know, we prepared our NDC, and during NDC modeling process, waste sector was one of the main mitigation sectors, and we included it to our NDC. And after that, we started to work on our mitigation strategy and action plan. And of course, waste was one of the sectors. We have 9 strategies and more than 40 actions on waste that they will be implemented up to 2030. Let me summarize some of the strategies. First of all, we will prepare national prevention plan, which is very important. Then we will conduct studies to prevent and reduce the food waste. We will increase recycling and recovery rates. We will increase the production of waste-derived fuel. We call it RDF, to be used in the cement sector so that their decarbonization is also easy. And also we aim to reduce the rate of waste sent to landfills without pre-treatment. As you see, there are many things to do, but also we have done many things. And to discuss these, we have 5 distinguished speakers today with us. Let me start with Anya. Anya is the science officer of the German Environmental Agency, and she will give a keynote speech on the waste management issues. Yeah.
So thank you very much, Tuğba Hanım, and welcome you all here. I'm honored to have a short keynote speech here, and I will talk not only on Germany's waste policy impact on greenhouse gas reduction, but I give you a little bit of a broader view what we all did together in the past and in the future. So I would like to go back to the year 2005. 2005 was a very decisive year for Germany because we issued a ban on landfilling of untreated waste. And this ban actually transformed our waste industry dramatically. All the recycling activities, all segregation and pre-treatment before landfill by either thermally or biomechanical treatment derived from that decision. And issuing a ban is a tricky issue. So, if you may see here, Germany started in 1993 with a derogation period of 12 years, a transition period of 12 long years, almost a decade, since we have taken the decision to kind of come up to the ban. So you can see what is most important for us on that side now from the climate perspective. We were able to solve the methane emission problem from landfill by that. Our emissions from the landfills are almost down to nothing. And we now harvest relatively weak gas, meaning with very low methane content on our landfills. So we even came up to aerating them to kind of get the last part of methane out here. And what I would like to emphasize is that the policy decision which changed the content of the landfill to something what is treated and which is inert in terms of leachate and in terms of methane really gave the turnaround. You see that the gas capture, where many countries rely on, yeah, the data from Germany suggests that you are not in the position actually to harvest all of the emissions from a landfill. And that is a very interesting lecture. So it is about, and this is why I'm so happy that Tuba Hanem said that, it's about diversion from landfill. It's reducing the amount to landfill. And whatever is remaining, make it inert. Yeah, so there will always be landfill. There is no perfect, no waste at all. Yeah, but this waste should be the one which we really don't need anymore and which should not give us additional environmental problems. So from here, Germany, as you can see, only introduced the idea of climate law in our sector in 2020. So we did this basically on the grounds of environment, and that included the climate part. So here you can see what we report, that you can see that's true what we do. So the dark part is, the dark purple part is the landfill emissions, which go down. And the yellow bar, which you see, is the emissions, the methane emissions and also other greenhouse gas emissions from the waste treatment going up, from the biological waste treatment. And our colleagues from World Biogas Association will take you to that. But you can see by introducing biogas and composting and other biological treatment measures, there are some unavoidable emissions because there are always accidents or other problems, which we have to face, yeah. But in the end, the remaining emissions are really, really small. So this is a very brief excursion to the year 25 and why it's so decisive for the German waste sector. Yeah. From here, there is also 2005 was also a decisive year for the UK, because the UK, they took a different path, and this is why I think also the colleagues from RAP are here, because that was the first voluntary agreement on reducing food waste in the food industry, which was taken in Britain at the time. And I tell you, this agreement has a very complicated name called, I hope I pronounced it correctly, commitment. And that is because it refers to the place where it was taken in London. There's a specific location by that name. And all other agreements in the future go by that name. So the UK was championing the reduction of food waste long before we actually had the SDGs on them. So Germany was getting into zero untreated waste to landfill, and UK was on the path on zero wastage of food. So you can see we were both on track, but on different tracks in that point, but reaching out for the same aim. And on 2005, that's a personal note, that was my first year to come to Turkey and work with the Turkish ministry colleagues. And I was super impressed by the spirit in the ministry in Turkey on really addressing the waste situation, addressing the environmental situation, and doing that for the own good of Turkey. And that's what I feel. That is the spirit which is persisting until today. So I'm always happy from the side of the German government, from the German Environment Agency, to cooperate with the colleagues and friends from Turkey. So I would quickly jump a decade now. So 2015 to 2017, what happened? Of course, we know the SDGs happened, yeah? So halvening food waste, that was a major commitment which was taken in terms of food waste reduction. But in Britain, there was also an inclusion of the food service sector and the hospitality sector in these agreements to avoid food waste. And that was a major step in this area. But Germany introduced circular economy, and we actually obliged the municipalities for separate collection of bio-waste. And we developed our industry much more along the waste hierarchy so that we have more avoidance, and then the next step, recycling, then energy use, and then only disposal. So we were on this path starting from 2015 with a strong developed waste industry. But we only started on the avoidance part at that time. So you can see waste avoidance is just in a kind of infancy in Germany. And it's not the domain of the Environment Ministry in Germany, it's the domain of the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. So this is also why the example from Britain probably caters better to your needs than ours. Our agriculture minister was in 2015 in Izmir, where he took a decision at the G20 together with you to reduce the food waste. So, coming to Turkey, and I think you all know that, this period was also interesting for you because the First Lady, Emine, she introduced the Separatic project in Turkey. And this is actually the framework under which we are here, another decade later. And I'm very happy now to leave the floor to my colleagues from Turkey, UK, and from the World Biogas Association to take you to the recent developments which we have right now and the recent questions. Thank you for your attention, and the floor is yours, Tuba.
Thank you, Anna. It was quite interesting to see the progress from 2005 to 2015 and nowadays. So we have now Richard. He's from the UK Waste Resources Action Program, and he's the director of that, and he will, I think, present the national activities, especially on food waste. The floor is
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for the invitation to speak to you. And thank you, Anya, for that excellent introduction. I really appreciate that. So I thought just to start off, to set the scene, would be what is the scale of food wastage globally? And for every 2 tons of food that we consume, we waste a ton. That means a third of all the food that's produced on the planet is wasted every single year, with huge consequences. That's worth over $1 trillion. That's a massive amount, more than 10 times the turnover of Nestle. The environmental impact is huge, between 8 and 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions. That's made up of CO2 and methane, because an awful lot of the food waste ends up in landfill, where it generates methane exactly along the lines that Anya was talking about. And therefore, if food waste was a country, and it would be a very smelly country, but if it was a country, it would be the 3rd biggest emitter of greenhouse gas emissions on the planet, behind the US and China. So this is a massive issue. And that's against the backdrop of where 1 in 9 people go to bed every night hungry. Now, if we did decide to tackle food waste, of which prevention and recycling are at the heart of that, then the Project Drawdown reckons that this is amongst the top 3 strategies for reducing greenhouse gas emissions across the whole of the piece. So, very much worthwhile doing it. So how can we tackle this? And one approach, as you've heard from Anya, is to put together public-private partnerships. That's businesses and the public sector working together towards a common goal of reducing food waste. And we summarize this approach, which is exemplified in the Court-Old commitment. We summarize this approach in taking a target, measure, act approach. So setting clear targets, and as Anya said, the obvious one is the SDG 12.3 target, which is also in the European Union Food Strategy, which is halving food loss and waste by 2030. The second thing is then to measure, because if you don't measure, you can't manage, you can't deliver the changes. And one of the big reasons why there is so much food waste in the world is that we don't measure the amount we actually produce. So we put measurement at its heart, because once you measure, you then know the scale of the problem, you also know the causes, and also you can start thinking about the third point, action. And so what we asked the Courtauld signatories to do, that is the businesses that join the Courtauld commitment, is to measure food waste using a common methodology and to report that to RAP every single year so that we know what the progress is. And once they have that, they can then act on that. And we encourage the action. That action's got to be around within their own operations, but also to help their suppliers reduce food loss and waste, because that's going to make the food system more resilient and reduce costs, and also to help their customers reduce food loss and waste. So this approach of target, measure, act, exemplified in the voluntary agreements Courtauld commitment, can really drive change. And just to give you an idea of the numbers, and again, you can see lots and lots of organisations are part of the Courtauld commitment. The critical thing is the vast majority of the UK food sales are covered by the signatories to this voluntary agreement. So this is not only retailers, but it's also manufacturers and hospitality food service companies, all working towards that common goal of halving food waste. Now, to bring you up, how do we do this? How does action work? Well, one of the things we do is encourage the sector to focus on the hotspots. Hotspots are where you find the biggest amount of food waste. And an obvious way to do this is exemplified with this diagram, where it's the story of 100 potatoes. Where do you lose? What happens to those 100 potatoes? Well, 2 on average are left in the field, 9 are graded out, and that's in part because they're too small or too large to go into particular markets. 3 are lost in storage, but 17 are lost in transport and packaging. And this particular supply chain, that was one of the big sources of waste going through. Then, as we follow this into a kitchen, so this is going into a hotel, 9 are lost in spoilage, another 20 are lost in preparation, and this was largely because in this particular case, preparation wasn't very well managed, and a lot of waste came out of that. Another 15 were left on the plate because the portion sizes were too large, and that ended up with 25 being eaten. The numbers are not important. What is important is the analysis, the approach, because once you've done this approach, you can know where to focus in order to drive that change. Another key aspect of what we do is encourage citizen behaviour change. And the way we do that is raise awareness of food loss and waste and the issues in the home, because 70% of the food waste in the UK arises in the home. And then by knowing the behaviours that actually lead to that, we then help people through our Love Food, Hate Waste campaign to change behaviours and actually reduce food loss and waste. So what impact has that had? Well, between 2007 and 2018, we helped to reduce food waste by 27% per capita, which is a 1.7 million tonne reduction, and that food would be worth £4.7 billion per year saved. More recently, we've just done some further figures where we found that 17% was less per capita in the household. That's gone up slightly from our previous measurements, and that's largely down to the impact of COVID. Having said that, retailers are now over halfway to the target with 26% less per capita, and manufacturers have got to 34% less per capita. So this approach is clearly putting us on the trajectory towards hitting the SDG targets. The other thing we're particularly proud of is one of the working groups under the Courtauld commitment is encouraging the redistribution of food to those in need. And we saw a 3-fold increase between 2015 and 2021, and we're now up to 170,000 tonnes per year redistributed to those in need. Again, a major impact. So, just to draw some conclusions from that, reducing food loss and waste, I think, is a no-regrets strategy. Invest in reducing food waste, pays back in environmental terms, in social terms, and critically, also in financial terms. It saves you money. It reduces greenhouse gas emissions, a critical thing, particularly CO2 and methane, which is one of the gases we need to be most focused upon. And of course, in that process, it improves food security. So I would advocate, let's unite in the food waste fight. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank you, Richard. There are some points from your presentation. One of is setting clear targets and indicators and measure them. And the second output for me is the behavioral change. It is perhaps the most difficult one, but we see that it's possible. So now we continue with Shula Bektaş. She is the branch manager of General Directorate of Environment from Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change of Turkey. And she will now present you the waste policies of the country. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Turkey Pavilion. My name is Şule Bektaş. I'm working at Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. My profession is zero waste. I'm going to talk about today the Turkey Zero Waste Project, what we did, where we are, and what are our goals. Our project was initiated in 2017 under the auspice of the First Lady, Mrs. Emine Erdoğan, and I can give a short brief of what is zero waste. Zero waste is actually a waste and resource management approach within the circular economy principles, and zero waste promotes sustainable consumption and production patterns and efficient use of resources and prevention of waste generation, reduction of waste, and not to send any waste to landfills, and to use the waste as resources. And also zero waste promotes society's positive behaviors, such as it promotes social economic outcomes, including the development of social solidarity. In 2017, we started this project. Actually, we had a lot of legislation since the 1980s, especially sorting the waste. Sorting of waste, all of our legislation includes this, but we couldn't achieve our targets up to when we start Zero Waste project. With this project and this project, as you know, is under our First Lady, draw our citizens and public institutions, local authorities' attention, and to this end, we published the bylaw on zero waste in 2019. The regulation purpose is to determine the general rules and principles of zero waste implementation. I mean that sorting the waste at source and establishing this system within local authorities' priority, or for example, in a building, in a premises, how our citizens, our other institutions can establish, implement this system. I can give, what we did with this legislation. In this legislation, we have put the principles, how the local authorities can establish this system, and also we specified the general rules of zero waste certificate. According to bylaw on zero waste, we have two different annex. One of them is specified the local authorities, the institutions, and where to are obligated to establish this system. And according to this legislation, local authorities and buildings and premises are obligated to establish zero waste management system. And also in this, according to this regulation, prevention of waste generation and recycling and reduction of wastes, and evaluation of the alternatives of reuse of products must be implemented. And other issues in this regulation is prevention and reduction of food wastes. In Annex 2 of this regulation, municipalities are supposed to take precautions to prevent food wastes, especially in the areas of marketplaces or sale markets, and to collect these food wastes separately from other waste. Also, I can talk about our collection system in a short way. According to regulation bylaw on zero waste, recyclable waste, I mean paper, glass, metal, has to be collected separately from others. Others one are not possible to recycle, the unrecyclable materials, and food wastes, biodegradable wastes also are has to be collected separately. And other issue is, as I said, the places where are obligate to establish this system according to bylaw on zero waste, they have to enter their all data about the implementation of this system to zero waste information system. Such data are their number of equipment to collect the waste and their raising awareness activities, and municipalities submit. They are supposed to submit their data about their zero waste implementation system, such as also the number of equipment which they put on streets, and their waste collection points and civic management center. It is mandatory to establish civic management center for local authorities, and the crucial point is that for municipalities, local authorities, and other institutions to raise awareness on this issue, because if you couldn't change the people's behaviors, you can't achieve anything. And also within within our works, we prepared 11 guidelines to lead the sectors who are obligated to establish this system for airports, organized industrial zones, and 11 OTAs and health sectors. What we did and what we achieved, we have prevented 760,000 tons of plastic waste generation since 2019, charging for plastic bags implementation, and we have established this system in 174,000 buildings premises. And we have educated 19.5 million citizens on zero waste. These educations aren't only our responsibility, also our provincial directorates, municipalities, and buildings. They have to educate the people and enter these data about their education activities onto zero waste information system. As you know, also our aim is to contribute to sustainable development goals and climate change reduction of greenhouse gas impacts. we have reduced 4.9 million tons of greenhouse, actually not reduced, prevented to release 4.9 million tons of greenhouse gas. And by recycling plastics, we have saved 108 million barrels of oil. And also we can say that by recycling of papers, we saved 432 million trees. And the crucial point is our recycling ratio increased since 2017. When we started this project, our ratio was 13%, and in 2022, our ratio is 30.13%. And in 2023, our goal is to reach to 35%. And to achieve this result, as ministry, we believe that we increase our recycling activities, especially for biodegradable waste and organic waste. We want to, I will mention after this slide, but I can give this information. In the final document of the G20 ministerial declaration, a reference is made to the UN's zero waste resolution. At the end of December 2022, we submitted our proposal to UN General Assembly promoting zero waste initiatives to advance the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and it was adopted by General Assembly with 105 countries. According to this resolution, it requests to set up an advisory board. Also, it set up and its first face-to-face meeting was held in October in Istanbul. One of the important advisory boards responsible is to contribute to disseminate of the best practices related to zero waste initiatives, and to disseminate this approach around the world, especially for developing countries. And also this resolution recommends the continuation of the discussion on zero waste, and it declares the 3rd March as International Zero Waste Day. What are our goals? One of our goals isn't always increase our recycling ratio. Instead of it, we want to prevent our waste generation, actually, and so reduce the negative impacts of climate change, and also to disseminate of sustainable consumption and production patterns, promoting reuse, repair, and prevention of food losses, and also to increase our recycling ratio in 2035 to 60%.
Dear Shule, can you wrap up?
Our best practices from Turkey. We want to disseminate this because they also contribute to increase our recycling ratio. What are we doing? Promoting citizens zero waste earning points from the cities from Turkey, the best practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Shule. Actually, you shared with us the results of the last 6 years, and it's incredible. And I know, of course, we have many things to do, but I think also behind this success, the ownership by the high level is very crucial. And also collaboration between governmental bodies, municipalities, society, and private sector is also very important. So next we have Ms. Charlotte Merton. She is the Chief Executive of World Biogas Association, And the floor is yours, Charlotte.
Well, thank you, Tuba, and thank you so much for the invitation to be with you today. I'm going to talk to you particularly about the role of biogas in delivering zero waste and net zero. Now, if I can get this right. Green button, marvellous. So, we humans generate over 105 billion tonnes of organic wastes every year, which, if they're not treated, will be emitting particularly harmful methane and other greenhouse gas emissions as they decompose. Organic waste from municipal solid waste, manure management and wastewater treatment will be contributing as much as 21% of methane emissions generated by humans. Now today we're focusing on municipal solid waste because, as you can see from here on the left-hand side, food waste generates the most methane emissions of any other form of organic waste. Today we're recycling just 2% of all of those organic wastes, which means that 98% are still there generating methane emissions. So that obviously has to change. Biogas is a very well-established technology that's been in existence for millennia and in commercially widely available around the world for decades. So it's a huge opportunity to use biogas not just to prevent the methane emissions from those organic wastes, but also to extract the enormous value that they contain. And it's a natural process. It's the same process that you're all, I hope, happily digesting your breakfast or that delicious Turkish delight over there. In all of those organic wastes contains actually a large amount of green energy in the form of biogas for electricity generation or biomethane to generate heat or transport. And actually, as a total, there's the equivalent of a third of today's natural gas demand in all of that organic material. So we're not talking about a small amount of energy. And as an energy source, it's got the same chemical composition as natural gas. So it's a direct drop-in substitute, which means you don't need to change the energy infrastructure in people's homes if you're going to use it in people's homes or for vehicles. And the other key product from biogas is, once you've extracted the energy, all that organic material can be turned into a valuable biofertilizer to help restore our very depleted soils. Biogas recycles the nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, producing a biofertilizer digestate. And it also generates bio-CO2. When you're upgrading biogas to biomethane, there's a CO2 is extracted, and that can displace the fossil CO2 that is used in food and drinks industry or for the medicine industry. So it's carbon neutral because you're effectively just recycling carbon that's already in the atmosphere. And you can also generate some very interesting biomaterials and biochemicals from the same substance. And when you take all of this together, biogas actually is a carbon negative technology, so hugely beneficial all round. And that's why Niklas Svenningsson from the, whoops, gone a bit fast, Niklas Svenningsson from the UNFCCC referred to biogas as a win-win-win-win-win solution at the World Biogas Summit several years ago, and I can probably add on a couple of wins to their to his list. So today we're focusing on food waste, and for the reasons that have already been highlighted, it's a huge problem. There are over 931 million tonnes of food waste generated every year of post-farm gate food waste. The biggest proportion is coming from households, then food service and retail, which is still generating around 13% of that contribution. More recently, the WWF has highlighted that actually on farm, a huge amount of food food waste is being generated, which happens for a variety of reasons, poor management, poor cooling, refrigeration, pests, diseases, etc., as well as natural disasters and weather events. But if you take into account all of the on-farm waste with all the other food waste that's generated post or during the manufacturing and transport process and house after purchase level, we're talking about, according to the WWF, as much as 40% of food is being wasted, which is 10% higher than was originally thought. And as Anya highlighted, food waste sent to landfill has very long-lasting implications. Food waste takes years to break down in a landfill site, but will continue to emit methane for as much as 75 years. And of course, if you keep sending food waste to a landfill site, it will pile on top of existing food waste and continue to have a major impact on the climate for many years to come. So it's absolutely vital that we divert food waste from landfill as fast as possible. UNEP has recognised that biogas is one of the readily available technologies that can prevent methane emissions at very low cost today, especially in the waste sector. And if you look at all of the organic waste that we're producing and you were to recycle all of the readily capturable organic wastes, the industry could deliver as much as half of the global methane pledge. Now, it might be a little bit ambitious to think that we could get all of that readily capturable organic waste into biogas, but it shows the potential. And of course, given the resources in all of that material, it actually does make sense to make those organic waste recycled through biogas. So to summarize, biogas offers a circular solution and can not just deliver the 50% of the global methane pledge in terms of methane reductions, but also extracts all of the value that those resources contain. So about green energy, and it's about a third of today's gas demand, reducing total greenhouse gas savings by over 10%. And it's a huge economic opportunity as well. So the industry is expected to grow to over £138 billion in 10 years' time, creating something like 10 to 15 million new jobs globally. And of course, it provides global health improvements as well, opportunities to provide clean cooking and avoid the contamination of drinking water. When waste becomes a resource, you start to see a reduction in waste. Biogas can reduce greenhouse gas emissions from farm to fork and back again. It's tomorrow's technology here today. If you need to find out any more, please do contact us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charlotte. Actually, as you mentioned, biogas is a really win-win-win solution for energy sector. It's a clean energy source, and its outputs can also be used in the agricultural sector. It's very important for the sector and also for the methane reduction. So, thank you for your presentation. Now we have Ece Dinsel. She is the expert from Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change, and she will give a presentation on circular economy. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear moderator Tuğba Hanım. My name is Ece. I work in the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change since 16 years. I want to summarize you all the issues that you listened up to now under circular economy umbrella. It's of course so clear that there is a distinct relationship between climate change and circular economy because in 2021 world's economy was only 7.2% circular. Production and consumption patterns still follow take, make and dispose. So it's crucial to follow the circular economy principles in most of the sectors. And those are how circular economy relates climate change by reduced resource extraction. It's the most important thing. And the energy efficiency, emission reduction, sustainable practices, and resilience to climate change, of course. In 2022, as the ministry, we have a regulation change in environmental law. Circular economy principles are first written in a regulation in 2020 amendment of environment law, and also deposit refund system, zero waste and recovery contribution share also declared in the environmental law. Transition from traditional waste management to a circular economy, of course, starts with waste management. And as Shule Hanım and other colleagues mentioned, that it starts with prevention of waste. So you can see the hierarchy. Of course, there are some different versions of that hierarchy, but it's the most summarized version of that. First, you should prevent waste and then reduce, and then reuse, recycle, recover, and the dispose selection should be the last alternative of waste management. As the ministry, I will give some data about different waste streams. For example, for municipal waste, according to 2022 Turksat statistics, we have 30.3 million tons of municipal waste were collected, and the number of landfills is 93. And the recovery rate for 2022 reached approximately 30%. Alternative raw materials are also important for a circular economy and for an effective waste management, because it means that you are using the raw materials as alternative fuels. And you see the numbers. I will pass the numbers because I think you will have the presentation since we have a short time. Also, base oil management is an important issue for a circular economy and for a good waste management. As the ministry, waste oil collection authorization has begun to be granted into facilities who are trial productions were deemed as appropriate, and up to now 15 facilities have waste oil refining license and also temporary activity certificates. Textile waste is an important waste stream under circular economy. Within the zero waste management regulation, prevention of textile waste, extend the life of used textile products, and separate collection and to deliver people in need are regulated in zero waste regulation. We have some collaborations with other countries on textile waste. In terms of plastics, processing capacity, Turkey became the second country in Europe and the sixth country in the world in 2022. An overview report discussing issues related to the management of plastic waste was prepared with the coordination of UNDP Turkey. I think you can get the report by online. I will mention later our DEEP project, and also we have some activities under plastic sectors in that project. There are very important activities about plastics. For example, single-use plastics roadmap will be prepared, including marine litter, and a life cycle assessment of plastics will be conducted. Also, I want to mention that the negotiation process of United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee established to prevent plastic pollution, and we are closely monitoring those processes. Also charging of
Reggie.
plastic bags. Okay, okay, sure. The project started. It's very important project and started last year. We have many activities under that project, and most important and most updated one is preparing national circular economy action plan for Turkey. Most probably next year we will be published. It will be published by presidency. It will have approximately 50 or 60 actions for circular economy. Circularity in Turkey is now calculated, and it's draft because it depends on data. So it's 4.5% as the country. But you can see and compare the EU's and the world circularity in Turkey. So we will follow circularity rate in Turkey. Thank you very much listening to me. Wish you present and effective meetings from now on.
Thank you, Ece. Actually, circular economy brings industry and waste sector together, and it's also very crucial for the industry sector's decarbonization and transformation. Thank you for the speech. Now, we will be very happy to have your questions or comments to our speakers. Do you have one? Please.
Thank you. You are talking about the biogas production, but it's a really expensive process. Sorry, I forgot. It's a really expensive process, so it should be efficient. So, in your countries, do you have any efficient production process or any project about it? Three of you.
Are you asking about how expensive it is to build a biogas plant?
Yes, yes.
I mean, I suppose the question is whether biogas plants are economically viable without
Yes.
subsidy. And I think that it all depends on the price that's attributed to how the economics are set up in a particular country. So, for example, if a biogas operator is paid to treat the food waste, for example, and can get a good price for the gas and fertilizer and for and maybe some carbon credits by methane certificates to reflect the methane that's being captured, then the economic model can make sense. And there are actually a lot of biogas plants in Turkey, I understand, that have been built without subsidy. So I suppose the answer to your question is it depends on whether the biogas operator can be paid for the service that it is delivering in treating organic wastes, and the price the operator will be able to get for all of the outputs, including carbon certificates. But certainly we are very close today, and as Turkey's already demonstrated, in having biogas financially viable without subsidy.
And do you have an example in the countries, for example, this plant is so efficient and is a good example? Can you give an example for one plant?
I can't name a specific plant in Turkey, but I understand there are lots of biogas plants in Turkey that have been built without subsidy. I'd love to go on a site visit, so if anybody is operating one around here, I'd love an invitation.
Thank you.
Maybe to add to that, I mean, Germany is a country who has developed a very strong biogas industry, and it's exactly as Charlotte says. One thing is that you have a waste fee, which is the polluter pays principle, and with that, Turkey is also already on the way, you know. But you cannot, and that happened in Germany as well. The fees go up gradually, it's the same thing with preventing the methane. Yeah, it's not that you decide from one day to the other that waste now because you install that treatment, you pay so much more. You have to have a trajectory on that. That's one thing. But on the other hand, biogas is producing a product. Yeah. So we also in Germany supported that product generation by a good offtake price. Yeah. So if the market doesn't have a perfect offtake price because you have the cheap fossil fuel in it, yeah, then of course that is what you're referring to, yeah. Then of course we have a competition. But where do we want to go? We're gonna go to a net zero world, yeah, and that means biogas is the sector which provides for biomethanol and biogas and everything which we will need in a decarbonized world at a relatively competitive price. Yeah. So you should not only look at from the angle of waste management. Yeah. Government needs to support from various angles, from the energy transition, from the climate transition, going to net zero. Yeah. And all that packaged together makes something viable. Yeah. But what you ask, it's not about the individual plant, it's about the policy. Yeah. And I think that's the important message. Take the decision, go the right trajectory, and the projects will be viable. Yeah. But in an environment where it is difficult, of course you struggle. But net zero doesn't come at net zero costs. Yeah. And currently the fossils, I agree with you, they are still too cheap. Yeah. And this is probably our problem. Yeah. So yeah. Anyone like to add here from the table?
Actually, creating the enabling environment is very important, and it depends on the, of course, mainly waste and energy policies. And after declaration of the Turkey's net zero commitment, we are also working to increase our biogas installation. So, do we have another questions? No. Yeah. I want to thank to all your valuable contribution and also the audience for being here. And I think we will continue with a very interesting keynote speech. And thank you for being here.
check.
Dünün
Sponsor.
Distinguished guest, our next side event with Mr. Engin Altan Düzyatan is starting now. Now I am giving the stage to him.
Dünün, bugünün ve çocuklarımızın yarınlarının sahnesi dünyamız. Yaşadığımız ev, sularımız, yiyeceklerimiz, oksijenimiz, sevdiklerimiz. Hepsi büyük bir tehlikeyle karşı karşıya. Plastik. Plastik doğada yok olmaz. Tek kullanımlık plastikler okyanuslarımıza dağılıyor ve başta deniz yaşamı olmak üzere tüm canlılar ve nihayetinde hepimizin sonuna hazırlıyor. Yarına, çocuklarımıza yaşanacak bir dünya bırakmak için hep birlikte ne yapmalıyız? Yaklaşmakta olan bu karanlık tablodan nasıl kurtulabiliriz? Hepimizi bekleyen bu ölümcül tehlikenin neden ve sonuçlarını araştırmak üzere Uzak Doğu'nun yok olmakta olan cennet köşelerinden Avrupa'nın gelişmiş, modern ülkelerine doğru uzun bir yolculuğa çıkıyor. Birlikte bu sıra dışı yolculuğa çıkmaya hazır mısınız?
Hello, everyone. I want to express my gratitude for taking time to watch the treatment for my latest documentary, You Better Notice. I am Engin Altan Düzyatan, and it's truly an honor to be with you today. I would like to thank the officials of the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change for giving me the opportunity to be here today. As a dedicated advocate for environmental awareness, I have had the privilege of exploring and documenting the impact of plastic pollution globally. Yeah. Today, I am here to share my insights and shed light on the urgent need for collective action in addressing this pressing environmental crisis. Understanding how plastic waste and microplastics harm our world is crucial. We face a colossal issue: plastic and microplastic pollution. Every day, lifeless birds, fish, and marine creatures wash up on our shores, filled with plastic bags, ropes, and waste. This toxic threat surrounds our drinking waters, the air we breathe, and the food we consume. You Better Notice addresses this threat, emphasizing the importance of the 3R principle: reduce, reuse, and recycle. These actions are essential for a cleaner and brighter future. It's time to comprehend how plastic waste and microplastics are threatening our world. Urgent awareness revolution is needed now. Global corporations and environmental scientists are already focusing on this issue, organizing awareness campaigns. However, more support and increased awareness are crucial. Recognizing the urgent need to comprehend the harmful effects of plastic waste and microplastics on our planet, it becomes compulsory to amplify immediate awareness. A collaborative approach involving global corporations and environmental scientists is already underway, manifested through organized awareness campaigns. However, the imperative for increased support and heightened awareness remains crucial to foster sustainable practices and generate meaningful solutions to temper the devastating consequences of plastic pollution. I have traveled to Thailand, Malaysia, Philippines, Japan, UK, and Turkey, trying to shed light on this problem. Together, as individuals, corporations, and scientists, we must come together to solve this global environmental issue. Let's act collectively to leave a clean world for future generations. And also, I want to thank Sokar Turkey, the main supporter of the documentary, and Denizbank, another supporter, very much. And I would also like to thank BCSD Turkey for its cooperation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Engin Bey'in de boyu büyük olunca bizim. Ben onu diyorum şimdi, Engin Bey'den sonra çok düşük profil kaldık abi yani hani.
Şimdi ne zaman başlamak
Aslında şu an.
İsterseniz biz yavaş yavaş başlayıp açalım.
Evet.
Bir dakika yavaşlayalım.
Olur. Şey mi açacağız?
Sunumlar geldi.
Sunumları aldınız mı? Burada herkes burada. Ümit Hocam gerçi açılmıştı. Sen geçersen seni takip eder. İstersen sen... Evet. Distinguished participants, please welcome to the event organized by Turkish Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources. Evet. I'd like to invite all panelists on the floor. Yes. Ahmet Bey. Yes. My name is Bilal Düzgün. I am the Director of Energy Efficiency and Environment Department. It's my pleasure to be a moderator for the Ministry's event on plans and instruments for Turkey's energy transition. Today, we are hosting 5 distinguished panelists. Our panelists will share valuable information on Turkish energy market, renewable certificates, support mechanisms, environmental markets, finance, good practices for sustainability investments, Turkey's achievements in renewable energy and energy efficiency, and plans for nuclear energy and hydrogen. Stay tuned, more to come. I would like to introduce you our first panelist, Mr. Ahmet Türkoğlu, the CEO of Energy Exchange Istanbul. Mr. Türkoğlu simultaneously serves as a member of Board of Directors of Turkish Energy Company and the Administrative Board of Association of European Energy Exchanges. Over to you, Mr. Türkoğlu.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Ministry of Energy and Ministry of Environment to organize such a beautiful event to be here. But before I start, I would like to ask you, why are we here? Are we here to enjoy Dubai? Maybe your answer is to some extent yes. It's inclusive, but not enough to answer the question. We are here because we think about our future. We think about our kids. We think about our planet. Now, I complain that it is very hot inside, we sweat. Maybe in the future, if we are not here in the future, we will not be able to wear jackets, neckties, anything. Everybody will be in t-shirt because of hot weather. So we should be very careful and conscious about our lives. I'd like to talk about energy exchanges. energy exchanges, and specifically our Energy Exchange Istanbul. Then I'd like to talk about our plans to contribute to climate change. We talk about energy transition. What's energy transition? It is a reaction to climate change. We always talk about we should decarbonize the world, we should decrease the temperature increase, but how? Energy sector is the most important and most contributive negatively sector for carbonization of the world. So we need to change the business model of energy sector. So we call it energy transition. Energy transition requires new source of energy supply and new mechanisms. And energy exchanges are one of the keys to tackle this problem. Energy exchanges provide sustainable, transparent, and reliable market operations, price signals for investors to invest in renewable sector. Renewables are very important for our sector. Why? Because we use fossil fuels to generate our energy. So we need renewables, and renewables requires market mechanism, and it is energy exchange. You can predict prices, you see sustainable life, and you can invest in renewables because traditional ways of generation to invest is less expensive than renewables. You invest more than traditional sources to generate energy. So somebody should foster investments for renewables. And if you have price signals, if you see the future, then you can invest, and energy exchanges can provide this sustainable world. So you can integrate energy portfolio renewables, and you can also manage your risk. You don't need to go somewhere else. You can use our contracts, short-term, long-term hedging and managing your risks. And energy exchanges, new concept for us after 2000. Last 24 years, 25 years, we have seen the developments of energy sectors and energy exchanges. They are very liquid companies. For example, Energy Exchange Istanbul exists, we call it EPİAŞ in Turkish, is the largest company in Turkey because of its sales volume since it issues invoices. Just after 8 years, it became the largest company in Turkey. It is same for other countries. So high liquidity means you can sell and buy your generated energy easily, then you can invest easily. Last, regulatory environment. If there is no rules, you are not willing to invest as investor. So regulation is very important to guarantee your investment as sustainable investment. Let's talk about our exchange. Energy Exchange as Istanbul was established 2015. As I said, 18 years old company, but it is the largest in Turkey. Why? Because investors are happy with free market mechanisms to invest. And we operate different markets, and with these markets, we target to be efficient, reliable, sustainable, and transparent in our region. Then we can create a global reference price for everybody to invest. I'll talk about our activities and statistics. Here we see our legislative framework. I don't want to keep long, but I'd like to talk about exchange more because investors need sustainable figures and institutions to invest. There are lots of issues here, but to summarize it, if you need sustainable, transparent world to invest, energy business, I think, is the number one sector, since you don't need customer, you don't need any collection of money because of energy exchanges. You sell your generation one day before, you deliver it, and you collect your money in cash one day after. So there is no risk to collect your money. Why? Because we work as counterparty for your payments. So it is easy to invest. And about the regulations, I talked, we have different laws, regulations, and board decisions related to our energy exchange operations and energy markets. You can see it at our webpage. We translate all legislations in English and updated. You can find all of them at our webpage. Regarding our markets, we have electricity and gas, spot and futures. The most important to mention here is our geo market, green certificates. 2 years ago, we started to operate green certificates market. We call it YEKCI, and it is very successful in terms of supply, but it's not successful in terms of demand because we are not enough conscious about renewables. This kind of big organizations create consciousness about protecting our life, protecting our environment, and investing in renewables. We have also eligible customer operations, ancillary services operations. We support balancing services. The most important thing in our business is to be transparent. If everybody, seller or buyer or investor, are happy and think that everything is transparent, they can invest easily. So we created this transparency platform for everybody, not only for investors, buyers, and sellers, but also for academicians. So we have lots of data in one platform. There is no such a platform for all over the world combining so big data related to energy markets. So it's very beneficial if you would like to invest in energy business in Istanbul, in Turkey. We operate as exchange, but we have some jobs to do for our markets, and one of them is renewable energy support mechanism. You know, governments support renewable energy investments, and they pay more than market price. We have market price, and they sell at our exchanges after generation, but the market price is different from subsidy price, so there is a difference. We pay difference after collecting from consumers. So after our establishment, like last 8 years, we collected 25 billion US dollars from consumers to be paid in renewable investors. So we operate a mechanism to support renewable investments and to support climate change actions. I mentioned about green certificate we operate. It's very important for us because it's a voluntary market. Everybody at home, in office, in factory, and wherever you are, you should ask for renewable generated electricity. It is certified. You can ask for wind electricity. You can ask for solar electricity. We certify it, and there is a market to sell and buy these certificates. That's very important. I think in this organization also we should have some commitments for individuals. Now, governments, companies have some targets to reduce carbon emissions, but individuals also should be responsible. That's good for individuals and companies. You ask solar electricity, you don't pay anything extra, very limited amount of money to pay for renewables, and this money also goes to renewable investors to improve their feasibility to invest in this sector. We have good quantities about supplying it. And this next issue is emission trading system. I have some friends here and also from Ministry of Environment, Orhan Bey is here. We are planning to operate emission trading system and carbon markets. Regulatory authority issued a pre-registration. We are waiting for their board decision. You know, European Union will apply tax with the beginning of 2026. So if you are an exporter to European Union, you need carbon markets. Now we developed our business model. We are waiting for board decision. Then we will cooperate with Ministry of Energy to operate this market. Another plan for contributing environment and decarbonization, we will operate hydrogen index. Actually, it should be hydrogen market, but still there is no liquidity. There are not enough number of participants. So first, we will start with bilateral agreements, buyer and seller contracts as index. Then after saturation, we are planning a new market for hydrogen business. Another contribution for decarbonization by our exchange. It's also very important, but people are not aware about white certificates. Maybe today is the first day for you. White certificates are very important for energy efficiency. If you want to use your energy efficiently, there should be some obligation. If there is a voluntary environment, it's not enough to reach the target. So governments or authorities can put certain levels for everybody to consume energy efficiently. If you are better than your target, you can sell certificates. If you are not, then you should buy certificates. Then these collected money will go to decarbonization. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Türkoğlu, for comprehensive presentation. As Mr. Türkoğlu indicated, Exist provides insight to investors by sharing market data transparently, and Exist will have a key role in the energy transition with new market-based mechanisms such as carbon, hydrogen, and white certificates. In order to use our time effectively, we are planning to take questions after the end of our last presentation. Today, it's our great pleasure to host Rosatom's first Deputy Director General, Mr. Kirill Komarov. Mr. Komarov, with all due respect to renewables, I think a few people realize that someone also has to take care and ensure the base load. And we want it from carbon-free electricity supply, and it seems that we don't have too much options. We would like to hear your evaluations and the latest developments about the current status of Turkey's first nuclear power project. Over to you, Mr. Komarov.
Okay. Thank you very much for your introduction. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. I would like to start with a statement that I am participated in several COPs before, and I'm really happy that each year nuclear energy voice of nuclear energy sounds louder in climate dialogue. Let me show you how Rosatom implements the global sustainable development and climate agenda using our Akkuyu nuclear power plant project in Turkey as an example. Akkuyu NPP, it's a very unique project. This is the first nuclear power plant in Turkey and the first built on operate project in the global nuclear industry. As you know, the key advantage of any nuclear power plant is the ability to generate electricity without interruption and regardless of weather conditions. Rosatom NPPs are designed to withstand serious natural disasters such as earthquakes, tornadoes and hurricanes, tsunamis, and even rise of the sea level. This is how we implement necessary climate adaptation measures. That means that our NPPs provide sustainable electricity supply during the full expected NPP service life up to 60 years. Moreover, there are technologies today that can extend the service life of NPPs for another 20 years or maybe even longer, as these technologies are constantly evolving. Akkuyu nuclear power plant is a powerful and stable source of sustainable energy, can provide light and heat to entire region. According to our estimates, annual electricity output generated by Akkuyu NPP should cover about 10% of Turkey electricity needs. This is enough to supply electricity to a large city of about 15 million people, such as Istanbul, for example. The implementation of this project also promotes the development of Turkey national electrical grid. At present, the high voltage power lines are being built to connect to Akkuyu NPP. Their total length will be close to 1,000 kilometers. Akkuyu project is one of our international projects that we develop based on our integrated approach. We offer our partners a comprehensive NPP construction and operation solution, including a whole range of products and series used during the entire service life of the nuclear power plant. Our comprehensive offer includes not only NPP construction, but also establishment and development of a national nuclear infrastructure in a customer's country. We are ready to offer support and share our experience in developing the national legal and regulatory framework in the field of nuclear energy. Training of personnel for the nuclear industry is another important element of our offer. Russian nuclear education is very well known worldwide. Hundreds of foreign students graduate from Russian universities every year, and by the way, more than 500 Turkish students are already employees of our Akkuyu project after being graduated from our nuclear universities, and every year we invite 100 more Turkish students to study in our universities. When developing our projects, we engage local industry in our supply chains and implement localization program. The efficient and safe operation of NPPs is our time-proven competence. Such a large power facility as an 4 energy units Akkuyu NPP obviously brings many benefits for the national economy of Turkey. During construction period, the total contribution of the project to Turkey's GDP is estimated at about $7 billion. I've mentioned that the project has a large localization program. Currently, over 400 local companies are listed as project suppliers. Turkish suppliers cover about 40% of construction and installation services and supplies. To date, local contracts for a total of around $5 billion have already been signed or are at the stage of signing. And I can tell you that at construction site, we have now approximately 25,000 employees, and 22 of them are Turkish people. 22,000 new jobs. Let's see how this project looks in terms of environmental, social, and governance impact. As for climate impact, the Akkuyu NPP will contribute to low carbon generation in Turkey. At operation stage, it will save approximately 18 million tons of CO2 equivalent emissions annually in comparison to other carbon-intensive energy sources. When all 4 NPP units are commissioned, will result in plus 24% to the total amount of low-carbon electricity generation in Turkey. Environmental protection and safety are at the top of Rosatom priorities list. Akku NPP was designed with account of local natural conditions. This NPP is located on the sea coast, and we designed its water inlets to be equipped with a fish protection system. A special air bubble curtain installed in the sea will prevent fish, plankton, and jellyfish from getting into the water inlets or being injured. Akku Nuclear Joint Company operates according to its corporate environmental policy. Every year, a list of environmental protection and safety goals are developed. Environmental risks of the project are also ensured. The company conducts regular environmental monitoring of water, marine environment, air and soil, as well as flora and fauna at the site and in surrounding territories. Industrial and domestic waste at the site is being sorted and transferred for recycling. Akku Nuclear is also a partner of the local project for observation, conservation and protection of the sea turtles living in the NPP construction region. Let us now move on to the social aspects of the project. Construction projects of such big scale are drivers for the employment growth. Today, as I said, during the construction phase, the project already employs over 25,000 people, of which about 80% are Turkish citizens. The project boosts the development of the region. According to our estimates, at the operation stage, 1 job at the NPP will be creating 10 jobs in other sectors in the region. Given that during the NPP operation, the number of personnel will be close to 4,000 people, the effect from the NPP on the development of regional entrepreneurship and employment will be prominent. As a part of the project, a targeted educational program for taking NPP operating personnel is being implemented for Turkish citizens, under which about 600 Turkish students will receive higher nuclear education at Russian universities. The project promotes the development of joint initiatives between educational organizations in Russia and Turkey and nuclear education in Turkey in general. The construction of Akku NPP promotes the development of regional infrastructure and produces positive social effects. We are witnessing real estate market revival and active growth in housing construction in the region. The number of trade and services enterprises is also growing. The road transport infrastructure is being improved and expanded. Roads to the NPP site are being built or expanded. Together with our Turkish partners, we are also building a residential compound for almost 6,300 people to provide housing for NPP operating personnel and their families. It will include housing, educational, trade, healthcare, sports, and other social infrastructure facilities. A very good example in this case is an employment project for local citizens, the Akku Nuclear developed and launched together with the administration of Gülnar district, the closest municipality to the Akku NPP site. This project helps to ensure availability of workforce for the project and at the same time contributes to the growth of local employment. By the way, Gülnar's population has already grown by almost 10% during the construction period. The Akku NPP project as the first NPP project in Turkey is under special control by the government leaders of the Republic of Turkey and Russia. This project is not only about building a power plant, it's about partnerships. We implemented in a very close cooperation with Turkish government authorities based on local legislation and regulations. We appreciate very much the constructive cooperation with our Turkish partner. At the same time, we work closely with international organizations in order to ensure that the project complies with the best international standards and practices. As you can see, the Akku NPP project is an excellent example of how nuclear power plant contributes to the global sustainable development and how international nuclear community can help to achieve climate goals. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kamara, for information you provided. Amazing numbers about the Akku nuclear power project. Turkey sees nuclear energy as an important resource in achieving her climate goals. While the Akku project continues, preparations for second and third nuclear power projects have already begun. Besides, Turkey closely follows the SMR technology, and we believe that it will find a place in the electricity grid of future. Now, I would like to introduce next speaker, Ms. İrem Barzilay, the Manager of Sustainable Finance Team of Garanti BBVA. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thanks for the invitation. Today I would like to talk about starting with our position in financing sustainability, and also how we are approaching to transition finance that we need to reach our net zero goals. So as I said, we are one of the, not only in the financial sector, but one of the first companies in Turkey to start implementing sustainability in our daily life. In the first 8 years, I can say that we started with policy making, started to build our governance within the bank. And since 2018, we are mainly focusing on sustainable finance, and we are trying to diversify our products and services to all business lines. And also after 2018, also after signing the Net Zero Banking Alliance, open up a new also window for us, and we started to declared our also 2030 targets for the hard to abate sectors. And the transition finance became one of the most important topics right now in our focus area, especially for the corporate clients. Right now we have 3 strategic pillars. The first one is, as I said, to be the, taking the first mover advantage and try to channel as much as possible to sustainable development. The part of the bank that we part of, BBVA Group, globally declared that within 5 years, within 7 years period from 2018 to 2025, we will channel 3 billion euros to sustainable development. As a Turkish operating company for this BBVA Group, we are also trying to maximize the loans that we are allocating to sustainable development. The second pillar is something new for us also. This is we started to also implement some transition risk indicators to our decision-making processes, especially under 6 carbon-intensive sectors. These are oil and gas, power, auto, steel, cement, and also coal. We are one of the first banks to declare our phase out from coal financing also. The last pillar is, of course, the transition finance, a little bit tricky topic right now. Not all the sectors has the readily available technologies in place. So we are not in a position to divest from our customers right now due to their high emission intensities, but we are trying to come up with new services and help them to build their sustainability transition finance strategies also. Our advisory services has 5 different areas. We are building sustainability dialogues. We are trying to advise our clients when it comes to carbon market advisory. Right now for voluntary carbon market mainly, but also the possible effects on the compliance market when the climate law will be enacted in Turkey. Net zero advisory, ESG rating advisory, and also debt advisory. We are trying to help our companies to build their sustainable finance framework, loan frameworks, and bond frameworks. As I said, the transition finance, in this scope also one of the main topics was how we should finance the transition, especially in the hard to abate sectors. Do we have the technologies in place right now, or do we need to wait for them? This is one of the main focus points also in my presentation. As you can see in different studies, right now to reach the 2030 targets, we can say that 80% of the reduction will come from the technologies that is already in place. they are already available. But when it comes to net zero, to 2050 net zero targets, I mean, we need to wait for at least 50% of technologies are under development. So this is like a huge percentage. Also, like as a financial institution, as a commercial bank, we are acting a little bit differently from the development bank. That's why it's very important for us to de-risk this investment, like these transition finance actions. So we are trying to build our own, mechanisms and policies in order to, help these and also make these transition finance projects as bankable as possible. And we see the only way to make this especially in this pilot scale right now, projects like the only way could be the price. Like we need to start pricing the carbon. Like we need to calculate how the project will help the company to reduce their emissions, and then we need to set a price for that during our cash flow analysis in order to make this project bankable. In the left upper side, you can see that, like as I said, like not all the sectors are in the same position right now. In some sectors, like the transition could be a little bit easy, but for example, for cement, like we can say that like no technology is in place right now for the cement players to start reduce their emissions. Like like high emission reduction is not possible. Of course, there are some emission reduction techniques that they can start to implement, but energy efficiency or try to add like biofuels to and replace the coal is not the necessary amount of techniques that they will reach also their 2030 targets. So like how we are seeing the future, as I said, we need a carbon price. Also, we need to somehow like allow the companies to start their pilot investments. I think the right hand side figure like shows us we need to support the renewable projects. So carbon markets, like voluntary carbon markets, could be an option for that. And you can see in this blue area the increase of the renewable credits like year by year. Like when we deep dive the sectors itself, like the steel sector, as BBVA, for example, our Spanish side, they already financed the first hydrogen-powered green steel company in Sweden. But if you see the numbers, like it's very, like the capex required for that pilot project was huge. Like it's over 3 billion euros level financing. And also like if you like compare the total production, steel production, and this production that will be provided with this pilot project, they are not scalable. Like like we need for green steel, we need also demand from the buyer side. How they constructed this project is they made some offtake agreements with especially the auto companies. Like the only way was to make this project bankable. They also implemented some offtake agreements with the companies. The customer includes that are listed in the right hand side. Like in the lower part, of course, like in these studies that we all know, like World Economic Forums, like trackers, IEA studies, like we need huge emission intensity reduction from steel. For the first one, like we required almost 45% of emission intensity reduction for steel. But like different studies say different numbers. For IAA, it's almost 20 or 30% emission intensity reduction. These are huge numbers. So they need to start to produce steel with a different approaches. Of course, like the quality also changes with different technologies. For example, electric arc furnace steel is not interchangeable with the steel that is produced from integrated facilities. So they need to convert to different technologies. But they are in a demonstration phase right now. Like first, integrated facilities should invest in DRI, then electric arc furnace, and also for the starting from 2030, we will see a little bit higher implementation of carbon capture and storage. But I don't know if you also join different sessions. like CCUS is also very tricky. I mean, you need to build another ecosystem to, capture the carbon dioxide. You need to transport it, and then you need to, store it. It's very, very tricky. So I think we need to start thinking out of the box. And also we need to, maybe as Turkey, we need to also build our own strategies. Maybe we need to support not carbon capture and storage, but maybe forestation projects, because we have available space also in our country to do that. As I said, cement is like even more trickier right now. Like we believe there is no technology that is like in a commercial scale right now. I mean, we are seeing different startups to change the logic behind cement production. But sitting in a seismic region, like we are facing devastated earthquakes, it's not easy to change the chemistry behind the cement. So I think we need more time for our cement players to follow the technological developments. Aviation, again, a very, very tricky sector. Like it depends mainly on the SAF production, and SAF product, the SAF amount that we need and what we are recently producing, they are also not like scalable right now. We need million tons of SAF in order to decarbonize the aviation sector, and we need huge capex to decarbonize the aviation sector. But the produced amounts are like in million liter scale. They are not like comparable right now. So what we are doing, I mean, like the good part of the story is, of course, like we are in order to finance these transition efforts from from sector players, we are following the innovation. What we are doing under the BBVA group, we created a 100 million euro fund in order to support these technological innovations. And we are following these innovations with these startups, with these venture capital funds. And what we are doing is like we are like somehow absorbing all these technological developments, and we are advising our clients to communicate with these technological companies, because we know from the real sector, like they have awareness, they have money. All they need is to a solid structure to start moving to implement this transition finance. We know even from coal power plants, they are looking for some feasible commercial carbon capture and storage technologies. And as I said, these companies have like capex that they can invest, but all they need is to proven technologies in place in the market. And also like new technologies, also they need capex to like prove that they could be a commercial option for the future. So I think like a good way to support these technological innovations could be carbon markets. It could be either voluntary or the compliance side. Also, we believe like Paris Agreement Article 6 will have a boosting effect on this. Like we are seeing lots of efforts when it comes to carbon markets, but it's also a tricky area. It's very difficult to come up with a standard. It's very tricky to verify, monitor. I mean, we have also constraints when it comes to the carbon markets. But the studies shows us that like the motivation is investing or creating some removal projects other than the projects that are already, the credits that are already issued from renewable energy side. They are like they have a little bit higher motivation to create nature-based engineered carbon credits, also like the carbon credits from renewable projects. I mean, the sector believes that within 2 to 5 years, like this market will be developed, like in a huge manner, this market will be there. So we are following very closely, the developments also in this side. Also, we need support from, like from rating agencies, other stakeholders, because, like these rating agencies or reputable organizations, they have huge influence on the market, because when it comes to the market player, they are like moving with the what rating agencies or other indices like suggesting to them. So we know that like science-based targets, they have a huge influence on setting the targets, like come up with roadmaps and everything. So I think also they need to start thinking out of the box, and they need to, come up with these kind of standards, because also the market is like reacting in that manner. For the first time in the last 2 to 3 years, we are seeing like the retirement over than the issuances. Like the problem is that the market condition was not enough to operate in a feasible manner, because the demand and the supply were not close to each other. So it was very difficult to set a reasonable price for this carbon credit. But we are seeing a huge demand from also the market players, like the real sector players from cement and steel, because also they already like built their interim targets for 2030, 2050. Even in Turkey's market, I mean, we have a couple of cement players, steel players that they commit to net zero, and they need to publish their interim targets for 2030, and they need to start acting right now. But there is no technology, and that's why they need to also start from somewhere, and they need to use these carbon credits to offset their emissions. I mean, to sum up, what we need, the market is like there are a few aspects that create some market dissatisfaction. These are like price transparency is not there. That's why we built a partnership with Erdoğan. They're also here in order to create a Turkish marketplace to create a price transparency for this voluntary carbon market product. Quality issuance, like what is the correct standard for these voluntary carbon markets? Like, for example, imagine that I'm a cement player. Which credit I should use? Like, should I go with the price sensitivity, or should I decide with a different manner? So, like, everyone says there's a different standards for voluntary carbon markets. So I think we need a universal one for like to push this market. Like this universal standard will create also the standardization, also the data traceability, reduction on the regulatory side uncertainties. So I think like the what we need is to come up with a standard, and also there are a few standards, by the way, but like we need a unique standard that all the market stakeholders can follow. This is all. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Barzilay, for detailed information on your contribution to decarbonize Turkish industrial sectors. Financial institutions are focusing on developing new products and add them to their portfolio in a way of decarbonization, and Garanti BBVA is one of the good examples of them. We will continue with Mr. Can Akyemez, the team leader responsible for energy and resource research in the Industrial Development Bank of Turkey. Mr. Akyemez, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. First, I want to thank to all you guys here to be here, and then I want to thank to the ministries who invited us to this panel with all distinguished panelists. And I will have a short presentation, and this presentation will cover a brief introduction of TSKB, the Industrial Development Bank of Turkey, and then I will elaborate on Turkey's energy transition and the role of TSKB in energy transition. And in the last part, I will be try to give you an idea of what a researcher does in TSKB, and then what we study for preparation. First of all, TSKB is TSKB was established in 1950. It's a first privately owned development and investment bank. And in the last 73 years, we have been a huge part of Turkey's energy transition, Turkey's development story, and we have been involved with lots of many projects, including renewable energy projects, energy efficiency projects, and lately some decarbonization projects as well. And we have been on the floor for the last 20-25 years, especially when it comes to energy transition of Turkey. And TSKB focuses on creating volume for the inclusive and sustainable development of Turkey. And we finance and consult our clients or stakeholders by using our capabilities. And we aim to be a successful partner for our partners who help the environmental, social, and economic development of Turkey. When we come to the numbers, actually, as most of you know, the energy transition of Turkey started at the beginning of 2000s, and with the energy market reform, energy efficiency measures of renewable energy projects have been one of the main goals of Turkey. And between 2002 and 2017, a total of 60 billion US dollars of investment has supported the energy transition of Turkey, and luckily TSKB has been a huge part of it. TSKB has been one of the pillars during this journey of Turkey's energy transition through the long-term investments to companies and for renewable energy mostly and energy efficiency. And as I've said, it's a decarbonization project as well. As you can see from the slide, we have SDG-linked loans account for 92% of our portfolio. And when you look at the details of our portfolio, 36% of our outstanding portfolio is coming from electricity generation loans, and about 90% of these projects are renewable energy projects. So we mainly focus on energy transition through renewable energy projects, and on top of it, by energy efficiency projects. You will see the details of the details of the projects for the low carbon economy at the bottom of the slide. We give loans to the other sectors as well, but mainly to electricity generation. And it's, as you can see, it's more than 30% of the outstanding portfolio. And as I recall, the TSKB has been in the investment process of around 15% of Turkey's renewable energy capacity. Currently, we have been funding more than 275 projects. At the end of the third quarter, the number was 278. And these projects were accounting for more than 6 gigawatts. And these were all renewable projects, and most of them are supported by the feed-in tariff mechanism. And since 2017, as you can see in the right graph, since 2017, the total amount of renewable energy investment at which TSKB has been involved has been about 12.5 billion US dollars. On top of these projects, of course, we have, for the last 5 years, we have been supporting energy projects, energy efficiency projects, and projects linked with sustainable development goals and decarbonization projects as well. As you all know, in December 2022, Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources published the National Energy Plan, which with showing how ambitious Turkey will be on the energy transition journey. As you can see, we have ambitious targets for 2035 and interim targets for 2025 and 2030. As stated in the National Energy Plan, renewable energy capacity is aimed to be around 65% of the total capacity, whereas 55% of the electricity generation by 2035 is expected to be coming from renewable energy projects. In the meantime, TSKB has been working with our partners, DFIs and all different partners, in order to support these targets of Turkey's national energy plan. And we are lucky to be in a part of the journey of energy transition of Turkey. I'm a researcher in the bank, and then what economic research does is mainly macro research, development research, and energy and resources research. We have three main parts, and what we do is we write reports, and then you will see our reports, which are kind of giving an idea of what the future is going to be in Turkey or in the world. And we give presentations, and we do the presentations like this one. And we target, of course, our bank first, and then our stakeholders, other stakeholders. And what we aim to have is integrating financial, social, and ecosystem restorative goals. I will give you some ideas of what we do. If you can go to our website, we have a blog page, and then we address development and ecosystem crisis on our blogs, and then we write 16 blogs each year. And we have a climate review, which is published every 3 months. It's going to be after the COP. We will be publishing our fourth one in 2023. We started in 2020, at the end of 2020, to publish our climate review, which gives us, which details some of the development areas, and then we look at it as a macro perspective. And we touched climate technologies, changes in temperature, air pollution, heat waves, biodiversity, and now we are looking at deep studying ecosystem crisis. And we write development reports with macroeconomic perspectives, and some of them are on this web page. You can see purple leverage is one of our main reports. Green is the color of competition, and designing the post-earthquake era are the ones which we wrote in 2023 to support the journey. And also we have employment in disabled individuals we have been studying, and global climate agenda before and after COP28 will be on our webpage after COP28. And in our bank there's an energy working group, about 15 people, and what we do is we write reports as well, and every year there is an energy outlook published, and which is going to be published probably in a week. And we write information notes, and then we studied hydrogen, we studied CCUS, so we have been preparing ourselves for the next era as well. And that's about it for me, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Mr. Hakemes, in addition to your efforts for decarbonization of industry through finance you provided, it would be worth to mention that TSKB serves not only the industry. I would like to also mention about Escarus, a subsidiary of TSKB, provided consultancy services to Ministry of Energy for the preparation of new Turkey's energy strategy paper and energy efficiency action plan. Thank you, Mr. Hakemes. Now we move to our last speaker, Mr. Ümit Çalıkoğlu, the Climate Group Coordinator from Turkish Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources. Over to you, Mr. Çalıkoğlu.
Thank you. Thank you for giving the floor. My name is Ümit Çalıkoğlu. I'm working in the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, Directorate of Energy Efficiency and Environment, as Climate Group Coordinator. I have a short presentation titled Turkey's efforts towards net zero target in the energy sector. If we look at my presentation's outline, I will start with Paris Agreement timeline and net zero targets process, and I will talk about energy sector outlook. Then I will talk about updated first NDC, Turkey's NDC, and finally I will present some issues about energy sector strategies. In 2016, we signed the Paris Agreement, but when we came to September 2021, our president declared we will complete the ratification process of Paris Agreement after the COP26 in Glasgow, and he declared our net zero emission target by 2053. When we came to October 2021, in parallel to this situation, Paris Agreement adopted in our parliament, and when we came to November 2021, the ratification process was completed. And as an important step, in 2022, Climate Council was organized. This Climate Council has significant recommendation about our next steps, about our mitigation and also for adaptation issues. In previous year, in previous COP, the Minister of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change announced about our increasing the national determined contribution. In parallel to that, on April 2023, our first updated national determined contribution was released. And net zero emission targets, especially crucial for holding the global temperature increase under 1.5 degrees Celsius targets. Generally, these targets, net zero targets, converge on middle of this century, and Turkey's net zero emission target is for 2053, which is a historically important year for our country. And what is the meaning, cumulative meaning of this target? Cumulatively, this net zero emission targets covers around 90% of global emissions. But still, countries without net zero emission targets still has 12%. And I will continue with our main strategies, our policies, and our successes in renewable energy sector. Our main policies, energy policies regarding the decarbonization and the green transformation, including renewable energy, energy efficiency as a transition element, as a transition fuel, natural gas, and ultimately hydrogen and nuclear energy. Thanks to our incentive mechanism in renewable energy support mechanism and also renewable energy source zones, our renewable energy installed capacity, total installed capacity, reached to 55% in total installed capacity. With this number, our ranking is currently 12th in the world and 5th in Europe. And if we talk about separately for wind and solar energy, for both of them, we are ranking 70th in Europe. And also in geothermal capacity, we have the first place in Europe and fourth place in the world. And what about the situation? What is the situation of natural gas emissions? If we look at Turkey's national inventory report, Turkey's total emissions is 564 million tons CO2 equivalents. With this number, the share, Turkey's share in global emissions is less than 1.2%. And if we talk about the historical cumulative emissions, this is just 0.64%. And the share of, for comparison, the share of the USA, EU, and China is equal to 55.5%. And sectoral emissions shares, energy sector has 71.3%, and this is followed by industrial process and product use, agriculture, and waste sectors. But this doesn't mean that the energy sector cover only electricity and heat sector. Electricity and heat sector equal to 26.5% of our total emissions. And also this sector, energy sector, covering manufacturing industry and construction, transporter, and other as building, services, and agriculture, fishery sectors, if we talk about burning of fuel. Turkey's updated first NDC, as I said before, the overall target is decreasing our emissions with 41% by 2030 compared to business as usual level. This means that our previous target was doubled. To achieve this target, we need to utilize our energy efficiency and renewable potential at the highest level. We have significant targets. These are in line with our Turkey's energy plan, national energy plan. We have significant targets for renewable energy and also for the nuclear energy. For integrating more renewable energy to the system, we need some flexibility mechanism like battery storage systems and electrolyzers. And energy efficiency also crucial issue. And I want to talk about the Turkey's national energy plan. According to our energy plan, by 2035, we are planning to reach 52.9 gigawatt of solar installed capacity. For wind energy, around 30 gigawatt installed capacity, and for nuclear energy, 7.2 gigawatt installed capacity. As I said before, battery storage systems and electrolyzers also, these are significant from the perspective of flexibility, system flexibility, because of solar energy and wind energy sources are intermittent sources. Also, this Turkey's national energy plan, including forecasts for 2053. If we look at the left-hand side graph, our renewable energy sources share in primary energy consumption is in 2020, it's equals to 16.7%, and it is estimated to increase 50% in primary energy consumption. And fossil fuels dramatically decrease from 83.3 to 28. And coal share is 3.6%. And also we need to increase electrification. Electrification in final energy consumption is increasing to 55.6% according to estimations for 2053, which is important because we need more electrification to achieve net zero target in industry and also in building sectors. Also, it will be an additional demand in the hydrogen production and also for the electric vehicles. And electricity generation by renewable energy sources is increasing to nearly 70%. And if we talk about the intermittent sources, wind plus solar electricity generation is increasing to 61.4%. And nuclear energy installed capacity estimated to reach 80.8%. And another significant policy document, strategy document is Turkey Hydrogen Technology Strategy and Roadmap. This roadmap was published on January 2023. The main problematic issue about the green hydrogen is prices. In parallel to this, our first target is reduce the cost of green hydrogen production to less than 2.4 kilogram hydrogen by 2035 and less than 1.2 per kilogram hydrogen by 2053. And to ensure that the installed power capacity of electrolyzers reach 2 gigawatt in 2030, 5 gigawatt in 2035, and ultimately 70 gigawatt in 2053. And this roadmap including significant policies. And I'm showing you 6 of them. These are generally related with the hydrogen production, transportation, storage issues, legislation processes, and developing incentive mechanism for green hydrogen, developing certification programs, RNID, encouraging the RNID, and engaging public-private sector partnerships and international cooperations. And this slide is about our National Energy Efficiency Action Plan, which covers the 2017 and 2023 years, and this including 55 actions in 6 sectors: industry, building, transport, energy, agriculture, and cross-cutting issues. We are at the final year, and in this period, we invested in energy efficiency with $8.5 billion US. With this investment, in 2023, we saved 5.9 million ton oil equivalent energy was saved, and also 7.1 billion cubic meter natural gas was saved. If we look at the cumulative numbers, 24.6 million ton oil equivalent energy was saved. It is reducing also the GHG emissions with 68.6 million ton CO2 equivalent. And also with this investment, we provided new job opportunities with over 40,000. And you can see from this graph our targets and achievement levels. And if we talk about the savings per sectors, industry is the first one with 11% million ton oil equivalent energy saving was achieved. And this is followed by building, transport, energy, agriculture, and cross-cutting sectors. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Çalıkoğlu. As Mr. Çalıkoğlu indicated, Turkey has taken important steps in reducing emissions. Turkey ranked 5th in EU for increasing its renewable capacity, and the share of renewables in total installed power reached 55%. As of today, Turkey's total installed capacity is 106 gigawatts. In the last 2 years, more than 90% of investments are renewable investments, and the rest is cogeneration, which is a good example of energy efficient practices. Turkey has been one of the best performing countries among the G20 countries in energy intensity improvement for the last 3 years, according to International Energy Agency reports. Moreover, ambitious targets for the future were announced by the Ministry of Energy. His Excellency Alparslan Bayraktar at the World Bank summit yesterday, he said Turkey will install 60 gigawatt renewables until 2035 and indicated that energy transition is continuous update of the grid and there will be no transition without transmission. That's why His Excellency announced massive plan to invest $10 billion until 2030 to transform Turkey's transmission grids into green grids. Last but not least, he announced Turkey's new target on energy efficiency for 2030. New energy efficiency strategy aims to reduce 100 million tons of emissions cumulatively through energy efficiency efforts. These were three big ambitious announcements during the COP28. Now we have come to the end. Now, if anyone has any questions, I'm sure that our speakers will be pleased to answer. Okay. No. Okay, please, Mr. Tikolo.
I would like to announce something. During registration, I met with a group of students. I talked to them. They had a project for decarbonization. So I liked their project and I saw a missing point in their project. So I would like to be their sponsor for their missing parts. It is to be carbon neutral. I think your school will be the first carbon neutral school in Turkey. So thanks to students and teachers, Gülay Kiremitçi, and manager head of the school, Ümit Emre Çiçek. If our moderator allows us to congratulate them, we may call them to stage. Please. Students also. Buyurun. So if you accept, I would like to be your sponsor to be carbon neutral. Tebrik ederim tekrar. Bir fotoğraf alabilir miyim? Would you like to be together?
We thank Mr. Türkoğlu for his generous support. While taking the pictures, I would like to express our appreciation to speakers for their valuable contribution and thank for your participation. Thank you.
Tabii tabii. Öyle mi? Niye öyle düştü? Çok enteresan. Biraz önce de Engin Bey çok ısrar edince
us share this. Suyunuzu isterseniz. Yeah, so I left it today.
Can I take a picture before the honor starts? Because it's clear I can come here and take your photos.
Do you want us to stand up?
Stand up and like sit in like.
It's also Twitter. So, hello everyone, merhaba. So let's start slowly and slowly. Um, First of all, it's a great pleasure to be here. Thanks for the organizers giving us the chance to be here. So my name is Emre Tiftik. I represent the Institute of International Finance. It's a global association of more than 400 leading financial institutions from around 60 countries. And we are proud that we have more than 30 institutions from Turkey as a member of us. So at the IIF, I lead the Institute's analytical work on sustainable finance. And again, today, in this important session, we would like to discuss financing the climate transition from the perspective of emerging market economies. And again, let me give you a couple of figures here before I introduce my panelists. So, as you know, when we talk about the energy transition, climate transition, so it's all about energy. It's all about renewable energy. And in the last couple of years, we have seen a tremendous interest and investment in clean energy. However, most of this investment was in Europe and also in the United States and a little bit in China. But still, when we go back to the emerging market economies, I mean, the figures are not at the levels that we would like to see, even though we are working very hard on that front. So, for example, today in emerging Europe, including Turkey, for every dollar invested in fossil fuel, we only see 25 cents are invested in renewable energies. So the ratio is very low. And our own estimates suggest that this ratio needs to change significantly. For each single dollar that we invest in fossil fuels, we need to see $2 of investment in renewable energies and clean energy alternatives over the next 30 years or so. So it's a big challenge, but the industry is ready to take this challenge. With that background, so how can we accelerate the investment? And what is the role of financial institutions in this journey to net zero? And maybe the most important thing is to find the right balance between clean investment and also continued investment to fossil fuels. And at the end of the day, it's all about just transition. We cannot switch from fossil fuels to clean energy overnight. Its social implications, economic implications will be suicidal for many of us. So with that, let me quickly introduce my distinguished panelists to you. So on my left, we have Gamze Yalçın, Deputy CEO and Sustainability Leader of İşbank. We have, next to her, we have Mariam Koroshashi. Sorry, most probably I spelled it, I pronounced it very wrongly. She is the head of Central Eastern Europe, Middle East, Africa, Sovereign Debt Capital Markets from Deutsche Bank. And then we have Pelin Ataman Erdönmez. She is the Director of Sustainability from Banks Association of Turkey. And finally, we have Dan Stephenson, Senior Partner from McKinsey Company. Welcome again. It's great to be here with you all. So, if I may, Dan, I would like to start the discussion with you. So, you have your mic over there, please. So,
at McKinsey, you guys put lots of research on energy transition, climate transition, and from your perspective, so what's the current state of energy investment in broader emerging market universe? And can you share some views about the region, if possible?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'll share a few thoughts. One, in terms of current state, what we need to 2030, depending on the sector and the region. So the least increase would be wind power in Europe. We probably need 5 times more capital flowing in than we're getting today. So that's sort of one end of the spectrum. Then, if you went out to the other end of the spectrum in terms of what do we need by 2030, if you thought about industrial decarbonization in developing emerging economies, in big emerging economies, we need 200, 300, 400 times the capital inflows we're getting today. So that all of them are a hockey stick curve. It just is, some of them are bigger hockey sticks than others. When we look at where's that money going to have to come from, the biggest levers, the places where the money are, it has to come from the bond markets, from bank balance sheets, and from corporate balance sheets and earnings. That all the other levers, development bank financing, government financing, venture capital, et cetera, just none of those are big enough to close the gap we would need to close.
I'm glad that you mentioned the corporate balance sheet. Actually, when we look to relatively large emerging market economies, most of the transition finance comes out of the corporate balance sheets. And given that all the debt problems that we are facing right now, high interest rate environment, I mean, this is quite difficult challenge, and this is where the banks enter to the picture, I think. I mean, so Gamze, if I may, I want to turn to you. I mean, we always say that, I mean, so banks are here to help their clients. They have a big role to finance the transition. But in Turkey, I mean, so is it different than the rest of the world? So, and how each bank approach its transition strategy, especially, I mean, so planning, target setting?
Thank you very much. Of course, Turkey's situation is not different than the other countries. The opportunities are almost the same. The challenges are almost the same. So I cannot negatively or positively decouple Turkey from the other countries in that respect. Coming to the second part of your question, as how each bank approaches to its transition strategy, to be direct with my answer, I can say that it is depending on 2 issues. One is the commitment, the other one is the collaboration. Commitment is that as the banks being the engine of the real economy, especially in Turkey, commitment of the banks for zero emission is critical, so that they can, of course, we all work on the scope 1 and scope 2 emissions, but the critical part comes with the scope 3 emissions. So as the banks having the transformation power, they have the ability, they can enable their customers to transform. So when I say commitment, of course the commitment should be based on science-based, data-driven commitment, not just in words saying that, okay, we will be making the transformation. So each bank's transition strategy is based on a science-driven, science-based, data-driven commitment with net zero emissions. And very recently, we publicly disclosed our net zero emissions. There are 9 sectors which are considered to be high carbon intense sectors, and starting with the highest ones, of course, it is the power generation.
it is the cement, and it is the steel and iron industry sectors in Turkey. So we prioritize these sectors. Of course, for next year, we will be continuing with land transportation, agriculture, and etc. It is not only the, of course, emission reduction with them. We believe that it is important to provide the financing necessary for transformation. So as İşbank, other than this commitment to net zero, we believe the funding is critical for the corporates or SMEs or even micro in that respect. And we committed with slightly above in terms of today's USD Turkish lira parity, let's say, slightly more than 10 billion US dollars for sustainable related lending activities. So I believe we have a lot to offer for each and every segment and for each and every sector that we work with. And as being the Turkey's largest privately owned bank in that respect, with the largest loan book in that respect, we have a lot to offer. Coming to the collaboration part, of course, through our own resources, we are committed with these types of lines for our lending activities. But we need funding from international parties as well. That's why it's important to collaborate with IFIs, with regulators, with correspondent banking network. So there are a lot to say on that, but I don't want to use the time of other panelists. So stopping here.
Thank you. You made excellent points about commitment and collaboration. And regarding the capital flows, I mean, at the IIF, we spend lots of time on cross-border capital flows to emerging markets. And one common theme is the following. I mean, since 2008 global financial crisis, then after the 2011-12 euro area debt crisis, money is actually not flowing to emerging market economies. And, you know, there are some success stories, but the big picture is that there is stagnation in the capital flows. And we are trying to address all these big climate-related challenges in such an environment. I mean, so without fixing the climate, without fixing the problems that we have in the cross-border flows, how are we going to fix it? But again, we are going to talk about this a little bit later, and I'm sure that Dan will share some views about blended finance, or maybe, I don't know, maybe you are skeptical about it, but let me turn to Pelin, if I can. Pelin, a few years ago, I mean, just correct me if I'm wrong, but the Banks Association of Turkey established a Turkey-focused working group, bringing all the stakeholders, especially in the financial industry, together. Again, this is kind of related to what Gamze said, collaboration across the financial institutions. So you launched this working group focusing on ESG, sustainable finance. So could you share your views about this initiative? So what has been the main topics? Where are you now? How things are evolving?
Thank you, Emre Bey. First of all, our working group established in 2009, back to, and we are dealing these issues since then, and we are close relationship with our Banking Regulation and Supervision Authority. As to come to your question, we all know pros and cons of climate change and subsequent need to climate finance, as well as mitigation actions. This is especially a burden for both public sector and private sector, but as the Turkish banking sector plays a major role in subsequent climate finance, and in addition to its intermediary function, new steps are constantly taken every day. So within this framework, the first takeaway is bridging public sector and private sector, both financially, also regulatory point of view. Second takeaway is the creation of conducive environment financing through aligning with international best regulations. For example, the establishment of a green asset ratio for the Turkish banking sector. Third takeaway is the shaping the future through continuously rising awareness on this issue. As the working group, we published sustainability guidelines for the Turkish banking sector in 2014 and revised it in 2021. And the most recent work is as I mentioned, the preparation of guidelines on establishing the green asset ratio for the Turkish banking sector. This is an important work to harmonize with EU taxonomy. Now, as the working group, we are working on guidelines on the heat map methodology for the Turkish banking sector, then the transition risks and physical risks are analyzed within this methodology. Actually, I will, as the association, we are also working on sustainability issues. We rewarded ISO 14001 certification in this month. We published a banking sector sustainability outlook report and our association's report. We are also in the process of carbon footprint calculation process. I will later on mention about other developments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I should tell you something. With McKinsey, we have been organizing transition finance workshops over the last, I would say, 18 months all around the world. And typically, our collaborators are the banking associations, right? And I'm familiar what other banking associations are doing. And when I hear you, I believe that you have 1,000 people working for you. So your agenda is such busy. But again, impressive work that you guys do over there. It's all about collaboration. So, Mariam, I would like to turn to you. And Pelin mentioned about something, saying that okay, so the impact of the regulations outside of the Turkey. So they are paying a lot of attention on that, and you are working for Deutsche Bank. You are in charge of the region. So I would like you to share your views about Deutsche Bank's approach in transition planning in emerging market economies, especially in Eastern Europe and Turkey, if possible.
Sure. Thank you so much. So, just to start with more in general, Deutsche Bank is actually hugely committed to being a leading investment bank in ESG finance and in the region. And in fact, globally, the first green repo we ever did was in Turkey for one of the banks, for Akbank, and where the use of proceeds went to funding for gender diversity and also renewables, investment in renewables. We also work very closely with EBRD in the region and very much in Turkey, supporting, making loans to support SMEs. Yes, indeed, we do have some key priorities when we look at this region. Definitely, we want to come up with tailored solutions for our clients in the region so that we can address sort of their ESG priorities and help them in the sort of transition challenges that they may see. So very much tailored solutions are quite important, I think, in that respect for each instance. And we definitely support very much also the growth of specific products in this space. So whether it's green loans or green bonds or sustainability-linked bonds or social bonds, sustainability bonds, we very much stand behind these structures with our clients. We try to engage with our clients to help them. They want to better understand their ESG performance and sort of measurement aspects of that. we encourage best practices. We try to promote that with them, and also overall, as I was said previously, it's a matter of collaboration as well. Overall, amongst all of us, with the policymakers, with all players really in the sector. These are our key priorities for the entire region and specifically for Turkey.
Well, let me stay with you a little bit more here. So you know what's going on in Europe, you know what's going on in emerging market economies. So is the rules different? Is it much more challenging to promote this agenda in emerging markets? Or it's the same? I mean, Gamze tried to answer these questions. So she said that, no, it's difficult to make a difference. But from your perspective?
I would say if I, speak from my heart, there has to be some kind of equilibrium, because countries are at different levels of their growth. And so it's very, very difficult to impose maybe an agenda which would completely pull economies back. Is okay? So, there are, I would say, some challenges if you look broadly, but probably the same challenges everywhere. Each country would look at it maybe from a different perspective. But I think there are challenges. I agree with Gamze. And one key factor here is, or key, I guess, challenge maybe, is governance around this whole implementation of this process. How do you measure, some of these, how do you measure? What are the specific standards? Is there a common framework?
Yeah. I mean, global standardization, taxonomy, we all need to speak the same language, right? So it will make the life easy and collaboration much easier. So, Gamze, so I would like to turn to you here. And again, this is kind of related what I asked to Mariam. So, just transition. So this is very important. So fairness of this transition is important. We cannot expect the same thing from every single country and players. So from that perspective, I mean, so what are the biggest challenges in Turkey? I mean, so we know renewable energy is growing its share, but still we are dependent on fossil fuel in Turkey. So we cannot switch overnight. So how do you approach this issue? Do you continue to finance fossil fuel companies? So how do you engage with them?
Thank you. Before going into this question, let me reiterate myself. When I answer the question, are there any differences in terms of levels? Yes. But I answered the question, if you remember, in terms of opportunities and challenges. There is no differentiating that much of issue. Of course, the level of achievements, commitments might differ from one region to another, from one country to another. Of course, we should not expect the same advanced level from from an advanced economy and compare it with an emerging market economy. Of course, what I answer is the opportunity in terms of opportunities and challenges. Coming to the just transition issue, of course, we have to look it from a holistic approach. When we talk about the transition, until today, it has mostly on the green financing side. So much focus was on the E concept, environment concept, but we need to have a social aspect of this issue. When we consider the fact that some parts of the societies will be adversely impacted, for example, in terms of banking system, we all have some exclusion lists and saying that we're not going to be finance new coal power generation plants anymore. This is not to alienate them. It is just to consider it as an incentive mechanism just to make a transformation with them. In the Turkish economy, of course, when we compare it with the other emerging market economies, Turkey's dependence on coal power generation is limited when we compare it with some India, Brazil, or some other countries. The main reason is that I believe after the global financial crisis, when Turkey benefited a lot from the global funds coming into Turkey, as the banking system, finance system, we heavily invested in renewable energy generation projects. When you look at, for example, İşbank's renewable energy generation portfolio, as of today, 80%, I can say, is composed of with this renewable energy generation project, starting from solar, wind, or including also green hydro. So the coal-fired plants have been phasing out, and but we need to be realistic that the phase-out plan may continue till 2040, the exit. But I believe that when we make some transition with the innovations and with the increasing awareness and of course with the increasing level of funds towards this emerging market economies, the phase-out plans will be much before than estimated timelines. I can say that for our own example in İşbank, when we set the targets for Scope 1 and Scope 2, we were aiming to achieving the net zero emissions by 2035. But as I said earlier, we have already reached there. I know with the coal phase-out plans, it will be much sooner than planned 2040 year. And with the just transition issue, inclusivity and starting from the women and with the adverse impacted societies, it should be taken into account all the specific needs of these societies. We have been increasing our financing to women entrepreneurs, and also we have another focus. As you know, in the beginning of this year, we had a devastating earthquake in southeast part of Turkey. So in order to mitigate the adverse impacts of this earthquake, I believe that we can take this just transition issue considering them as well. So we have a very strong focus to deal with that kind of needs, and in order to include the transition, make a successful transition by including them, will help us with just transition progress. Of course, funding will also be critical for social impacts of this transition. As İşbank, we are not only looking at the environmental aspects of our assessment process, for example, while lending, we're also focusing on the social aspects as well. So day by day, I believe there will be much more implementation of these social impact issues coming into the picture, and it will be an engagement of all parts of the society. No one, we don't have the luxury to leave anyone behind us.
Thank you very much, and I like the optimism that you put here. And sometimes my boss always criticizes me. I'm always on the pessimistic side, but thank you. We need optimistic people. So Dan, I would like to turn to you. And again, Gamze mentioned about financing the transition, and actually in your initial remarks, you also mentioned, so who is going to finance this transition? I have a particular question here for you. Blended finance. So we have been talking about blended finance since last COP, and it gives me the impression that people see it like an aspirin, like a painkiller. You take it, it will solve all the problems.
Yes.
So yes, we need blended finance, but what's your view?
Yeah, I'll tell you what I worry about. If you think about the total amount we need, the total capital annually to 2030 is $2.5 trillion. And then when you think about how much blended finance there could be, I think if you squint, you can see a true blended finance, meaning public or philanthropic capital that will take risk and doesn't expect a reward for that risk. I think you can squint and see 100 billion of that a year annually. So 100 billion out of 2.5 trillion that we need. And maybe the development banks, right now, I think you could squeeze another 100 billion out of them. That would be a lot of work. That wouldn't be easy to do. But not all of what they can do is actually concessional. A lot of it actually is quite constrained. So I think my conclusion is if you only have 100 to 200 billion of truly concessional capital to blend with, you have to be pretty surgical about what you use that for. You have to be pretty deliberate. If you were only solving for decarbonization, that blended capital, that concessionary capital in a blend, can help you with credit risk, it can help you with political risk, and it can help you with currency risk. And I think if you were only solving for decarbonization, you would solve for 15 to 20 countries, and you would solve for investments where you can address the currency risk, but don't need to address credit risk because the underlying credit is high quality, and don't need to address political risk, or you think you have another way of addressing it. And if you were trying to optimize for decarbonization, that's how you would spread your blended finance around. The problem with that is everybody outside of those 20 countries or so, you couldn't spend it to do anything, which leaves the whole portion of the developing world out of luck. And even inside those countries, like inside of India, for example, there's a lot of projects that if you were trying to maximize your kind of surface area, because they also present credit risk, you wouldn't be able to do. You could only do things that present a currency risk, which really limits. You have to be very focused and thoughtful about what you then use that money to do. So it's not that it's not a major tool. I just think it's actually quite a limited tool, and we're going to need a lot of other tools in the toolbox also.
So what are those other toolbox? Are there any low-hanging fruits? You know, I mean, especially from the perspective of Turkey. So Turkey has a large external financing needs. I mean, so we always want to attract capital to Turkey. So, and especially in terms of climate finance. So what's the low-hanging fruit here? I mean, any
Yeah,
recipes?
I mean, I don't know that there is much low-hanging left. In my mind, the way to activate private capital, it is most easy if it is swimming with the current of growth, and unlocking growth investment is the lowest. I don't know that it's low, but it's the lowest hanging fruit. And that can be alternative fuels, that can be renewable energy, that can be industrial decarbonization. It is hard to find examples globally of sectors that have done that without some regulatory pressure. You know, without at least a shadow carbon price. There's maybe a couple, but it's hard to find real growth taking off without some sort of a nudge. But it doesn't have to be a full nudge. You know, it doesn't have to be a full carbon pricing. Even small regulatory nudges, I think, are showing evidence of moving some sectors. That they change the balance enough, the growth story is attractive enough that it can attract capital to support it.
I see. I mean, we have lots of work to do here, I think. I mean, so not an easy solution. So, Mariam, I would like to turn you, and feel free to react what Dan said about mobilizing international capital through blended finance. But from your perspective, so how can we scale up international flows to Turkey for climate action? Not just Turkey, for Eastern Europe.
Yes, the whole region. An interesting point you started with is how much capital flow into emerging markets has been challenged in recent years because of the overall backdrop. We've just had so many events that have forced some investors just to pull away from emerging markets. And I truly think to attract sizable capital, for any initiative, most important thing is to have a story to tell. So you need to have put in place, start at the root, put in place a system that you can come and clearly explain to investors and to private sector. Sort of what is it that you're trying to do? What are the system changes that are required? What are the technologies that are required? Or sort of any subsidy systems that need to be put in place or need to be changed. You really can come and access when you have a story that is credible, when you come and tell the story yourself. You don't want the community to hear things second and third hand from variety of other institutions, because only the entity, the government or the corporation, the bank that's implementing the plan knows what the real story is. And with one, you do that, and second, you have to always come back and show milestones have been reached or achieved. You've put a plan in place and you have sort of delivered on promises. It may take time, and I think everyone knows this is not something to be done in a year or two. This is requiring a massive change in the region, in Turkey, in most countries of the world. But I think these are some important steps, and that will allow to diversify sources of funding, not to just rely on one. And it's really important to develop that story for Turkey, certainly.
Yeah, I think building the correct narrative is the key point, and then engagement. Just a quick follow-up question to you. So, there's a lot of international demand to ESG labeled bonds. So, how do you see the pace of the ESG bond markets in the region? And so, the Deutsche Bank also works as an underwriter, as far as I know.
Yes, definitely. We encourage all of our issuers, sovereign, corporate, to more focus on label bonds. First of all, the investors are looking for that. They need to fulfill some portfolio requirements. And in fact, in many cases, there could even be some pricing advantage, albeit it may not be as massive depending on the backdrop that we have in the market. But definitely these are very much in demand. And that's what we focus our issuers very much in that direction.
Thank you very much. So, Pauline, could you tell a little bit about the regulatory landscape in Turkey? I mean, so including disclosure practices, climate risk planning. So I know you do a lot of work on that within the group with other banks. So do we have an enabling environment in Turkey to push this agenda?
Thank you, Emre Bey. Essentially, these topics are in the agenda, but they are currently worked out. Risk issues is more developed, as well as the regulatory framework among these, but the transition planning and public policies that are aligned with regulatory frameworks are still to be decided and implemented. As I mentioned before, international regulations and best practices are reflected on the guidelines we prepared, and these are later transformed to regulatory framework. These, because this is a vast area and very much interlinked, it takes considerable time and effort. But our sector is very much advanced in this area, and regarding the setting high standards and creates a bottom of change from the public sector. To give an example, our Public Oversight Accounting and Auditing Standards Authority is authorized to publish the Turkish sustainability reporting standards with the amendment of our Turkish Commercial Code numbered 6102. Accordingly, of IFRS S1 and S2 will be applied to our country. A transition period is predicted till the end of 2024. At the first stage, approximately 300 firms will be taken within the scope. As all we know, carbon border adjustment mechanism and European emission trading system entered into force on May 2023. At the first stage, limited impact on the Turkish banking sector is expected, but in the medium and longer term, it needs to close the developments and taking necessary implications. Turkey attaches a great importance to renewable energy resources, as Gamze Hanım mentioned. In 2002, Turkish government introduced intensive programs on renewable energy production by public and private companies under licensed electric generation program, industry drugs. It introduced tax incentives, social security allowance, etc. This stimulated the energy markets and loan demand for renewable energy products. This briefly what I can comment now. Thank
No,
you.
Thank you very much. So I would like to ask Gamze whether she would like to comment what Pelin said, but on regulatory front. I mean, so what are your expectations on regulatory front to accelerate your business and engagement with your clients? And again, I just want to ask this question as well, and you pick to answer it or not. But whenever I talk with our members from emerging market economies who are doing lots of trade with Europe, they are extremely worried about this EU carbon border adjustment mechanism. And one thing that I hear is the following: their clients are not aware of potential implications of this policy. So what's your attitude? How do you engage on this front with your own clients?
Okay. First, with the first question, regulatory perspective, of course, for some time we have been struggling with high inflation in Turkish economy. So in order to mitigate the adverse impacts of inflation and indeed the inflation itself, quantitative tightening policy has been implementing. And it also includes not only the monetary policy rate hikes by the central bank, but also sterilization and also the selective lending approaches shaped through regulation. There are some growth caps for some loan types, etc., etc. So first of all, from the regulatory perspective, and we are working closely with the regulatory bodies and also with the Turkish Banking Association, as Pelin just mentioned. Of course, we expect to positively differentiate green financing and social financing in that respect. Yes, we need to combat with inflation, but also from the other side, we have to support this transition for the Turkish economy's future. We shouldn't be left behind. So hopefully no one should answer this question as in your first round when you asked is Turkey differentiated than the others or no. This shouldn't be no, we're there. When we come to the expectations as the banking system from the regulatory approach, of course, the implementation of the taxonomy is critical within that respect. But also, we might expect to see some sort of incentives implemented on green financing and social financing, such as lower risk weights for the calculation of capital adequacy ratio of the banking system. For example, lower tax rates for this green transition. It should bring a relief both on the banking system and on the, especially on the SME side.
because as we all know, the like 2/3 of the Turkish economy is based on SMEs, and we know that SMEs also work in exports business. So coming to the second part of your question, it is critical for them to make this transition, to make them ready for the CBAM regulation. We need to make financing much more attractive for them, and we should offer some lower pricings to them. But that's why I asked for lower risk weights for the banks, which can further trigger a lower pricing offer to the SMEs. Also, this is not limited with this aspect, because you need to offer some kind of expertise to your SMEs for transformation, for this transition. They are not much of advanced like the corporates. They don't have that much of financial literacy or digitalization or the awareness in terms of sustainability. So together with financing, you need to provide them some technical expertise as well. That's why I find it very critical, the bank's role in this respect. As İşbank, we try to help with the SMEs in terms of providing them some operational efficiency, water efficiency, energy efficiency expertise as much as we can. For example, we try to help them to measure their carbon emissions, and we try to help them to make more efficient energy use. This is a relief. But coming again to the collaboration part, collaboration with IFIs is the most critical part in that respect, because they also have the power to bring technical expertise. For example, when working with EBRD, IFC like IFIs, they are really providing this technical expertise, which is critical to support the transition in the economy, especially for the SMEs. And together with these IFIs, we're continuously working with the IFIs to bring the technical expertise as well.
Excellent. So yeah, it's all about capacity building, and yeah, we cannot underestimate MDB's IFI's role in that space. But thank you. So then I would like to change the topic a little bit. So and would like to discuss the role of voluntary carbon markets in this game. I mean, so earlier you mentioned about carbon pricing a little bit. So, but how do you see the role of VCMs? And I just want to, in the footnote, I just want to mention that, I mean, Turkey has one of the world's biggest voluntary carbon markets. I mean, so maybe number 4, 5, and it is not actually very tapped region. I mean, it has a big potential, but there are not so many companies.
Yeah, yeah. You know, to me, the question is we of course have been struggling with quality and standards. That's getting cleaned up, not as fast as we would like, but it's getting aligned, and we're going to get to a place where the standards are pretty clear, and that enables quality management. And that's going to drive down transaction pricing in the carbon markets, which today might be 50 cents on the dollar for some firms to go find quality credits. That's going to get driven down. To me, the question is that as that happens, what should occur is prices in the voluntary markets should start to approach, I don't know, maybe $100. They should start to trend upwards and approach a level at which I think you have to ask, are the buyers of those credits still willing to buy them at that price? Because most of the consumption we've seen has been, voluntary consumption has been at sort of artificially deflating prices. And as the prices start to approach the reality of the cost per ton and become higher quality, the instrument will be very high quality. The question is, does anybody want to voluntarily buy that instrument at its real price, not at a sort of a deflated price? And that I think the jury's out. um, uh, because most of that purchasing comes from corporate buyers. Most of those corporate buyers do that on a voluntary basis to meet voluntary commitments. And many of those commitments are going to get to be under stress as the reality that we're not transitioning as fast as the commitments imply, comes to be clear. So that to me is the big question. It's actually less about the markets, but about the demand side for the instrument.
I hope that we will reach to equality in that space, since it's really a significant source of external revenue for many countries. And especially for Turkey. Pelin, I would like to turn to you and ask you about the climate working group's work program for next year. So maybe just what are the top 3 priorities? I know you have a huge agenda, but just the top 3 priorities.
Thank you. Briefly speaking, I can say one of the key objectives is to support the regulatory framework and setting standards for the banking sector and raising awareness among the real sector and the financial sector. Within this context, we will completed our heat map methodology for the banking sector. We will work on physical risks, which is limited data, and we are planning to work on banking stress scenarios and ICAP, and we will prepare a green finance in Turkey website, which all the related parties will present their documents in that website. With BRSA, our banking and regulation authority, is one of the top priority issues within the context of our working group. As the Banks Association of Turkey, we accelerated our efforts to provide optimal solutions to the challenges ahead every day. So, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And the final words for Mariam. So let's talk about promising new business opportunities, how this agenda is going to change the shape of the financial services industry in this region, and anything that you want to add?
Definitely, the level of awareness within the financial industry has become, tremendous. If you look back historically to what the focus is today, ESG, net zero, climate, these are all absolute priorities of the financial sector. And if you look at the region, of course, with the war that happened, there has been this very clear need to diversify in the region, to diversify sources of energy, to diversify suppliers, to look at own resources in each country. And with each of these, there's a new opportunity for a transaction, new opportunity for financing, and the financial sector will be playing a key role. I think we are becoming so much more selective on what we focus on in terms of projects to finance. I personally still think, and like Hamza was also saying, we need to maintain some kind of balance. Each country, each region is at a different level. There are social aspects, sustainability aspects that need to be kept in mind as well, at the speed at which things can get implemented. And for the financial sector and for banks to mobilize more of our own money, we really need support from the developmental financial institutions to come in together with us. And you were mentioning there's sort of credit risk or FX risk. These are some of the risks that, to be able to provide better pricing, we do need some support, some risk sharing on some of these aspects. But the willingness is very, very much there in the FI sector.
Excellent. So this brings us to the end of our panel discussion. First of all, thank you so much. I really, really enjoyed the discussion. Even though this was kind of a competition with the other pavilion, I was able to understand 99% of what you said. If I missed that 1%, apologies. But again, on the behalf of Institute of International Finance, we would like to do something similar in Turkey in May, hopefully together. And hopefully we will bring much more different stakeholders and have a robust discussion. Thank you again for our audience and for the opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, I extend my warmest welcome to
it working? Yeah. Okay. Merhaba, hello. Many people from Turkey, but we will speak in English. We are expecting another panelist, Gianpiero Nacci. He is supposed to be here at 2:30, but he's a bit late. Yeah. So Miss Hadid took over his place, so he will sit at the last. Yeah, at the back. Yeah. So since English is not my native language, I need to look at my notes. Sorry for that. So, dear guests, dear panel members, welcome to this panel on the dynamic duo of finance and climate technologies in the Green Revolution. The title of the panel is very attractive, by the way. Dynamic duo of finance and technology. It's really a good combination. If will you please silence, please, at the back. We need silence. Okay. So we need technologies to be developed, and we need financing. That's two main points. So I greet you all with respect on behalf of the Minister of Industry and Technology of Turkey. I am the Deputy Minister, and I am in charge of all these carbon emission issues in the ministry. I am very glad to work with especially the World Bank in terms of providing financing to Turkish industry through our ministry. I am also very glad to work with EBRD and other financial institutions because their efforts really help us to channel necessary funding and understanding to our industry members. So thanks to all of you for joining here. Today we will discuss a topic of vital importance, the climate crisis and ways to green or make the industries green in reducing its effects. So we will shed light on critical interplay between climate technologies and climate finance. That's why TÜBİTAK, head of TÜBİTAK, the president of TÜBİTAK is with us here. So he is actually in charge of the climate technologies. He is in charge of many things, but especially the climate technologies for this panel is very important. We have Veysel Yayan, Secretary General of Turkish Steel Producers Association. Turkish steel industry is actually a very institutional and very large industry, and there are quite a lot of companies in steel market in Turkey. So he also will share the current situation and their expectations, their plans for greening, making the industry greener. Gianpiero Nacci will hopefully come. I will introduce him later. Mona Haddad, Global Director for Trade and Investment and Competitiveness from World Bank. Welcome, Ms. Haddad. Okay. Right. The carbon footprint, as you know, is about adopting sustainable production processes, energy efficiency, renewable energy resources, and also production implementation, new production techniques. Technology is the bedrock of all of our ability to transition towards cleaner and more efficient industrial practices. We actually prepared green growth technology roadmaps to reveal the technological needs of the sectors regarding the green growth with TÜBİTAK. So they have done quite a lot of work on technology roadmaps. Today, we will hear the details of these works from the head of TÜBİTAK, Hasan Mandal, our beloved friend. Integration of climate technologies industries can catalyze innovation, create new job opportunities, and promote economic growth. That's another point because in general, there is also misconception, especially in Turkey, when things become greener and more digital. They believe, some employees believe that they will lose their jobs. On the contrary, we really believe, and it's also depicted that it will create new jobs. Green technologies create new jobs. Therefore, it's not a bad thing for working class. It's not an environmental imperative, but also economic one as well. So if you want to sell, if you want to export more, you have to be greener. It's also environmental. So we have this world, we live in this world, but our kids, our grandsons will spend their lives in this world, and we have to leave a green world to everyone in future. So it's not a burden, by the way. It's an investment in resilient and sustainable future. So we don't see it as a burden. Even if it makes the cost of production higher, we should still bear the cost of this because it's very important. At this point, so Secretary General of the Turkish Steel Producers Association will explain, because the industry is a very institutional industry. There are large firms in the industry. He will explain, Mr. Veyselian, about the works that have been carried out for sustainability-oriented transformation of all our steel industry. Yeah, the role of finance. It requires, climate technologies require financial commitment, and in Turkey, especially, internal resources are limited. Turkish banking industry can provide to a certain extent some loans, but long-term loans with affordable interest rates generally can be provided through international financial institutions. So it's a very important element to involve the international financial institutions in the green transition. It should be very strategic. Climate technologies requires high research and long-term investment. Development and demonstration costs are higher, so we should be very patient. Right. Especially the governments like Turkey, we are very keen on supporting the industry for greener production, but the government efforts alone will not able to fund the development of these new technologies. We definitely need international financing and international involvement. At this point, I want to also, I would like to point out the importance of European Union programs for technological innovation, technological development, commercialization of technologies. Therefore, European Union involvement is very crucial in our efforts to find climate technologies, to implement climate technologies in Turkey. So the mobilization of private capital is critical Therefore, IFIs are very important. In Turkey, we do have the structure also. If there is a financing from an international financial institutions, then industrial guys, industrial people, they become more willing because then they see the part of the money coming from the international institution, then they become more willing to spend their money for the climate investment. So in that sense, World Bank in particular and EBRD, they are very valuable. And here the World Bank representative, Ms. Haddad, will share their valuable insights for sustainable finance in green transformation and possible risks in Turkey. As I said in the panel, before this panel, that there are two elements in financing the green technologies. One is through financial intermediaries, the other through government. So sometimes we see the need on the industry that some banks are not so willing to provide loans or financing to some companies, especially small and medium-sized enterprises, and therefore government involvement to some extent is very crucial. There is also the element of default risk in those loans. Banks are very strict in their loans, so if their default rate reaches above a level, then they feel uneasy. It's very risky. But for the government, we take the risk of default being a bit higher. The point here is that government is our priorities are different than private sector banks. Therefore, with a diversified portfolio of loans, we can accommodate 10% default rate, while the bank never can accommodate a 10% default rate. That's another point. We sell this idea by saying we do not grant private sector institutions, we do not give money without collecting back. We don't give such grants. We reduce the grants. We just give them loans, and we want them pay back. So it's another important point that the government involvement is very important. In this sense, especially the World Bank efforts are very critical because World Bank is working mostly with governmental institutions, while EBRD is working mostly with financial institutions. So, as the Minister of Industry and Technology of Turkey, we are successfully working with IFIs. We have two prominent projects that I want to mention here because they are very valuable to us. The first project is called Turkey Organized Industrial Zones Project, where World Bank provided financing, and we aim to increase the efficiency, environmental sustainability, and competitiveness of organized industrial zones in Turkey. Annual energy savings, annual water savings, reduction in carbon dioxide emissions, water treatment facilities, along with many others, are among the four main gains within the scope of the project. So there is another project called Turkey Green Industry Projects. So in the first project, organized industrial zones will be supported. The second project, the companies will be supported. And this week, we will launch this event with World Bank in Turkey, and it will involve a budget of 450 million US dollars direct finance to Turkey, mainly SMEs through COSGAP, and TÜBİTAK will also use around 175 million US dollar of this funding will be used by TÜBİTAK. TÜBİTAK will both finance green investments or also finance the technological developers in the field. So this is also a very new thing for TÜBİTAK. I see the light on the eyes of our President Hasan Mandal when we start talking with World Bank, because working with IFIs, international financial institutions, are very valuable our experts learn a lot. For the organized industrial zones, let me tell you, this is not a matter of money, by the way, Ms. Hattab. Actually, we can find money somehow. Turkey is not a country with less money. We do have quite a lot of funding we can find. But the thing is, especially when organized industrial zones, when they work with the World Bank, they see these projects as a prestige project rather than financing projects. So this is also very important. It also makes them more aware of what's going on around. So, okay. It's a long note. Right. Okay, let me mention as a last point, I would like to talk about two other important projects. The first one is European Hydrogen Valley Project. Its budget is around 37 million euro. With this project, we aim to realize Turkey's first hydrogen valley and enhance the hydrogen economy in South Marmara region. The region provides 13% of Turkey's total electricity generation, and it's approaching 3 gigawatt capacity. Oh, okay, for the renewable part. It's a renewable energy. So it's very important project, the European Hydrogen Valley project in Marmara region, and it is supported by European Union. That's we want to increase the number of hydrogen valleys in Turkey. With this project, we will take important steps towards decarbonization targets in energy intensive sectors. The second project is South Marmara Hydrogen Coast Platform project with a budget of 20 million TL. With this project, we aim to realize the first applications in the field of new and renewable energy technologies in the South Marmara region. This is a 2-year project. We will carry out preliminary studies necessary for the creation of Turkey's first hydrogen production center hub on Marmara, on Bandırma, Biga line, and Turkey's first green industrial zone will be realized there. Right. Having said that, let me give the floor to President of TÜBİTAK, Professor Hasan Mandal, whom I am very proud to work with really, because in general, especially this is the case in Turkey, scientific people, they are very, most of them are very research oriented and they do not care about the results. But Mr. Mandal, our beloved friend, is a person of effectiveness, and he concentrates a lot about the impact studies of what we have done. So it's my honor to share the stage with him. The floor is yours.
So, dear Excellency Deputy Minister of Industry and Technology, dear panel members, so dear guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, so it's a great pleasure for me to be attend the COP28 in our Turkish pavilion. It was the first time I was attended last year on Sharm el-Sheikh on to COP27, and this is my second experience. Also, I am learning by attending these events, and learning in a sense of what is the discussion point, learning also the point that how the other countries and the global arena discussing the same global challenges, and to find the answer for not only the future of our nation, future of our children and universe. So I am just going to share my input or remarks that in the given time period that I'm in with this presentation. So for my point on the topic has already been announced by the Deputy Minister as the chair. Transforming industry is a dynamic duo of the finance and climate technologies in the green revolution. So of course I'll talk about the finance, but more on the technologies, more in the core of my presentation. So on the COP28, it's set to unite, act, and deliver. I hope that it would be the case, because at least in our ecosystem within Turkey, so we are trying to change the ecosystem from the collaboration to the co-creation, and also we are working on more impact-oriented type of actions together with the Minister of the Industry and Technology, and of course so delivering the output. So I think this is a kind of, I think in terms of how we will be deal, so it's the unite, and what is the type of the results is expecting is a kind of an action, but at the end of the day we should do it something, deliver something. So I hope that this is a kind of a, but this is not the case. I mean, when we are looking for the, I mean, I am sure that all these, colleagues in this room that, I mean, they know that this reality. So this is reaching the year 2022. Still, I mean, all the emissions are going up. Of course, there are a lot of considerations has been taken, especially the renewables, but we haven't seen the effect, positive effect yet. So therefore, we are still, unfortunately, seeing that, I mean, in all aspects, and so the numbers have been increased from last year to this year. I mean, year 2021 to year 2022, still in an increase. So therefore, so still requiring a mitigation, urgent action. So and we are knowing that, I mean, either we are having, at least in Turkey or in globally, so we have been more, I mean, in terms of warmer, so it's in terms of hot temperatures, also the high precipitation, and also in terms of the agriculture and other points that, so there is a need for the action. And so this is a kind of also the 10-year plan from the World Economic Forum part that, I mean, for the food security, water security, energy security, and also the effects on the some other points on in terms of the migration. I mean, within the migration, because of the disasters. So this is the case, unfortunately, from the 6th of February in Turkey. So I mean, after the earthquake, so there are many migration from south to the north, to the east, to the west. So this is the case, unfortunately. So, but from the last year COP27, so the clear message has been said. I mean, at least to my organization, what our deputy minister has been said, that science is very important to keep our promise to the 1.5. But at the same time, it set the urgency, science and urgency. I mean, if you go to any academic, if you say the science solution, I mean, is enjoyed. But for the next item, urgency. So this is when we say that science is a medium and the long-term type of solutions, but the type of need for today in urgency. So science and urgency are the critical parameters. So we need to be dealt. So this is our point as TÜBİTAK, how we are changing our ecosystem. And today of the COP28 is concentrate on energy and industry. And I'm also attending, so talking about the hydrogen, talking about nuclear. It is the first time, I mean, what has been claiming that in the COP events is the first time there's a panel on the nuclear. So this is, I think, a change of the mind. So also change of our behavior. So how we will be act. So from the knowledge creator and the knowledge user, so there's a kind of the reversible type of interaction. So there is only not one way. It's a reversible type of interaction. And from the close to the open innovation, so the open science is one of the important facts. And also from technology is a provider. Technology is an instrument, but not the solution. Solution is only possible by the societal impact, societal involvement. So therefore so changing the ecosystem from the collaboration to the co-creation. So this is our policy, and I am not highlighting this for we are in COP. Since 2018, these are the top of our agenda, and we are putting the climate change mitigation, adaptation, net zero emission targets, and increasing green growth options. So these are at least that, I mean, is our agenda. So this is giving the answer to the question what we have been concentrated and why we have been concentrated on the economical impact, societal impact, and national security impact. And it has been, I mean, announced the last year, exactly a year ago, on our promise, and also in year 2053, our net zero emission. And in the right-hand side, it's showing that how this is possible, at least from our ecosystem part. From the TÜBİTAK side, I mean, we have been putting our priorities, so you can see they are more aligned with the Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe. So this is showing that, I mean, the climate change, environment and biodiversity, so clean and circular economy, clean, affordable, secure energy supply, green and sustainable agriculture, and sustainable and smart mobility. So these are our priorities. And within our 264 priorities of the R&D, research, development, and innovation. So half of them are digital, so within the 264, and 25% of them on green. So most of our priorities on green and digital transformation. And this is from the Ministry of the Climate Change, and this is a summit of the climate summit in year February 2022. So these are the outcomes from the technology part. There are different sections. So we, I mean, put the points of the renewable, green, hydrogen, climate models, blue economy, biodiversity, One Health, integrated urban planning, remote sensing, electromobility, and there are many items. And these items you have been seen in here. They are all been our priorities for the funding in our research and development ecosystem. And also, this is also has been mentioned by our Deputy Minister that we have been made a green growth technology roadmap, especially on these 6 sectors, because these are heavily will be affected, and we will hear more in the next speaker on iron and steel, aluminium, chemicals, plastics, cement, and fertilizers. Our role, and we prepare the 6 technology roadmap, and so the roadmap on covering the 31 technological objectives, 72 critical products, and 189 R&D topics. And these are prepared with all the ecosystems, and especially dominant, by the industry. And for example, the moderator of the panel of the iron and steel is our next speaker. The Dr. Veysel Yayan. And so these are the type of technologies what we have been talking about. So the carbon capture, utilization and storage, so the green hydrogen, so the biorefineries. But at the meantime, also the, it has been sorry for the in Turkish, is a nuclear, is a fusion and also fusion technologies, and also some the critical materials, digital agriculture, agricultural biotechnology, and the green cement from the geopolymers, circular economy from the agricultural waste, and autonomous energy management systems for energy efficiency. So these are the cross-cutting areas as the technologies which we will be working on it. And so to answer the question also, in terms of the funding mechanism in our country, that we don't only dealing with what we will be concentrated, why we will be concentrated, how will we be also, it's important. So these are our platforms which we are giving $45 million to each of them. So to co-create together. So not only collaborate, co-create together on sustainable circular economy. So all the respective partners are coming together. Sustainable fisheries, sustainable agriculture technologies, sustainable advanced vehicle platform, battery technologies, and sustainable districts. So at this I am giving to 6 examples. So not we are funding the projects, we are funding the platforms, and platforms selecting the projects within themselves. So you can see many stakeholders, either universities, companies, or government research organizations. And also our Deputy Minister has been mentioned that on a project together with the World Bank has been worked out on the Turkish green industry project. So one of the important components is coming from us, TÜBİTAK, and first time we are using the World Bank credit, and we will work on the different type of modality and instruments. So and we will fund the projects for moving from the basic R&D to the product development and scale up. And also we will fund these platforms which we have been already seen. So this type of platforms. So yes, so and also the cost cap, of course, will be fund another one. So our component is $170 million US. So So this will be all announced on next Friday. So I mean, so I think this is a kind of a good experience. And also, our deputy minister mentioned another component. I think is important that the funding is coming from the European projects, and we are very strongly involved. And there are 664 institutions from Turkey has been involved in Horizon Europe in the last 2.5 years, and on 405 projects. And within this, 30, at least 30 of them coordinated by the Turkish partners. And we have been involved 405, and many of them, I mean, have been direct correlation with the green industry development. And again, has been said, is the hydrogen project. So this is, I think, one of the Hydrogen Valley projects. So you can see all the partners. So in the I mean 7.5 million coming from the Commission, the rest from the companies and the institutions. So this is, I think, kind of a change of the mindset within our country. That I mean, how we have been dealing with this issue. So coming together, co-creating together. So not only dealing with answering the question to what. So we are answering to the, and also 2 weeks ago, with also the attendance of our Minister of Industry and Technology, we were in Brussels, is the matchmaking event, and there are 1,200 B2B meetings in one day, and they are all in green technologies, and you can see that the energy, circular economy, so digital, and also the social science and humanities as well. So this is also, and this is my last slide. I mean, there's a kind of an invitation. So the next Friday, our Deputy Minister already been announced that there's with our Minister of Industry and Technology will attend, is in Bilişim Vadisi in nearby Gebze. So there will be at 2 o'clock, there will be official announcement together with the World Bank. So they are all, I mean, our international partners or colleagues also invited. So I think there is a kind of a good event that I mean, both TÜBİTAK, COSGAP, they will all share. So that's all from my part. Sorry for the, I mean, if I take longer than expected. Thank you.
Mr. Mandal, thanks for the inspiring and informative presentation. Actually, let me re-stress one point here. The idea, platform idea of TÜBİTAK. In the old days, platform, TÜBİTAK used to work on its own with the scientists in TÜBİTAK, and it's a closed ecosystem. It was. Now it's different. It's different. Now with the very good efforts of Mr. Mandal and our minister, what we are planning to do, actually what we have started, is to use TÜBİTAK as a platform for all the scientists around Turkey and also all the companies in Turkey, so that the companies in Turkey will see as TÜBİTAK scientists on their service. This is very important. The other large step on our side is to get TÜBİTAK more involved with international funding. As Hasan Mandal mentioned once more after my speech, that this is the first time that TÜBİTAK will work with World Bank. And also, he also mentioned their visits with the minister to Brussels. So we really want to get more financing and more support from the Europe and from the international financial institutions. That shows how willing we are, how we are so willing to decarbonize Turkish economy. Now, one of the leading industries in Turkey is the steel industry, and we have a very prominent panelist from steel industry, Mr. Veysel Yayan. He actually served as the undersecretary in our ministry. He's also former bureaucrat, as I said, and he comes from the very heart. So he will talk about the current situation in steel industry and their expectations from both from the government and from the IFIs. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Distinguished guests, I am very glad to be here utilizing the COP28 and would like to share steel sector's opinion in this respect. Turkish steel sector is one of the fastest growing sector in the world. We are at the 8th position in world level and second position in European level. With fast developing nature, we are also having structural position. Particularly, we are utilizing the opportunity that our infrastructure giving us. This is simply that we are producing basically from the scrap in comparison to BF and BOF technologies. Scrap-based productions gives opportunity to save 85% emissions during the production. This is on the one hand advantage, and Turkish steel sector basically developed its production capability in this respect. But on the other hand, considering the Scope 2 definition, we believe that electrical energy utilization will come to agenda. In this respect, renewable energy is one of the most important issue of our steel sector. We are basically, our facilities already started to invest the renewable energies in all aspects, hydroelectric energies, the solar energies, wind energies, and the other form. But there is one limiting factor. European Union is considering only the energy who created in the site, in the facilities area, and the other areas are not included in accordance with the existing regulation. They are at this stage planning to include this investment. For example, one of the Turkish steel sector invested in the different area of the Turkey. They are planning to include this Turkey's calculation, not the investor company's calculation. This is not motivating. I think we are negotiating this issue. I think this issue should definitely be solved, because otherwise creating the renewable energy will not be very attractive. So there are such kind of things we face till this time. We would like to see that the European Union and the other countries. Recently, we are hearing that United States and Great Britain also planning to have the similar carbon border adjustment mechanism related regulation. This shouldn't be instrument to protect their industries. This should be openly to protect world climate. This inspiration should be given to all participants. Otherwise, there will be big discussions, and it will give the impression that this is the new protectionist measures. We are sincerely believing that from the first days that Turkish steel sector will be part of these activities. We are actively supporting these activities. We are investing to these areas. On the one hand, we are trying to modernize our existing facilities. On the other hand, we are considering the new facilities position to adapt in accordance with the recent technologies, considering the Green Deal method. And Turkish steel sector would like to utilize this as an opportunity to be part of European markets. We don't want to be stay at the outside of the European market. For that reason, we will do necessary investment. But of course, at this point, the finance is very important for Turkish steel sector. Nowadays, our government is not financing steel sector in any way. Mr. Minister know very well. Just opposite, Turkish steel sector financing Ministry of Environment and other lots of funds they are cutting us, around $100 million a year or something. After this time, I think this shouldn't be done. We should have financial support. Of course, this is credit, but in any case, if we are going to do the same direction with the Green Deal participants, we should also be supported similar to them, because particularly during the last years, European Union steel sector supported actively by the government. In Turkey, we are not having such kind of opportunity. In United States, under the protective measures, the companies utilize very good prices. For 1 ton flat steel, they utilize more than $1,200 difference margins, and this makes for 1 million ton capacity $1.2 billion, for 4 million ton capacity $5 billion. This is huge amount to invest the Green Deal related areas. We at this stage, we need support of the financial support of the Turkish government, domestic sources, international sources. World Bank recent arrangement is very important. The volume is not satisfactory, I should admit, in comparison to steel sector investment. It's limited, but as Mr. Minister mentioned, this is a kind of prestige project, and we hope that with EBRD and with other international creditors, we will have good atmosphere, good opportunities. EBRD has very good experience in Turkish steel sector and very successful credit packages. I believe this may continue utilizing the Green Deal opportunity, and particularly in the area of green hydrogen, we need very specific steps. Already there are some companies started to invest in this area. Of course, new investment may need some cooperation with the European or other international companies, producers, and also some financial support, green hydrogen method, because with this way, on the one hand, we can produce the direct reduced iron with the hydrogen, green hydrogen. On the other hand, we can change the processes in integrated facilities. So that is basically what we need in steel sector, and we will do this with the international support, international financial support. We will continue. We will continue our efforts in this respect. And Mr. Mandal, head of TÜBİTAK, already mentioned, we work with them, which I mentioned to the basic areas, which investments should be done in all levels, in very detailed manner. We work on it in 1.5 years or more than this time period, with the support of Ministry of Industry and Technology, with the support of academicians, producers, high-level, very qualified people, and determined all investment areas. And in next coming years, we will invest to these areas. The finance is one of the critical instrument, and we hope that in next coming years, we will have this opportunity with the finance and with the international cooperation. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Veysel Yayan. He simply says, what I understand from his words is that they want to invest in green transformation, decarbonization, but they want financing from facility both from the government and international financial institutions. Especially the financing of in steel industry is not so easy through our government channels because they are huge. The fund that is provided from World Bank, we utilize them mostly for SMEs. But steel industry firms, they are quite large, so they need bank financing. Here comes the institutions like EBRD. Their support to the Turkish banking system in terms of providing financing to the Turkish steel industry is very important. Actually, we always keep our word, we keep our promise to European Union. We never provide incentives to investment incentives to steel industry because it is due to our contract with European Union, production of steel new facilities is not supported. But what the problem here is the existing facilities, decarbonization of existing facilities, existing steel factories. Therefore, as the government of Turkey, we will launch a new program which is called Green Transition or Green Transformation. And with this program, we will provide existing steel factories also some incentives in terms of financing incentives to modernize, to make the processes cleaner, to decarbonize their factories. The other thing he says, I also agree with him, is that they want to invest in green technologies, solar technologies, but if they invest solar technologies far away from their plant, it is sometimes regarded as not a carbon reduction action, but I think it's a regulatory issue, and I think we can fix it. So with this at hand, the steel industry is, in short, is very willing to invest in green technologies, invest in solar panels, invest in hydrogen. The only now accelerator remains as the international funding. So with the kind efforts of World Bank and EBRD, we think that we can really provide long-term financing. So we have now Mona Haddad with us. She is our kind friend. Ms. Haddad actually will mention about our collective cooperative work with World Bank, our ministry, and will share her views about decarbonization of industry. So the floor is yours, Ms. Haddad.
Hello. Yeah. So thank you very much for having me on this panel. I know you want to hear from the World Bank, but I must say that I'm very excited to hear from you as well, because I'm learning a lot from what Turkey is doing. We, as you mentioned, at the World Bank, we have started to fund decarbonization of industry, especially for small and medium enterprises in some countries, and Turkey is among the first. Turkey and Brazil, and now we're starting with Indonesia. So you are really doing very well in terms of reacting fast to this challenge. When we talk about climate and the impact of climate and the green transition, we also are very cognizant of the development challenges as well. So we're not saying that climate is the only thing we need to do. What we need to do is really have a green transition that also works for development. one is not done at the expense of the other. And we are working on both at the same time. And we cannot also do development without looking at the climate impact. We cannot afford to do that either. So we're looking at both at the same time. A lot of the climate or emissions really are coming from the industry sector globally, quite a large share, and it's also a share that is rising very fast. And therefore, decarbonization of industry is very important. You are a very open economy. You trade a lot. You are very successful at export. And you have a huge market next to you, the EU market, and you export quite a bit to the EU market. And therefore, Turkey has to follow the new regulations, the mitigation policies that are put in place in the EU so that you can still have access to this market. The problem is that these mitigation policies are arising in developed countries a bit in ad hoc ways, and sometimes quickly without thinking about the impact they will have on other countries, such as Turkey or other developing countries, or some types of firms in developing countries, such as the small and medium enterprises. These mitigation policies might end up having what we call a spaghetti ball effect. So an exporter, a small firm especially that is exporting to the US or to Germany or to France, might see itself facing different types of mitigation policies and will not know what to do or how to certify. So that's the spaghetti ball, just too many different mitigation policies coming together. And we're now bringing this to the attention of these countries and raising more this issue globally so that these mitigation policies that are mainly led right now by developed countries are done in a more harmonized way and perhaps give more time for developing countries to transition. The CBAM affects, as you know, very few sectors, but very important sectors. So it has in it fertilizers, electricity, cement, steel, aluminum, and so on. Typically, these are typically large companies, although I know in Turkey there are small and medium enterprises in those sectors as well, but typically they're large. And the CBAM will be effective in January 2026, which means that you don't have a lot of time to comply. And the reason the CBAM was put in place, sometimes we wonder if it is for protectionist purposes, but the reason is that actually there are climate regulations in the EU that are forced on their companies. And the logic is that if we are imposing these regulations on our companies, but then when we import, we're not imposing the same regulations on the imports, then this is what we call, there's a carbon leakage. So that's why they wanted to equate the opportunities or the regulations that they have to follow internally within the EU with the imports to avoid this kind of carbon leakage. So it is a genuine concern, but I believe time will be needed for countries and firms within countries to comply. In Turkey, from the studies that we have done in cement and steel, in cement, the Turkish companies are already doing quite well, actually, in terms of carbon emissions. They're using technologies that are not very far from those of the EU, and their emissions are very much aligned with the OECD and the EU. This is shown from our studies. You are on the ground and you probably know more, but that's what we are seeing. But in steel and aluminum, there is a discrepancy, and therefore there will be a need to improve the carbon emissions in those sectors so that the markets in the EU will remain open. There's also a risk that countries that cannot comply with EU regulations divert their products to other markets where there are no such restrictions. So you might decide, let me now export to China. And it will be a pity, because I think ultimately even those countries such as China will put these regulations in place, and therefore it will be important that countries like Turkey start complying as soon as possible and start improving their technologies for compliance. CBAM is not the only the only issue or the only mitigation policy. You may have heard of the supply chain due diligence, the Deforestation Act, the IRA in the US. There are so many right now. And the supply chain due diligence actually will cover pretty much scope 3. And that could have even more impact on small and medium enterprises in Turkey and others. There's already a supply chain due diligence regulation in Germany, in France, I believe in Japan, in the US, and soon there will be one at the EU level. And that will also affect small and medium enterprises. So how can we prepare the small and medium enterprises, which needs not only financing, but also technological technology adoption of new technologies that can allow them to emit less? How can we support them? This is really what we're trying to do with our project. And it's not just about supporting the firms themselves. It's also about creating a certification infrastructure to be able to show that and certify that these SMEs have complied with the new regulations. So if you comply but you cannot actually certify, it does not. It's not very useful. And the certification infrastructure is pretty complex. So this is something that the government will have to be looking at, and perhaps start aligning your own regulations with those of the EU, so that it becomes seamless. Whether you're producing domestically or producing for export, you are down the road, when you are ready, you are really complying with similar regulations, because it's anyway good for your country and good for the climate. And that also requires quite a bit of work. So lots of things to do on that front. You also mentioned that there will be new opportunities because of climate, not just a loss of job. And I totally agree. If you think about how many solar panels will have to be produced, how many wind turbines, how many batteries, how many electric vehicles, all of these things are actually things that Turkey can produce. You're at that technology level that you are able, and you have comparative advantage in the production of such goods. And therefore, there will be a lot of new opportunities, and you are very well positioned to do that. Maybe I'll stop here then with that positive message. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Haddad, the Global Director for Trade, Investment and Competitiveness of World Bank. Actually, as a country with very close relations with Europe, we really don't want to see those decarbonization measures as a negative approach from Europe in terms of technical obstacles of protectionism. We want to actually leverage this CBAM mechanism to decarbonize to the extent possible the Turkish industry, because we believe really that the decarbonization and reducing environmental pollution is also very vital for us. And we will do our best to comply with the rules. It's not in our plans to, for example, change the export markets. If we can't sell Europe we may sell to China, we still prefer to sell to Europe because we feel like Turkey is really part of Europe. Therefore, so the important note, the important point is here the leaders or kind of a mentorship of Europe. It's just like a student who shows signs of hard work. Even he or she fails or get not so good grades, but the proctor may kind of accommodate his a bit lagging behind action and may say, okay, I see that you are working hard and I give you some more time to study and get better grades, something like this. So this is also, I think, especially for the Europe, our good counterpart, if really Europe sees that we are really very keen on adopting the regulations, then we want to see Europe to have a better approach to us. And also, since I'm in charge of Turkish Standard Institute, that certification issue, Europe should also be a bit more flexible in terms of certification, because sometimes cumbersome certification process may also negatively impact the willingness of Turkish companies. So that's also another point. With the help of, as I said, since they are here, EBRD and World Bank is here, and the other IFIs, we are doing our best to talk to them, to get more connections with them. With their help, with their financing, we think that we will overcome the negative approach of European Union in this regard. So I hope the result will be good for all of us, Europe and Turkey. Now we have also the directors of Sustainable Business and Infrastructure of European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. You know it, the bank is EBRD. Gianpiero Nacci is with us. He will share his insights and the approach of EBRD on sustainable finance. Floor is yours.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Nacci.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. It's really an honor, a pleasure to be here with you, and I apologize for being a bit late. So, a lot has been said, and actually I agree with all the points made. One point that I think I want to start with is a positive message. There is a good news here, right? You know, the story of competitiveness of the industrial sector and the whole economy of Turkey is really aligned with the low carbon trajectory. Turkey makes take advantage of its kind of flexibility, of its industrial system, the human capital, the capacity to really reach out to different markets. And this agenda is very much in synchronization with the decarbonization agenda and with the ambition of the country to become carbon neutral by 2053. So there is a good story there, and there is an interesting story also for the domestic and international capital. You know, we all know at this COP there's been a lot of talks about climate finance. We know there are trillions of private capital out there that are looking for a home. I think Turkey could be really a good place for this capital to reach green destinations. So that's a good story. When it comes to the solution, though, there are of course challenges and there are elements that need to be addressed. I would like to highlight 4 of these. So one is the fact that, particularly when it comes to industrial sector, but not only, is not just the story intrinsic, internal to the sector. So clearly there are the technologies, there are the interventions, there are the investments, but ultimately is a system transformation. Think about the need to produce low carbon fuel, green hydrogen. Think about the infrastructure needed in terms of grids, in terms of renewable energy capacity. So it's a combination of different elements that need to progress in parallel. In this respect, we very much welcome the announcement that was made, I believe yesterday, about 60 gigawatt of new renewable energy capacity by 2035. This is a very critical ingredient to allow the industrial sector, the whole economy, to decarbonize, but also to remain competitive in the global marketplace. The second element I'd like to emphasize is the need to create also convergence between the different players. The industrial players, the technology providers, the investors, the financiers, in terms of the technology solutions that are needed and the time for these technology solutions to be implemented. This is very critical because it allows the financial sector to understand risks better, but also tend to reduce the time it takes from an investment to reach financial closure, but also allow the information and the data for the public institution to plan the infrastructure developments needed. Think about the need to develop the carbon capture and storage facilities in the late 30s, in the 40s, to allow the full decarbonization, for example, of the industrial sector that my colleague at the World Bank just mentioned. And in this context, this morning we had a panel with the Deputy Minister on the work that we jointly been conducting to related to the carbon pathways of 4 industrial sectors, steel, cement, aluminum, and fertilizers, which is designed exactly to support this process of technology and information convergence. The third point is about financial innovation. I think this is a bit of a message of being open and being available to consider financial approaches that are really support the optimize, if you like, the risk allocation and the and allow also to connect the international capital to these investments. I'm talking about sustainability-linked loans. I'm talking about, of course, the green capital markets, and this is a role where the MDBs can really facilitate, creating the platforms, creating the instruments that really help us to leverage our finance as much as we can, but also mobilize private capital at scale. And we have, this is a sector, an area where Turkish financial sector is already very active, but I think there is a lot of room for innovation and scaling up. And the final point I want to make is about carbon pricing. We talked about CBAM. Clearly, the CBAM will represent, will represent a clear price signal when it comes to the cost of the transformation. But it's also important that Turkey really develop an internal emission trading scheme, where these prices are located, and actually the revenues are kept in the country, are not exported, if you like, to the European Union. And this also allows another important development. Clearly, with enhanced monitoring, with enhanced evidence about the way carbon emissions are distributed across the value chains. These allow companies to have a better understanding of their footprint and allows them to do better planning of the investments in the future. So these are just a few conditions, but we're very, at DBRD, we're very supportive of these developments. We see in the market the very strong vision and commitment of Turkey to decarbonize, and we are very much looking forward to support the government, but also the private companies in this journey.
Thanks, Mr. Naji. Actually, especially the World Bank and EBRD, they are really very positive for Turkey, and they provide funding, and I think they are also very sure that we are using the funds for the right places, actually. In this regard, we are very fair, transparent, and that's a very important part of our ministry and government. And also a comment, very good comment from Mr. Naji actually took my attention. He says he's like a Turkish friend. He says if there is a burden in terms of emission, carbon emission due to CBAM or whatever, keep it in Turkey. Yeah, and make the internal infrastructure ready so that if you keep in Turkey, then you can spend it in Turkey, which is a very good suggestion from a very good friend. Thanks a lot. So I would like to thank Mr. Naci, Ms. Haddad, and Veysel Bey, Veysel Yeren, and Hasan Mandal for their valuable contributions. Now we have a little time left. If you have any questions or further comments, We are here. I can give word. Yeah.
Hello, welcome. My name is Mehmet Çavuş. I am the CEO of HTERA. We are working on hydrogen technologies and hydrogen transformation in 9 countries now. We have R&D offices in different model factories. It is a nice picture to see all of the participants of the sustainability and the revolution of green transformation, because the government, research, investors and the banks are here. So I have to ask a question because we can see all the actors of the sustainability here. While we are working with the industry, Revolut need companies for reduce their carbon emission. Most of them intend to do this because they are thinking that it is a humanity responsibility sometimes, but because of the production costs when they intend to invest, for example, carbon capture, hydrogen transformation, or other technology techniques as DRI, they said us that we have to find this finance from outside, because if they finance this revolution by their budgets, they say that we will lose our opportunity or advantage from our competitors. On the other hand, the government and also the big buyers don't say that we won't take products from you uh, if you don't invest in net zero technologies, so that this situation is getting the industry parts who want to intend to invest green technologies to the future, because they cannot see the governments or the buyers decide on net zero. So is there a plan for the government or the bank's side? If you don't do this transformation, we will not give support, or we will not buy products from or export products from other countries, because if you kill a person, you cannot avoid from imprisoning by paying money. This is like a carbon taxes is the same. This humans are dying because of the world pollution today. So that what do you think about the government and also the banks about this problem?
This is a very good indication from a Turkish person that he says you cannot measure the cost of a life with money. So this shows how serious we are in terms of Turkish government and Turkish companies to decarbonize. Really, it is also for the benefit of Turkish people, Turkish citizens. But remember, I think Ms. Hadid mentioned about supply chain due diligence, which actually imply that if you are a supplier to a European Union or a big conglomerate, you have to obey the carbon emissions rules. So this is one mandate, one obligation that either way the companies, industrial companies, SMEs, must invest decarbonization. The other thing is today we talked with representative from Ministry of Environment and Climate Change of Turkey, and we are on the verge of, we are about to launch a new mechanism for declaring carbon emission values for products for public procurement. So in Turkey, possibly in the near future, for public procurement, there will be carbon emission calculation. So this will be another boost for companies willing to invest. And the one more point in his remarks is actually he also against the noted about the importance of financing. Financing is very important for Turkey because most financing within internal banks is short term, and therefore we need long term, low interest financing both for private and for the government, as you mentioned also. If government actually, let's say, issues Eurobonds with green industry perspective will probably have lower interest rates, and we are actually very eager in that sense as the government to issue such Eurobonds. I don't have, okay, I think you if you have comments, you, yeah.
Thank you for your question. So in addition to what the Deputy Minister mentioned, clearly this adjustment is going to be costly. It's going to cost somebody something. And some firms, especially the large ones, will be able to handle that cost, to internalize the cost on their own. Some smaller firms or medium firms might need long-term financing that otherwise they would not find. And yet some even smaller firms might need not only long-term financing, but also lower interest rates, or another type of support that needs to be identified. And I think when we get down that road, we have to be very, very careful who gets what. On the one hand, we don't want to move towards a world where we isolate the small and medium enterprises because they cannot upgrade their technology and decarbonize. We also know that governments don't have a lot of money, especially after the COVID crisis. Many governments are fiscally strained. And therefore, if we start thinking about the type of support that government can give, it has to be very limited. We need to identify exactly who the beneficiaries are, what is the justification, what is the market failure, and so on, so that we are quite careful about that. But there is a whole range of issues before you get there. So many companies might not need that. So you have to look at what they need.
Maybe just complementing, I completely agree with what has been said. Two elements, that's why I mentioned carbon markets and carbon pricing, because ultimately it's a mechanism to optimize the distribution of the cost of the transformation. Also keep in mind that the transition is not linear. I think that the point is very clear. It's not linear, comes with some costs, some adjustments, but these adjustments are also happening in the financial sector. So if you look at and this is not only the IFIs, I'm talking about the commercial banks as well. And actually, in Turkey, these adjustments are taking place faster than in other markets. I'm talking about the fact that as a financial institutions, we are increasingly under pressure to develop green portfolio of financial assets. We are increasingly under pressure to report and disclose the way our portfolios are the composition of our portfolios. Think about the forthcoming ISSB regulation for the banks and financial institutions exposed to Europe, the CSRD directive. So all of these will basically, as MDBs, we are every project we do has to be Paris aligned, means that we have to look at to what extent our investments are in line with 1.5 degrees world. So all these conditions, what will, I think, going to entail is that the cost of finance for non-green investments will go up, will be more scarce. Whereas instead, those organizations that instead, anticipate the investments in green technologies and decarbonization will probably, again, not linear, but in time, be able to access finance at a price that actually reflect the fact that they are on the process of decarbonization.
Okay, my last two final questions, they are related to each other. Hi everyone, Cenk Narter, welcome. And my question will be actually to Turkish government. I'm curious when the emission trading system is established in 2060, 2026, how will that look like about the finance collected? How will be the funds collected will be used, such as it is used in the European Union emission trading system? There will be a social fund, or how will it look like Turkish government's decarbonization program, such as Germany's decarbonization program? And the question is actually European Union, there will be any limitation on the Turkish government? How will be the funds used when the funds gathered in the Turkish government emission trading system?
Today I talked to Ministry of the representative. I think İklim Ajans var. Yeah. Okay. So today we talked about this issue. Our friend Hoca Hasan Bey may also add to my comments. So Turkish government, after setting up the ETS system, emission trading system, will utilize all the funds raised from the emission trading system. All the carbon charges will be sent to the budget first. At the moment, there is no plan for establishing a fund, but the central budget will see the flow from the ETS system and will utilize all the flow for supporting decarbonization of Turkish industry. So that is the plan actually. Actually, if you ask me in person, as Çetin Ali Dönmez, the Deputy Minister, I may also to advocate the idea or defend the idea that those funds are not enough. Even we collect the funds from ETS system, as the government, we have to put more and more funds for decarbonizing Turkish industry. So you should be very sure about our sincere efforts to finance decarbonization. So no worries in that sense. Hasan Bey bir şey söylemek ister misin? There's no further comment from Hasan Bey. And there's another question to you about the financing.
Well, I cannot speak on behalf of the European Commission because we are we're connected. There are one shareholder, but Turkey is a bigger shareholder, and so we let's say what I know is that this is very much an open conversation about how the proceeds of the CBAM will be utilized. As far as I know, there is no decision. I think the default decision is going to be utilized as any other funds under the ETS. So we'll be funding European projects, including perhaps international development. But I don't think there is at the moment any decision on allocating these funds to any specific purpose. So I know that there is a lot of discussion taking place, and we will need to see the evolution of the concept and the model. But as far as I know, as of today, there is no clear definition.
I think the panel is over. We are just on time, right? It's around 4 p.m. Thanks for the esteemed panelists. Thanks for joining us. For the audience, thanks a lot for bearing with us. Erol şeyle, Erol Bey şeyle çalışıyor. Oruç Baba'yla. Evet. Ben de değil. İyi, güzel. Bir tane güneş paneli şeyi de koyabiliriz. Ne kadar kolay.
We are about to start. If we all can have our seats, we are about to start our panel. Thank you very much. Can we have our seats, please? Okay. So welcome everybody, and thank you very much for being here and listening to our panel right at the end of the day. We will be discussing very important topic on how to understand and adopt the climate change from the perspective of MUSIAD members. So I would like to very shortly inform you about the MUSIAD, our independent industrialist and businessman association. We are member of 60,000 companies under one roof that has activities in 25 different sectors in 84 different locations around the world. The companies under our roof employs around 2 million people and has a direct effect on Turkish export, which is around 21% of the Turkish export, which contributes to $50 billion in our economy. So our main mission of the organization is to act and contribute to, as a businessman association, to the material and moral development of our country with this unity and solidarity spirit ensured within itself. So I am not going to take long. We have very valuable speakers, which I would like to invite them to their seats before we have our keynote speakers. So Mr. Altu, Mr. Serhat, Mr. Sezai, if we can have you in your seats. And then we have a very valuable keynote speaker here with us, Ms. Lisa Guarea, who's the Director, Monitoring Modeling Division of OMEC. If I can invite you over for your speech, and then we will go to our panel. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for having me here. I want to thank especially Hussein for this invitation. It's quite timely as we have just released our latest scenarios. So this is what I will be presenting. I think it's important to have the picture not just of Turkey, but of the Mediterranean. I will give you some flavors of Turkey. But first, let me present what we are. Oops. Yeah. So, just to explain, I'm from the OMEC. It's the Organization for Mediterranean Energy and Climate. We cover 26 countries in the Mediterranean, which you can see listed here. We do a lot of different things, but one of our core activities is to provide scenarios to 2050. So we look at each country's individually, which means that, for instance, for Turkey, we have a Turkish model where we look at past, present, and we do projections. We have an in-house econometric model, which means we are master of everything we do. 2 scenarios, a reference scenario, and beware, a reference scenario does not mean a business as usual. A reference scenario already incorporates some efforts, notably the NDC's unconditional. The second scenario that we have done in cooperation, co-funded by the European Commission, is to reach the net zero carbon emission target by 2050 for all the countries of the Mediterranean. So here I will be presenting the main results. Now, just to set the picture of the Mediterranean, at present we are 565 million people in the Mediterranean region. 15% are located in Turkey only. So Turkey is 15% of the Mediterranean population, and it is 16% of the energy demand. As you can see, it's 43,000 petajoules, which is 1,000 MTOE. The global value, economic value of the region is 12 trillion. Turkey is also around 15%, 16% of that. And in terms of CO2 emissions, obviously, the north countries of the Mediterranean for the moment have lower emissions per capita than in the south. We have, higher emissions per capita in the south, but produce less emissions altogether. Turkey stands around 19% of total Mediterranean emissions. The important thing to look at is more the trends. What's going to happen in the next 30 years, and this is really staggering, is all the increase in population is going to be happening in the South Mediterranean, especially in Turkey and Egypt, but all over the region, which means that in the north it's actually decreasing. So everything that's coming is in the South Mediterranean. It's also the case for the GDP. Obviously, the economic growth is going to happen both sides, but as you can see, the increase in that red chart is double in the south than in the north, which means that the GDP per capita is increasing in the south, but beware, by 2050, GDP per capita in the south will still be lower than current GDP per capita in the North Mediterranean. So this is something to keep in mind. When we talk about developing demand, it is only fair and just that the energy services increase in the south. What we want to make sure is that it happens in an efficient manner. So this is something that's really important to keep in mind. It is normal that the South Mediterranean continues to develop, and it is normal that the North also starts reducing because they are also reducing their population. So in terms of global trends, and global Mediterranean trends for the region altogether, if we're keeping on the reference scenario, what we see is that we would be better off than in the past, because instead of increasing demand by 43%, 30% is just unsustainable, and we'll be showing later, but definitely not a desirable outcome. If we go for the net zero, that means we have to reduce our demand by 20% from current levels. But this is actually hiding two realities. Again, as I said, there's two different pictures, economic and socioeconomic. In the North Mediterranean, the population is decreasing, the demand is constricting. They have put in place much more stringent targets with the European Union. And so we're already seeing some effects on energy demand. So in both scenarios, demand would be decreasing. Now, if we continue the way we are, in the South Mediterranean, it is doubling the energy demand that we're looking at, even including NDCs, the unconditional NDCs. So that means that even with some efforts, we are still not on a sustainable path in the South Mediterranean. We need to still increase demand, but only by 6%. So the magnitude of the energy efficiency that needs to be made is horrendous. And not just the energy efficiency. When you look at the detail by fuels, you can see that we need to change the structure of our energy mix. So from a fossil fuel base, so today, 75%, so 3/4 of the energy mix is fossil fuel based in the Mediterranean. And it's actually way worse if you look at the South Mediterranean, because it's 91%. Despite all the developments in solar and wind, it is still 91% fossil fuel based. If we continue the way we are, it will improve towards renewables, but it would still be 65%. So 2/3 of the energy mix by 2050 would still be fossil fuel based. If we go for the net zero, we could reduce the share to 25%. We are not saying to move fully away from fossil fuels. We recognize that fossil fuel, especially gas, will be a transition fuel, which means that we need to continue using it to help the fair and just transition. And so each country, of course, using whatever they have. Now, looking at what that means for renewables, as I said, so we saw energy efficiency, extremely important, needs to step up. In terms of renewables, everyone is increasing renewables, and so even in the reference scenario, we see an increase in renewables. However, you can see that the share of renewables in total would say more or less the same, even in the net zero, because most of the efforts, most of the programs that are being put in place will only start picking up in the second half of the 2030s. But in 2050, there would be a real difference. Huge increase in both scenarios, no problem. But what you can see is that the main increase will be from solar and wind technologies. And this is at the demand level. Now, if we look at Turkey specifically, so I included the slide for Turkey, so this is basically what I showed before. But in terms of demand, if we continue the way we're going, we would need to see Turkish energy demand increase by 83%. You would see still a big increase in renewables, but nothing compared with what it would be in net zero, and still a huge increase in fossil fuels. This means increased dependency, energy security issues. Now, when we look at what type of renewables we're looking at, obviously, again, solar and wind are taking the lead. In the bioenergy, biomass and waste includes the hydrogen, green hydrogen. So as you can see, if we go for a net zero, by 2050, in the energy demand, not generation, energy demand, nearly 60% will be renewable based. Now, looking at what this means by sector, in the little red dots, it's for Turkey numbers, but you can see they're more or less in line with the general. So the overall energy efficiency efforts have to be around 35% Mediterranean, even stronger in Turkey. The most affected sector, the one that will need to do most revolution, and we know it's the mobility sector, it's a transport sector. Now this number, it's already taking into account the fact, of course, that we are moving to electric vehicles, hydrogen, they are more efficient for sure, but it definitely means that we have to totally change the way we transport ourselves and the way we build cities. The good news is in south of Mediterranean, because we are adding population, we are increasing urbanization, we are building new cities, we can build them efficiently. It is less costly, it is easier, and the effects are immediate. So when you're thinking investing, think of this. This is something that is happening now because the transportation sector has a really big inertia, because of course when you buy a car for 15 years, so whatever policies you put in place, EU said 2035, no more thermal cars, but that means that the one that is bought in 2034 is still running in 2050. So this is something also to take in mind when you are doing policies and when you are thinking of the future. Now, obviously nothing happens if there's no electrification of the end use. The whole net zero is based on electrification of the end usages. And you see, and I've put again Turkey's case, for the moment, electricity in the end usages only represent 22% of the energy demand and 7% renewables. In Turkey, it is the same, 22%, but only 5% renewables in the end usages. In the reference scenario, this would still increase, we agree. I mean, it has been increasing and it is increasing. But even renewables will only stay moderate, so a 7%, 30%. By 2050, in a net zero, we could see more than 56% from electricity and 18%, 22% in Turkey of renewable, which means if you think of electricity generation being renewable based, that means that more than 2/3 of the electricity end use mix would be based on renewables. And of course, in Turkey, as well as in several countries like France, Egypt, nuclear is entering the mix, so this participates in decarbonated energy and end use. Now, in terms of power generation, we have already mentioned, and power generation is already renewable based. So this is something, it is already moving in the right direction. We already have more than 1/3 in the north, 21% in the south, and the programs are picking up to produce electricity, especially from wind and solar. But much more needs to be done to meet the net zero objective, that's for sure. And by the end, by 2050, we are seeing ratios of nearly 80%. The generation is 80% renewable based. And this means that we absolutely need battery storage, electricity storage to be put in place and deployed at a high level. Because if we don't have at least 10%, the system cannot work. Now, in terms of increasing capacities, as I mentioned, solar and wind, this is a model that's demand-based. We are not taking into account the exports of hydrogen. If you include exports of hydrogen, you would have to nearly double the increase in solar and wind. So that means that the efforts already to reach these capacities, if you need to do on top of this hydrogen for export, you have to double this. Now, of course, one of the main drivers, and that should be for the region, and we are seeing it every day, the impacts of climate change, the geopolitical crisis lead to fossil fuels and reliance on fossil fuels is creating problems in the north, in the south. Exporting countries are suffering. The importing countries are suffering. If we continue to where we are in the south, the actual volume of fossil fuels that we need to import in the region, the net, will increase to 29% from 6%. So this is just unsustainable. If we're not, even if we don't consider climate, we cannot go this way. We have to go the other way. The other way is the only way that both shores of the Mediterranean can survive, especially for the security, but also for the climate. So the CO2 emissions, obviously net zero, we are dropping the CO2 emissions to nearly nothing. Again, the two main actors of this transition, renewables, energy efficiency, cannot happen without the other technologies such as green gases, CCUS, electricity storage. I mean, everything has to be put in place for this to happen. Even if they are smaller components of the transition, the system does not work without it. Another thing that is important to notice, so here I've put the CO2 emissions of Turkey. You will see in green what we are looking to reach, and in red what's actually happening for the moment. So the magnitude is huge. One message though is if you look at the Mediterranean as a whole, if we do not move together, if the north goes ahead as they are doing and pledging to do with a net zero, but the south doesn't with the north, then all the emissions that are cut in the north nearly will be produced in the south anyway. So everything will have been done for nothing. There's no way to not do this together. I mean, this is one of the takeaways from these scenarios, is that everyone should be working in sync, because in a renewable-based system, based on electricity, to be able to absorb the variability of the system, you absolutely need to work together. Not just north-south, south-south, companies with state, and all the transmission system needs to be step up accordingly. Now, you probably heard of the global pledge that's been carried out by the EU, the IEA, and so on. We're in line with it. Turkey is a bit below, but the net zero carbon would enable the region to reach the global pledge. Now, moving forward, the investment, yes, it does cost money. It costs more money, of course, there's no question. 7 trillion in the net zero for only 4 trillion, basically, I'm just under in the reference. Bear in mind, this is only the numbers for the modeling of these scenarios. What is not taken into account is the inaction costs. We know, and we see it now every year. The fires, the floods is costing huge amounts of money that is not taken into account here. Either way, anyway, you have to pull out 4 trillion. So if you have to bring out 4 trillion and pay the costs for it, and have a sustainable future, it is not that much of a difference to reach the 2050. But of course, the people paying for energy efficiency are not the people installing necessarily the power generation or the thermal plants. So there is a real question of how to make sure that the system works and the investments are timely. As I said, the inertia of the system means that investments need to be done now and might not be proving any results before a few years, if not decades. So this is the real question, is trying to spur a general momentum, and I think at COP here we're seeing it, so we're hoping this will spill out in the other areas. Just a bit more on the investments. So just to say, Turkey is about 15% of the investment as is the demand, so it stays rather in that bracket. But basically everything will need to go to electricity, and despite renewables being the main contributor to CO2 reduction, energy efficiency is the more costly, but as I said, because it covers all the sectors of the economy and not just energy. Of course, in electricity investments, solar and wind, but transmission and distribution and storage are key components as well that need to be invested on. So with this, I conclude. I'll just repeat what I've said. Renewables, energy efficiency, electrification of the systems, investing in technologies, because we are talking about hydrogen, but for the moment the technology is not yet sure on how to do it, how to transport it, the cost and so on. Everything needs to be sped up if we want to reach those targets. I didn't mention much about nuclear, but nuclear in North and South will play a role in stabilizing the system. The fossil fuels, again, will be a transitional fuel. We cannot get rid of them tomorrow. It is not realistic. It would not be fair for the people in the South especially. Now, the cooperation, I think, and this is one of the other goals of my organization, is we try to foster cooperation, and we really believe that this is the solution for the region and for the future. With this, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Before you go down the stage, we have a very small certificate for the memory of the day. It's basically one of our projects which we started as Musiat for the orphaned children in the earthquake area that took place in southeast of our country. So we have taken care of one orphan child on your behalf, and this is for the memory of the day. We are presenting you a certificate. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you again, dear Lisa. It was very informative slides and speech by you. Thank you very much. And now I would like to shortly introduce our panelists who are here from all around the world for this panel. So we have Mr. Altu. He is the chairman of energy sector in Musiat. As I have mentioned, we have 25 sectoral committees under our platform, and he's the media face of Turkey for renewable energy and sustainable energy in our country. He will be presenting Musiat's Sustainable Energy Manifest to us shortly. Next to him, we have Mr. Serhat. He is a lawyer as a profession, and he is specializing in M&A markets and corporate financing, especially in sustainability. Also, he is doing a carbon offset financing in the global area. He will be talking to us about the legal side of these topics. We have Sezai right next to him. He is shifting his investments to sustainable investments and voluntary carbon markets, especially in the CRP energy. And he is now developing a carbon project globally in Turkey and in Africa. We have Mr. Ismail Hakkı, who is coming from the private sector, who has shareholder in 16 companies in 5 different industries. And he's a board member in Musiat. And right now he's from Konya. He's joining from Konya, a city in Turkey, who established a series of investment companies with 220 businessmen to transform Konya city, which is 2.5 million people population, to carbon neutral before 2042. So we are very excited to hear from him. But before that, I would like to invite Mr. Altu to present to us his speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And energy is very important, I understand, because the pavilion is very hot. I need the energy every time. Firstly, dear guest, my name is Altuğ Karataş. I am board member of MÜSİAD, and Mr. Osman explained about the MÜSİAD. At the same time, I am president of the Green Economic Working Group in MÜSİAD. I am working 23 years for this, especially energy efficiency. I will explain to you. Today, I would like to talk about MÜSİAD's climate manifesto and potential of energy efficiency in Turkish industry. I hope you get benefit from my presentation. Thank you very much again and in advance. Now, climate change manifesto in application of energy efficiency industry again. MÜSİAD supports the global climate change policy aimed at limiting the global average surface temperature to plus 1.5 centigrade degrees, provided that it's applied equitably to all nations. With a commitment to a sustainable future, MÜSİAD aims to lead transformation in key areas to prepare its 14,000 members and 60,000 companies for this challenging yet critical process, affirming to the belief that every living being has the right to a quality and fair life. MÜSİAD prioritizes the future of the world's climate change over the narrow interest of a select few countries. I want to I would like to talk about the 5 main topics, especially of MÜSİAD manifest. Change the, please, sorry, I'm looking for that, just a sec. Yes, this is the main topics I will explain to you. Firstly, we will synergize the efforts within the MÜSİAD ecosystem to develop and enhance the utilization of renewable energy, green hydrogen, new generation batteries. Carbon capture is very popular now in COP28, and renewable gas technologies working towards the achievement of the net zero emission target. And we have many companies, they are working for this through circular economy, and this is very important, industrial symbiosis. We have many industrial businessmen in MÜSİAD, and we will support the use of waste as raw materials or energy and the transition to green production together with our members. In the other, we will conduct awareness-raising activities for industrialists on energy efficiency in my profession and conservation, and support the establishment of an energy efficiency database. The other topics, just a sec. Yes. We will support all kinds of effort the efficient use of Turkey's dwindling water resources. Water is very important now, including alternatives to irrigation in agriculture and circular water use in industry. And MÜSİAD has a good power, especially for agriculture side. And the other, I'm talking for the zero waste policy. We signed this zero waste on the wall, and we are support these topics especially. Smallest, I want to explain to my company, because now I will explain to you energy efficiency. My company is What Energy. We are working for the energy efficiency in Turkey, approved from the Energy Ministry. Our services, energy audits. You need energy audits. After that, you have to see energy efficiency potential, because the other side, consultancy, energy management system is very important, and now obligation in Turkey. We are working for this. We have a service, ISO 60001 consultancy. And the other side, energy efficiency project. I have been many projects, especially in Turkey, waste heat recovery project, compressed air project, and now my company is measuring, calculating, and after that, we are installed especially energy efficiency project in Turkey. Other sites, okay, you have a potential, I understand, but you have to measure it and monitoring, and after that, you have to manage it. Therefore, we have a special program sorry, just a sec, observer, energy monitoring and management system. Because if you want to make an energy efficiency, you have to view, measure it, and after that, you have to manage it. Maybe if you have any question, we can talk about it after this presentation. And sustainability is very important. And you know, ISO standard and life cycle assessment, we have giving to these services. And the others, international project. We have been many projects in Turkey and the other countries. Now we are working for the energy efficiency in public buildings. We are working with World Bank in Turkey. We are looking for the energy efficiency potential. We are using the energy performance contracting for this. Because there is no money, where is the money? Money in the energy efficiency. The other side, clean energy for buildings in Uzbekistan, JEBU project. The one team is working for in Uzbekistan. We are working with the energy ministry. We are consultancy in Uzbekistan. And the other green color yacht workers project, European Union project in Müsiyat, and Watt Energy, colleague the Watt Energy. We are working for the especially the human resources for the clean energy side. And the other slides, after the conducting more than 1,300 energy audits, we have proposed a project that offer a total of 225,000 ton of oil energy petroleum in efficiency opportunity for facilities. With the VAP, what is the VAP energy efficiency project applications that were implemented or consulted 300 gigawatts hours for energy saving were achieved in Turkey. The totally all of them project up to 130 million euros now. Only I'm talking for our company side. We identified a potential for saving 780,000 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent toward actual energy saving measured in Turkey especially. Last of the presentation, sectoral energy efficiency potential. Turkey has a good, huge industry side, big potential. For example, food industry, energy saving potential is beginning the 13% up to 27. I'm talking smallest side because Ms. Guerrera explained the potential 35% maybe in Turkey. I'm looking for the smallest side now. And textile industry is very important for Turkey. We are little textile country. The minimum potential is 14% and maximum 26. But in my opinion, more. And our government side is working for this. We have many rules. We are produced the energy efficiency project, especially for the textile side. The potential is very big. Paper industry, energy density is very high. It's the beginning 21% up to 22. And plastic sectors, for example, 30%. Glass and cement sector industry, 40%. We are many teams now working for the Şişecam factories. We are making energy audits now. For example, the potential is 40%. It's very, very high. And timber and wood industry, ceramic industry, the potential, especially heating system, compressed air system, cooling system, electrical lighting, air conditioner, pump, process optimization, I want to explain to you. In Turkey, last energy cost last year, $96 billion. The huge energy invoice, I know, but the many years, minimum $60 billion, maximum $100 billion. What is the potential? 25%. If Turkey take this energy efficiency potential, every year we can earn 20 billion savings. Is it possible? 8 billions from industry side. Sorry, I will show to you. 8 billions industry side in my calculation. 7 billions building sites, and now working energy performance contracting. I'm telling again. Now Kabev project. And transport and agriculture and others, 5 billions and others. The potential is very high. now talking today, yesterday, you know, Global Renewable and Energy Efficiency Pledge announced the initiative to accelerate global decarbonization. I know there is no sign in Turkey now talking, but we not 3 times, maybe 4 times extra renewable energy in Turkey, and same situation for energy efficiency, triple times is potential there is in Turkey. I hope after this COP28, we will go to for this target. Thank you for listening to my presentation and attendance and listening to you. Let's work together for a better and greener world. Thank you for the listening for the presentation. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alto. I also hope that very soon we achieve the targets that have been set in the past 5 days at COP28. And as Turkey, we have very strong human resource. Our renewable energy industry is so efficient. So I hope we will use this to the max. Before that, we move to our next panelist, Mr. Serhat, which I would like to add another title here for you. He's the chairman of Musiat Invest, which is one of the most prestigious corporate club in Turkey. If you can very shortly tell us about this club before the main speech, and then after that we would like to hear from you the finance section of this topic. As we know, you have been negotiating good projects in this industry. So if you can brief us about these two, we would be more than happy. Thank you very much.
Yes, I hope everyone hear me. Thank you, Mr. Osman, for your kind invitation. And as Mr. Osman said that, I have a president of the Musiat Invest. Maybe I would like to give a little bit information about what the Musiat Invest does. And as his request, I would like to explain a little bit about the investment side of the sustainability that we witnessed during our visiting COP28. So, first of all, like it's already been introduced, like Musiat Invest, which is the capital behavior of the Musiat, which is like 60,000 companies bringing in one roof. That means like it's equal to like 27% of the Turkish economy. And what we are doing in the Musiat Invest, we are bringing the like foreign investors, especially in the sustainable sectors and energy sectors, to the Turkey territory. And also, we are not bringing them, we are helping their investment procedures during the Turkey. So, like, we have independent NGO. So, our like aims really extend our investment capacity in Turkey. We are not only like working in the Turkey territory, we are also like catching our Turkish companies to the third countries with the another financial methods. So this is the like little bit brief of the Musiat Invest does, and I would like to more speak about to like sustainable finance. With your questions, with related your questions, we came here at the like 1st of the December, and we were like making a like great diplomacy with the investment agency, with the banks, and with the development associations. So what we see there and what we witnesses before before COPs, like this financing and the investment is like really critical part about the sustainable goals during what we are now negotiation. Like every day in here, there were like too many announcements that for the how like gathering the money, gathering the investment, like supplying the projects and project announcements. And in Turkey, like we are playing to like critical role to gathering to this sustainability with our investors. So, like during our COP season, we witnesses like we were with Mr. Highness El Zion and the like Nigeria president and Japan president, and we like had a chance to gather with them, their investment agencies, to like collaborating, especially in the energy sectors in Turkey. And we have like witnesses that like great atmosphere. I hope we will see in soon what's the conclusion on future. For the understanding sustainable finance, I would like to mention like actually three main points. The one of them, like the EU taxonomy. The second one, involving the landscape of ESG, which is really critical. And for the sustainable like finance, in our discussion on the sustainable finance, we are looking at the concept that transition traditional profitability metrics. What it means? It's a holistic approach to integrate the economic, environmental, social, and governance aspect. The need for the sustainable finance is underscored by the investment requirements in countries like Turkey. Even there is a, like one discussion is like still growing country or already growth country, but to meet in the sustainable development goals, an usual investment around 2.5 to 3 billion US dollar is needed. So it's a like it's the first part of the like needed. For the tax side, you know, the Turkey, like the EU taxonomy is adopted in 2020. We see the innovative approach to classifying economic activities, which is really critical. This taxonomy defines activities as green based on 6 environmental objective settings and new standard in sustainable finance. In Turkey, the Constitutional Court's recognition of the UE taxonomy underscores its really significance. The taxonomy is more than a classification system. It's a tool that aids in achieving climate and environmental goals. So, what we are trying to do, Turkey, we are trying to challenge to all the like bodies, all the corporate bodies, all the private sector bodies to tell how critical and how react and how we will face in the future, and we should be ready from the now for the like the economic diplomacy with the government to government, with the private sector to private sector. It's really critical to understand this. And for the ESG finance, ESG is like criteria are becoming the backbone of the strategic investment decisions, offering a comprehensive framework for risk management and long-term profitability. As in the beginning of my speech, I mentioned that as Müsiyat Invest, like we are focusing on the sustainable investment. And what was that mean? Is not only like renewable energy side, is also like those investment, those potential target companies should carry on the ESG criteria. For that, we have to understand what are the ESG criteria and how we can adopt to getting finance or investment from that. And it's about like being productive in managing climate-related risk and adapting to evolving business landscape. This is the, I think, like three main ideas for the finance side of the sustainability. So I know that it's going to be like evening, so I do not want to take your time so much, but this is the critical point, and this is what we are trying and what we are focusing the Turkey territory. As a like brief of like for my private sector, I'm like qualified in the like I'm lawyer in my qualification in the M&A market, but we have a law firm in Turkey and we have a firm in UK for giving corporate finance and M&A advisory, especially with the sustainable side. We are bringing $442 million in 2022 for the 7 separate sustainable projects in Turkey Bazaar. So, these numbers is growing, but for the understanding what we have witnessed here in as the knowledge on the private sector, if we adopt ourselves from the beginning, then we can easier to get to these financial research and the investment source. So it's really critical for our potential target companies in Turkey. And this is I think all the main things that I would like to mention today. It was a pleasure to to understand, to tell those arguments and sharing with you. Thank you so much coming for today. And this is my best for you, with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Serhat. Of course, the sustainable financing is very important to achieve these targets that we have been talking about. Now we have Mr. Ismail Hakkı here, who's an industrial engineer and as a shareholder in several companies in the energy industry, as on net zero in Konya City. Maybe you can about the achieving the methodologies on achieving these net zero sustainability in the cities, and if there is any problems that we might face, please do present to us. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our session in this period of time. I'd like to expressly inform you about our project, how to transform such kind of modeling the cities to carbon neutral one. You know, the Turkish president opened a target as before 15.3, we would like to become carbon neutral country. But we have to create a methodology not just for Turkey, also for the world, how we confirm and how we transform the cities to carbon neutral one at the adapted or wished period of time. So because of that, if we would like to make some sustainable steps, we have to create also some traceable, profitable and sustainable models. So when we just came here to the United Arab Emirates, we saw in everywhere action builds belief. So which we are not just in the belief part right now, we have to take action. So as just one city model, we took the action. I would like to explain you what kind of actions we are trying to take. So the logos you can see the downstairs is these are just some companies we just established with over 220 businessmen to transform the city to carbon neutral one. Konya is one of the biggest landed city of Turkey with the surface area with more than 2.5 million population. So this is a very important city because of the most of the agricultural activities of Turkey is coming from this city. So we have a lot of problems, especially coming from the lack of water. We cannot make the watering in the city anymore because I'm also a farmer at the same time. I have farms. So when we dig the water and to take it out, it was just 120 meters 5 years ago. And right now our water is just coming down more than 400 meters. So even just starting from this point, this city is also a very important city about this transformation. Also, this is one of the 4 cities of Turkey, pilot cities, to confirm and to transform the carbon neutral one before the country. So our expectation is to convert our city before 2042. And as we know from the IEA reports, the total budget to convert all over the world to carbon neutral, we have to make more than $120 trillion investment in total before 2050. So when we calculated it for our city, for 2.5 million population city, we should invest more than $40 billion to the city, not just with the local people, also some international investors. So with these 220 people, businessmen, we would like to create a solution and sustainable solution in this manner. So the main idea is starting from the development phase. This is the first company, Carbon Certification and Project Development Corporation, and the other one, the last company, to create a carbon neutral town in the city. So we mainly focused on the four areas, which is more than 95% of emissions coming from. First is the transportation. Second is the energy of the city. Third is the industry, and the fourth is the buildings. So we have to make a transformation all these four main areas. I will show you how we are developing the projects right now. This is the first company. This is a totally 5 companies, and we have also another 6 companies. This is for financing all these 5 projects. Basically, we are starting from the development phase with the first company. So when this company develops the project for these next 4 areas, the last company also trying to finance all these projects with this company. So this is what I'm talking about. So the 42, also the traffic plate number of the city. Thanks God, our plate number is not 25 and 42. That's sweet. We can increase our target to this number. So we just started like this one. This company, as I told, this is a project development company. So it's developing the projects. Also, we are developing our people. We are making our new generations. We are bringing the engineers to our company. So we try to make them the climate experts, financial experts, industry experts to transforming this. The first company we are doing for the transportation in the city. So we are developing. Also, Konya is maybe have the longest bicycle ways in the world, with more than 750 kilometers of bicycle ways in the city. So this is also very familiar with the mobility solutions in the city. So we got a license from the government to install the electrical vehicles charging stations, and we all installed our charging stations right now, more than 55 charging stations just in the city to increase the electric mobility in the city. So these are our brand also. Spark is our brand. So with this also brand, as a part of our climate strategy in Turkey for the transportation of the cities, we are trying to make all the pedestrian places in the historical parts of cities. So when you put the historical parts in the cities, you cannot put any diesel or other standard engine cars. So we are making a car sharing program with the electric cars in the city. So we put the electric cars, you can, with our Spark application, you can rent the car and you can go anywhere in the city with zero emission, 100%. Then you can deliver your car to whatever you want in the city. So this is the second company. We developed a carbon neutral industrial zone right now. So this industrial zone is a model to the city with the biggest contractors in the city. We come together with the architects, the other engineers, and some investors. So we build up such kind of project in a 1 million square meter area. With this project, we established 200 factories, small and medium-sized factories. But we put some critical points to the factory. As you may see from that side, none of these factories have warehouses inside of it. Because we just wanted to make, if you put the warehouses in your factories, you cannot have any factory here. You have to come to our central logistics center. So you have to put all your raw materials, your finished products, whatever you want, and a professional logistics company will manage all your warehouses. So that will also cut down the emissions. Also, it will make sure, because of this is my job as an industrial engineer, and you will also increase efficiency in your all processes. We put all the solar panels to our rooftops in the companies. For each company, we put between 1 megawatt to 3 megawatt installed power to its own rooftop. Also, at the same time, we put another 50 megawatt solar power plant instead of, because some of the companies need more electricity than they have from their rooftop. So we put also generation electricity from these main power plants, solar power plant. You can see the yellow lines in between the factories. We don't ever let any diesel or another engine cars or mobility solutions in this site. Even if you want to take any goods or finished or raw materials from your factory to the logistics centers, you cannot put any trucks or something inside. So we have some smart robots inside, up to 6 tons of goods. It can automatically run and automatically carry in the organized industry. So with these yellow lines, these robots taking away all these kind of materials between the logistics centers and the factories. We also put for the people inside of this area, we put some charging stations, we put the car sharing program, we put the electric cars. Even you are a boss or an investor in this place, you cannot take your diesel car inside of this place. Also, we put some other things. For instance, if you invest this kind of place, all your products, 7 days, 24 hours, and full year, it's under assessment of the central carbon emission monitoring system. So all your operations should be monitored by this main system, and this main system will be reporting. What we wish, any product will be produced in this area will directly exported to the European Union with a green pass. Because of all the system is monitored by our sensors, by our experts with the companies places. So this is the project we developed for the industry zone. This is just start. Also, this will be a model for all over the country how we convert our industry to green industries. Another sample project we developed and we just started right now. So we are building also a carbon neutral town in the city with 800 and 850 flats. So all these flats and all these houses are cooled and heated by heat pumps. And this heat pump is generated electricity from the solar panels on roofs, and also all the mobility solutions in the houses and in the places made by the electricity. So this should be also something sustainable. So we have also such a project. I don't have time because of I cannot give much more than this. So when we make all these process together with the government bodies, together with the universities, and together with the private industry, and we come together at the end of the year, so we make a workshop. In this workshop, you see we have 8 tables. The first one for the energy, the transportation, the industry, the buildings, the agriculture, all the experts coming from the city and from the other places. So we discuss, for instance, in the energy, what's the right now position of the city, what should be done as a target, and how we will go to this target. So we are trying to build up a mathematical model. So at the end of every year, we have to see what's our progress in the city because of these developments. So before 2042, with these workshops, we have to get the results mathematically, how long we will need to take, how much investment we need, or how much progress we can get. So in every table of this workshop, there are 10 people, one from the private industry, one from the NGOs, one from the government, one from the university, one from the university students, and one from the high school students also. So we would like to put all the bodies in the city in these tables. So we would like to say, okay, all together we try to transform this process. So this is the end. Also, while we are doing all these kind of things, we need to get a finance. So locally, we cannot finance these $40 billion projects. So we need to get some investments also. So we created a blockchain-based climate change platform, climate change investment platform. When you come to this investment platform, you will see 3 main things. It should be sustainable, the project. It should be traceable, which means a woman from Japan can invest some projects in our city, but she should assess and monitor all the things coming from her investment, and it should be also profitable. Sustainable, profitable, and traceable climate change projects we are putting to our platform. Anybody can come there, assess the platform, to see the results, to see what kind of investment portfolio is available. They can directly join to our portfolio, so they can also help us to transform the city. this is briefly introduce our project. Thanks for your passion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ismail. And now we have our last speaker in the panel, Mr. Sezai. He is a member of Green Deal Commission in Muscat, and he will be presenting about the green certificates to us. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Sezai Uzun, manager at CRP Energy and also Green Deal Commission member at Muscat. Today I will explain the concept of carbon credits and green certificates within the scope of Turkey. Since I am the last one before a coffee break, I will try to sum it up quickly. So the basic sustainable markets and policy models divided into 4 categories. Firstly, the regulatory market referred as emission trading system, and second is carbon taxonomy, and third is voluntary carbon markets and carbon credits. Lastly, green renewable energy certificates. Emission trading systems are regulated by government institutions and works with the cap and trade system. Cap and trade system is basically a limit to total emissions of an organization. So if we think an organization is above the limit, the organization should get emission permit, and if it is under, then the organization should can sell its allowances. So currently there are 28 active emission trading systems implementation, 8 in development process, and 12 countries are in planning to establish emission trading scheme. And the revenue from these emission trading schemes are $63 billion. So, and also there is approximately 23% of total global greenhouse gas emissions are covered by these initiatives. These initiatives are emission trading systems and carbon taxes. By those initiatives, $100 billion revenue has earned. Turkey is also one of these emission trading scheme developing countries. A draft climate law has announced, and I think in the near future we will be operating our emission trading system. EU ETS is one of the most structured and big schemes globally, and it is important since it is the largest export partner for Turkey. Turkey has announced that the emission trading scheme will be integrated into European Union scheme. So, and the current price of this scheme is 90 euros currently. For the past 28 years, voluntary carbon market has exponentially growing. 143 carbon was issued in only first half of 2023, which is the amount of whole 2022. So renewable, household and nature-based solution, as seen in the visual, is the most common project type and issued certificate type in global. Turkey has also, when we come to Turkey voluntary carbon market is, we have 839 projects listed and registered. both in the most common five carbon standards. 73 million tons of emission reductions are estimated from those projects, and these projects are mostly renewable energies. Renewable energy certificates like IREX and government-based YEKG is the most common certificate types in Turkey. And there is also other standards individual that used in Turkey. IREC is increasing each year with 223 million volume is issued this year, which is pretty high, which is equal to 40% of the total IREC issuances since 2014. As it can be seen in the third figure, 208 gigawatt capacity of issuances made by almost 5,000 facilities this year. Total capacity of IREC registered facilities in Turkey was 7 gigawatts in 2022, and 16 million certificates are issued in the same year in Turkey. When we think about the government incentives for renewable energies and the growing capacity of renewable energy industry, I think the IREC issuances will be increasing in the future. To sum up, Turkey has one of the large volume in voluntary carbon markets and RECs, and with the upcoming law and ETS, I hope we will accomplish our responsibility for the sustainable future. And thank you for listening, and I hope you have a pleasant event.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sezai, and thank you very much for listening to us. I would like to give one promise here as MÜSİAD, Turkey's largest industrialist and business people organization. With all our sectors and business people, companies, we will be working to become a leader country moving forward in a green Turkey. So I hope that we will achieve our targets. We have made very good connections here at COP28. We have listened to very important speakers at COP28. Thank you very much for listening to us here. And I would like to especially thank our ambassador of United Arab Emirates in Ankara and our Turkish ambassadors in Abu Dhabi for listening to us. Maybe we can have a family photo together with you before we leave. Thank you very much.
Bu ilk kullanmayacaksınız zaten. Okey. Burada da durabilir veya yok düşer. Şöyle. Ses konu.
Distinguished guests, our next side event is starting now. Please be seated.
welcome everybody. Good evening. It's great pleasure to have you this evening at COP28, Turkish Pavilion side event. And it's really great pleasure to announce a very interesting, very good news for you today. You will hear very soon what we are talking about our panel discussion. You know, this is COP28 conference, and climate change, one of the biggest problems for all over the world, not for only business, for all of us. So we have to solve this problem. So we are keep discussing how to solve this problem. If the problem is big, solution is not really easy. So we are dedicated people to find out some alternative solution climate change. Of course, there are many ways, but the question is that who is responsible and who will find a solution, who will take a responsibility? Business, regulatory body, governments, human institutions, NGOs, ourselves. So if you look at the IPCC last report, which is with a red dot, you can see that one of the biggest responsibility to increase the carbon emission is human behavior. So if you want to change the system, this wrong system, if you want to reduce the carbon emission, it means that you have to change the human behavior. Because human going to be leader of the business, human going to be teacher, human going to be policy maker, parliament member, politicians, and women will be leader to change this world. So in this concept, we are as an NGO, as an Interfaith Reporting Association, as a human, as myself, as a Güler Aras, we dedicated our time and effort with our collaborative partners and members and supporters to have some contribution to change the world. So this is our starting point to do some contribution for this world. So what we are doing today, we have distinguished guests to represent the standard setters, accounting professions, regulatory body, to get some collaboration to make significant development and the important decision to have contribute for this future, target. So I would like to first mention about today's special event meaning for us. As you know that if you want to disclose your behavior, if you want to show your behavior as a business, you have to disclose your result. So it is not only about related with financial result, but also you have to disclose your non-financial information. How responsible company in terms of environment, how responsible company in terms of social, and what is your governance structure. So you have to share with your stakeholders, but stakeholders not only investors, but also all stakeholders, suppliers, employees, and everybody related with your business. So the question is that how can you provide reliable, concise, and continuous information for your stakeholders? There are some ways to do that. One is voluntary way. You can do whatever you want to share with your stakeholders as a transparent company. But this is not sustainable. So you have to have some framework, some standards in global baseline to make more reliable and comparable. So in this stage, IFRS Foundation established ISSB at COP26 few years ago to say we are creating global sustainability standards and baseline to implement all sustainability issues of the companies. So we are one of the country already accepted IFRS Standard 1 and Standard 2, which just released June 2013, a few months, 5 months ago, in London and London Stock Exchange. I was able to join this launch as well to announce the world and the business and all institutions to use this standard as a baseline. So as an Integrated Reporting Association, we are supporting this significant development in terms of sustainability standards, but also in Turkey, Public Oversight Accounting and Auditing Authority is responsible to owner of this raising these standards. In Turkey, the regulation has been changed to make the Public Oversight Auditing Accounting Authority. Now, they are responsible to raise the local standards, adapt the local standards regarding the global baseline. So today, very special day for us. This is the first global meeting. We are ready to announce and launch Turkish local sustainability standards in front of you. So I would like to invite So ISS, we just established COP26 in Turkey, decided to announce this very good news, COP28. I'm sure that we will continue to announce good news following COP meetings. But first, I would like to invite our President, Public Oversight Auditing Accounting President, to give this good news in front of us and to share this good news with us. So we can start our video first.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, I extend my warmest welcome to each and every one of you. It is a true honor to be a part of this distinguished conference, especially as we celebrate Turkey's centenary. First of all, I am sorry that I could not participate physically due to various health problems. However, I am sure that Mrs. Gülşah will represent our authority in the best possible way. Before starting my speech, I am honored to announce a major and important development in Turkey at this conference. Turkey has decided to introduce Turkish sustainability reporting standards compatible with ISSB standards into legislation, and mandatory sustainability reporting will be implemented on a certain scale, starting from 2024. I know that we are one of the leading countries in the world in this regard, and I am very happy to have taken such rapid action. Dear guests, sustainability reporting has actually been on the agenda of both companies in our country and internationally for quite some time. We are well aware of numerous businesses reporting for diverse reasons based on various reporting frameworks. In particular, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive by the European Commission and International Sustainability Standards Board, established by the IFRS Foundation, stand out as pivotal developments in sustainability reporting. Turning our attention to Turkey, the recent sites such as becoming a signatory to the Paris Climate Agreement and the formulation of the Green Deal Action Plan by the Ministry of Commerce underscore our nation's commitment to aligned with global sustainability initiatives. Our nation's competent authority, the Public Oversight Authority, rapidly embarked on rectifying deficiencies in sustainability reporting. The amendment to the Turkish Commercial Code in June 2022 further empowered the authority to define and publish Turkish sustainability reporting standards in harmony with international benchmarks. Promoting sustainability requires a collective effort to support global policies while harmonizing them with local regulations. We aim to achieve this by bolstering trust, comparability, and transparency in sustainability reporting. We also believe in the power of cooperation on this path and work closely with stakeholders such as ministers and relevant regulatory bodies, as well as non-governmental organizations such as ERTA. While we seek global solution to a global issue, and the world strives to create a universal reporting language, it is evident that formulating a local standard would be inappropriate. It is essential to ensure full compliance with international standards in sustainability reporting, much like financial reporting standards. Thus, we have chosen to establish Turkish sustainability reporting standards fully aligned with the sustainability standards published by ISSB for several reasons. Made copyright agreement, and we will publish the standards in accordance with ISSB standards in this month. Another crucial consideration pertains to the selection of companies mandated to report in accordance with the standards. To ensure a fair transition balancing benefits and costs, a phased approach to mandatory reporting aligned with the standard is deemed essential. Last of all, I would like to mention that assurance is the second phase of the sustainable reporting system, and it will be mandatory for all businesses subject to mandatory reporting to undergo assurance engagements. In conclusion, these developments represent the strides we have taken in reporting. We have worked tirelessly to advance these initiatives, positioning Turkey among the leading nations in sustainability reporting. The path ahead requires collective effort and dedication. As an authority, we meticulously craft regulations for foster trust, comparability, and transparency in sustainability reporting. By raising awareness within our businesses about the importance of reporting, I am confident we can achieve remarkable results. Thank you for your kind attention, and greetings to all from Turkey.
Again, very great pleasure to share with you our inaugural IFRS S1, S2 standards to use in Turkey. I would like to extend our panel discussion to give more information about global reporting ecosystem. And I would like to invite first Jingdong Hua, Vice Chair of International Sustainable Standard Board, IFRS Foundation. And I would like to invite Helen Brandt, OBE, Chief Executive Officer as an Association of Chartered Certificate Accountant, we call ACCA. And I would like to invite Gülşah Günay, Head of Sustainability Standard Department, the Public Oversight Accounting and Auditing Authority, Turkey. Please. So thank you for being here. So it is very important time for us to share our good news all together, and it's I think historical time for us as well. So I'm sure that our audience then wondering many things about the standards and future perspectives, future strategies. I'll be happy if you want to share with our audience. So first, if you don't mind, Jingdong, I would like to ask you a question. As I mentioned, our opening speech, ISSB inaugural ceremony held in London Stock Exchange, June 26, just about 5-6 months ago. So, and as you announced in this launch, this is going to be common language, global language of the world. So we are actually happy to be part of this global world as well. So also an announcement, during the announcement and after that, we witnessed that this is more investor-focused standards. So if you share your opinion about that, sustainable related standards to meet investor expectation, investor demands. Why is global business baseline of disclosure so important for investors?
Thank you so much, Dr. Aras, and thank you for this warm invitation. Let me first of all say that how thrilled I am in being a witness of this historic day in the journey for sustainability. And I really, really salute the Turkish government's decision to be one of the earliest adopters is very interesting because we were created 2 years ago at COP26 with strong support from G20, Financial Stability Board, IOSCO, and I think as a leading G20 country, and also together with Brazil, who is the next chair of G20, two leading G20 countries announced an early adoption. This is truly historical, and I'm very proud that this is happening. Congratulations. So why ISSB? Why are we here? And I think this is something that I feel very strongly because for the past 30 years, I have worked in international development, and I wear the lens of global south, developing countries. Now, a simple answer from my perspective and my last role before joining the board, I was treasurer of the World Bank, and I was also the head of the World Bank Group pension. So as a treasurer, you issue bonds, you go to global capital market. As the head of pension, we invest our money, and of course, you have to consider ESG factors in investing. Now I'm wearing the hat of a standard maker. All of this are coming together because for us to achieve the global public policy goals, because we're at COP28, of upscaling and unlocking global investment to achieve just transition and to finance transition investment needs, we have to make sure global capital market functions and functions well. For that to happen, we have to solve some problems. One of the biggest problems is that over the past 20, 30 years, out of great intent, a lot of voluntary ESG reporting requirements, principles have been created. Each with great intent, cumulatively, has now created a lot of confusion to the market. This is what we call the alphabetic soup. Now, one person told me, well, I heard from quite a number of people, one person said, we have to report under 300, 400 different ESG requirements because we are a global company. Another person told me, overall, there are about 700 different ESG requirements, disclosure requirements, when you count national green taxonomy, when you count a different national regional standards, right? Now, why? Why that is the best thing? That is the best thing because it fragments the market. When investors wanted to make decisions, they don't have a single set of data that is consistent, comparable across all markets that they can use to make decisions to invest. We often say better information makes better decision, or you need to make a decision with information. In a lot of global south countries, there is no information, therefore investor cannot make a decision, right? So our standard with G20 and global public policy support is to converge the alphabetic soup of voluntary standard in a global mandatory baseline. So we all start speaking the same language between investors, between regulators, and companies who need to access global capital market. So just imagine once everybody does that, the market will be much more efficient and capital flow will happen. Now, I say that with confidence because we didn't create ourselves out of vacuum. Our sister board, the International Accounting Standard Board, started a similar journey to converge national accounting standard over 20 years ago. now over 140 countries report under the same international accounting standard and also recognized as equal effect in US GAAP countries, right? In GAAP countries. And that is simplifying the burden for company tremendously, but also investors can trust that data because they are audited. So we want to do what accounting did over a 20-year period of time in sustainability, hopefully with a much shorter time, because we just simply don't have time to wait, right? So we were created 2 years ago, and we have been busy creating our first set of standard S1 and S2. S1 is a general requirement describing how a company should go about reporting your sustainability risk and opportunity. And let's use this language analogy. If our standard is a language, S1 is a grammar, the syntax, the vocabulary of this language. Okay, so it is needed to speak the language. Then we have S2, which is focused on climate. It requires a company to reveal scope 1, 2, 3 carbon emission. It requires company to describe their risk and opportunities related to transition risk and physical risk. It requires company to conduct scenario analysis to arrive at a resilience assessment. It requires company to compare its strategy, target, and matrix against the nationally determined commitment towards Paris Agreement, so that investors understand how those public policy decisions and commitment affect the future value creation, growth, erosion. So just imagine once Turkish companies start reporting and get to the baseline, an investor will say, well, now I have data, I can invest. We all know that Turkey sits in such a critical bridge between Europe, Asia, and Africa, and the country has its fair share of economic challenges, most of the time not because of its own making, because of the global volatility, right? So part of this is to build resilience for company. And this is where I wanted to end by this message. That is, this is an enabling factor, because we are now helping company to look how you want to manage sustainability, risk, and opportunity in a systemic way, from governance, management, identifying risk opportunity, and setting targets, and that is under the TCFD framework. So once you do that, you will become more sustainable, more attractive to investment. So let me just stop there. Sorry for going on.
I just actually, at this point, I would like to extend my question. Recently, the ISSB secured ISCO endorsement. It's also related with investor side. What is the meaning of ISCO endorsement?
It is huge. So as a matter of fact, Dr. Aras, let me just share. We published our standard in June. Thank you for attending our big event on London Stock Exchange. In July, 3 big things happened for us. The first thing was that Financial Stability Board, which will represent the public policy voice of G20, announced that they will, what we call, culminate the work of TCFD, essentially closing down TCFD Secretariat, pass on the work to ISSB. Now, this is, you cannot get a stronger endorsement that the G20 believes our baseline will be the global single standard, right? So by doing that, essentially saying companies who have been reporting under TCFD, you are already halfway on ISSB, or if you start reporting on ISSB, you are fully TCFD compliant. The second, as you said, IOSCO. IOSCO, for those who don't know, is the international government organization representing 130 national security regulators. Those 130 countries represent over 95% of the size of global capital market. So IOSCO was involved in the entire process of our standard making. In July, they give us a strong endorsement, essentially telling its members that national regulators, you can now start to introduce ISSB standard
into your national reporting requirement. So this is huge. The third one, let me mention, is quieter, but I think the president also mentioned. We will not be able to avoid greenwashing or sustainability washing if the reporting is not independently audited or assured. Therefore, the other standard making body, International Audit and Assurance Standard Board, is in the process of making their 5,000 series assurance standard just in time to assure companies reporting under ISSB. This is also important to give the trust, transparency, accountability of the reporting process.
Thank you. At this point, can we just say this reporting standard implemented by more first listed companies and more maybe ready than small and medium companies, because ISCO's member stock exchange represent all listed companies.
So that's a great question, and sorry for taking on this time, but this is also important. That is, indeed, it's a journey we travel. It's not everybody should be perfect in reporting sustainability risk perfectly on day one, because nobody could. Just like when you learn a new language, you don't speak the language fluently on day one, but you need to start, right? So it is indeed, we're starting with the biggest listed company because they have the resources, they are more ready, and they also drive their value chain, supply chain, so they have more impact. Then go down to standard size. But meanwhile, depending on different jurisdiction, they can also consider requiring non-listed company depending on their size. As this, every jurisdiction, depending on their economic landscape, may choose a different path. And we have seen, for example, Singapore said they will also require non-listed company above 5 billion or something in the first scope. But other jurisdictions, they may want to start with listed company. That's totally acceptable. But start, don't wait.
Yes.
As Turkey is doing.
That is a very important message to share our message. So I would like to move Helen. So you are representing professional body, ACCA. And which steps is ACCA taking in order to align itself with the new corporate reporting ecosystem? We are talking, of course, now only ISSB standards, but on the European Union side, there's a CSRD and ESRC. So what is your position between two? And ACCA to make sure regional bodies, what are the strategies of ACCA to make sure regional bodies are aligned with these
Okay.
So,
well, there's a range of questions there. And first of all, congratulations to Turkey again on your announcement today. It's phenomenally exciting. And hopefully your leadership will be followed by many others. And congratulations to ISSB on having come so far in 2 years. If you think about it, being formed 2 years ago at COP26, we're here today talking very specifically about implementation and what that means. Every kind of meeting I've been in the past few days has referred to ISSB and the sustainability reporting standards, which is phenomenal. So that's fantastic. Now, ACCA is one of many professional bodies. We are a global professional body, though, and I think we have an extremely important role to play. And we've been on a journey too. We produced our first environmental reporting award in 1990. So in 1990, we set out to equip professional accountants with the capability to drive sustainable business. Ultimately, that's whether they're preparers, whether they're in public sector, whether they're on the assurers or auditors side. We see that absolutely key to maintaining the relevance of the profession and also playing that part in driving sustainability overall. So we've set out to fully equip our members and anybody else who wants to use our knowledge in order to be able to implement the standards. And again, I must commend ISSB as a standard setter on actually worrying about implementation. Over many years, many standard setters, they create the standards, the implementation is kind of left to the market. I think we really commend their capacity building focus and ACCA signed up as a founding capacity building partner with ISSB a few months ago in order to ensure that we drive that forward. I think us being an international organisation, we can encourage cross-border dialogue. We can make sure that the examples are very clear and are explained, and we can give specific education. So, for example, at COP this week, we announced that we have translated our certificate in sustainability finance into Arabic, which we believe will, accelerate the capability and the understanding here in the Middle East. So all of those activities, I think those of you who know ACCA know that we will make sure that education capacity is driven. And just one more thing I'd recommend that everybody looks at. We did some explainer videos with Sue Lloyd from ISSB, and ACCA produces a lot of material, and I confess I don't look at absolutely to all of it, but I watched every single one of Sue's videos explaining the standards. They're very short, very digestible. They're on ACCA's website and the ISSB's Knowledge Hub, and I'd really recommend that. In relation to ESRS, so the European standards, we of course are encouraging interoperability, and that is the position very much taken by ISSB, and we think that's critical because that consistent, comparable set of information is going to be the success factor, I think, globally of the implementation of the standards. We, ACCA...
Helen, can I ask, are you positive about this interoperability?
Am I positive? I have to be positive. Yes, and I am positive. And let me say, the reason we're positive is we're working very closely with the Irish... ACCA is a regulated body in Ireland, and therefore have to ensure that we're complying with the Irish regulator and the European standards. And we've been working closely with them on what will be needed under CSRD to comply. We've also been talking to fellow regulated organisations and regulators actually throughout the European Union. I think there's a knowledge gap there at the moment. There's a knowledge gap in terms of implementation, even from the regulators themselves, in terms of how they are going to hold people to account for compliance. So there's a lot to be done, but we're creating a lot of dialogue. We're creating learning materials. We do now actually fully understand what IASA, the Irish regulator, will require of professional accountants. So we are putting in place knowledge and training to fill that gap to enable professional accountants and businesses to comply with CSRD. But do you want to...
Yeah, can I? So on this one, can I come in just to use a very actual illustration? Let's say a Turkish company now with the national requirement is already ISSB compliant. What's the good news when they want to operate in Europe? That they have to report under the European requirement. So, by the way, the European standards have a much broader stakeholder requirements. So ours, by the foundation's mission, is investor focused. Europe has what we call multi-stakeholder focus. So it's investor plus others, community, government, public policy, so on and so forth. What is the good news for this Turkish company who are now going into Europe? On the climate standard, if you are already on ISSB, you are already 95% on the European requirement. And you just need to fill up the rest of 5%. I'm using 95 as an indicative figure, right? And equally, a European company who wants to come to Turkey needs to be ISSB compliant. They are already 95% there because the difference is very small. So they need to just add that 5%. And this is what we call interoperable, because collectively, we all need to serve public policy goal of making global capital market efficient. We don't want to, create two separate, different standards that will add burden and confuse investors. So that would be my answer.
I can share my opinion. We're really looking forward to see one single report to make more easy our business life, simple, practical to implement. I hope it is possible. So I would like to move our regulatory body, Gülşah. So
At least.
At least, yes. What is our plan in Turkey? Can you just a little bit talk about our recent reporting journey? So are you actually positive about this development in terms of Turkish implementation? What is our difficulties, challenge to implement IFRS global sustainable standards in Turkey?
Thank you. I'm very excited about this day. It's also Turkey's centenary, as the chair said in the video. It's very honorable in this situation. Actually, I have my notes, but don't worry, I won't use all of them in case of emergency. As a regulator, our aim is to place sustainability reporting as the same basis with the financial reporting, actually. And POA, Public Oversight Authority, was established to end the fragmented approach in financial reporting and to bring an oversight system to Turkey. And we achieved it. Now it's sustainability reporting time. And as Jing Dong mentioned, there are lots of various principles, standards, etc. And we will end this fragmented approach in sustainability reporting for our businesses. And today we announced that we will issue Turkish sustainability reporting standards in accordance with IFRS S1 and S2, and now it's open for comments on our website, KGK website. You can look and give your comments to the standards, and in December we will publish in official gazette. I forgot to. Because in order for businesses to create value by continuing their activities, they have to disclose their sustainable efforts. And this is important because of the corporate value. And at the end of the day, you come to the corporate value. And this is impossible to achieve without a sustainability reporting. In this context, we decided ISSB standards to implement. And why we chose ISSB standards? Because, as you know, in Turkey we are using IFRS standards for a long time. And ISSB is the sister company board of the IASB. And this will make it easy for us to use vocabulary, implementation, interoperability with IFRS, and perhaps most importantly, IASB is working with EFRAG. And as you know, we are importing to EU companies approximately 40 percentage of our products, and they are working together. And as again Jing Dong has mentioned, you can be ready by using ISSB standards to the CSRD regulation. I'm very hopeful about this because we are starting. Starting is the key. And our businesses will do it. I believe it. We came to a great point in 6 or 7 months, and we will do lots of things from now on again. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one takeaway from your speech. You said the sustainable standard will be same-based financial standards. It is not really easy. Jing Dong, I would like to go to this question to you. So sustainability standards disclosure will be same meaning, same base of financial standards. It means that we will take really serious this issue. So it means that the early adopter country needs some support to adapt global standard to local standard. What is ISSB plan to work with together the company adapt the standards as a national standard?
Absolutely. So, as Helen said, normally a standard maker will just make standard and let it be. But I think, given the public policy, mandate, we made capacity building with a focus on developing country, emerging market, as part of our integral commitment in making global South companies ready in adopting. So at COP27, we declared that we published actually a roadmap on on capacity building, signed up what we call day one global partners, including Helen, ACCA. Thank you very much. And at COP28, we are putting that promise to delivery. Our knowledge hub has gone live as part of our website. It has curated more than 100 pieces of articles or guides that are produced by third parties that we believe are important. We're also curating all of Sue's short videos. I mean, she's just fantastic, and we're creating e-learning. However, that's not enough because we are resource constrained as a standard maker. We need to rely on partners like ACCA, like the Big Four accounting firm, like the World Bank, like the Asian Development Bank, like the United Nations system. So we can deliver both generic but targeted capacity building and technical advisory at every level. Because imagine that after 5 or 10 years, if all the countries or jurisdictions adopted are from OECD developed countries, we cannot call this a global standard, number one. Number two, that capital flow to finance just transition finance will not happen, right? So I think this is why G20, G7, the World Bank, the UN have all indicated their support. For Turkey, let me put it this way, that Helen is here. I think Turkey is one of the earliest G20 country to indicate early adoption. It is our duty then to reach out to you to design, a curriculum or help that is specific to the Turkish environment and requirement. But there is a piece of good news, and that is, and here I commend you the integrated reporting that you have already done, because our standards were not created out of vacuum. We actually identified some of the best voluntary standards that have been used widely in the market. And that included SASB from the US, integrated reporting, CDSB, and of course, TCFD, right? So if you're already reporting under IR, because our standard really at a philosophical level reflecting that interdependency between a company and the capital they deploy. So I think you are already has a head start.
Yeah, thank you. So it is collaborative work. Business have to work itself, and also accounting body have to support the business also, and auditing body. So what is the preparation of ACCA in terms of supporting companies and accounting bodies?
Yeah, well, I think the key word is integration, isn't it? And I don't see sustainability reporting as something separate to the profession, And actually, in discussions we have within ACCA, the way that we're qualifying professional accountants now, there are two strands that run through absolutely everything: technology and sustainability. And if we equip our professional accountants with that technology competence and sustainability competence, allied with the ethical competence that has always been at the core of the profession, and of course the technical financial competence, then they are going to have the capacity to drive new strategies within businesses and to ensure that the compliance element
is used actually to deliver business change. I think ultimately all of this is about driving business to change in order to be sustainable and to have a sustainable planet. And the reporting element, we at IIRC, which I was very proud to be a founder member of, we all have always talked about the integrated thinking had to come way before the integrated reporting. And you couldn't have an integrated report without an integrated organisation. So that is what we're trying to equip our professional accountants with. You know, we are one professional body. I'm sure many others will do it, but we have 750,000 members and future members around the world. In my view, the greatest impact we can have is to equip them to change their businesses, and that has an exponential effect on the future. So very, very specifically, we see that across all sizes of business actually, because I think for small and medium-sized enterprises, small and medium-sized practices, they need to be ahead of the curve on this. Do not wait for compliance. do not wait for regulation, because actually, as part of a supply chain, or you're going to be required to be part of that process. So I think there's a lot for small and medium-sized enterprises to do. So there are several levels to what we do to equip people. One is research, reports, information that we put out so that people are aware of the issues and what they need to do. The other is specific qualifications. So now, as I said, I think the young professionals, the 19, 20-year-olds coming into the system are going to be educated and trained fantastically well. I'm not worried about that. I am worried about people who've been qualified for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. It's the upskilling effort that's needed globally that's really urgent at the moment. And so that's why we're putting in place continuing professional development, certificates, diplomas, some focused on specific sectors, as are the standards, so that they relate to the materiality issues of those specific sectors. So there's a lot of work. I think technology means it's possible, because digital education, learning and certification is all totally possible now, and that's what we're investing in.
Any specific roadmap for companies to prepare this process?
We do. We have just issued a report called Sustainability Reporting Guide to Preparation. Yeah. So if anyone wants to use that, and that's part of the Knowledge Hub. We've also created free learning because the ISSB is very keen that the learning is as accessible as possible. So 14 hours of initial free learning around sustainability reporting in what we call our sustainability package, and that's available through the Knowledge Hub of ISSB and through ACCA. So we believe the profession is here to be a force for public good, and we're very happy to invest in that, because I think it keeps the profession relevant and it keeps the members equipped.
Thank you. And I would like to learn also from Turkish perspective in terms of assurance. Our Public Oversight Authority President already announced that the reliable information is important. We all know that assurance is important. But ISSB already mentioned that that will be voluntary. But in Turkey, we are planning and expecting to be mandatory. So what is Public Oversight Authority perspective and future plan for assurance of the sustainable standards?
As I mentioned in every conference in Turkey, we have three stages. The first one is issuing the Turkish Sustainability Reporting Standards. The second one is making it mandatory for businesses to apply these standards and report sustainability issues. And the third one is the assurance part. As EU made it mandatory, Turkey will also make it mandatory for assurance engagements in sustainability reporting, because if you don't get it assured, its importance is lowering. Assurance makes it compatible, comparable, and transparent, actually. If I tell you the process, firstly, in 2024, some companies will be mandated to report sustainability issues. Actually, approximately 300 companies will be in scope. And we have determined the scope by using some criteria like EU, total revenue, number of employees, etc. And we have determined the companies actually, but I don't announce it today because we have to make some regulations about it. But they will report for 2024 in 2025. And then after reporting, they will have to make it assured by the assurance, by the sustainability assurance engagers authorized by POA. We will authorize sustainability assurance engagers additionally because sustainability is a special area, and our auditors maybe lack of information about sustainability. So we will help our auditors to be educated about sustainability and make an exam. We will make an exam to authorize them. We will do it. We will do it.
That's also important announcement. Thank you. So we have few minutes left, so I would like to ask same question for you. We are at the COP28, so Jingdong, ISSB announced every COP meeting something new and new targets, new announcements to shaping global future. So what is the expectation from COP28? What will be ready for next year, COP29?
Well, the first thing I wanted to say, hopefully we can come back and say that, yes, we have delivered our promise together with our partners in supporting Turkish companies' implementation, so they feel ready, and that would be the first thing, hopefully we'll be able to do. The second, of course, we also wanted to be able to announce more and more jurisdictions starting that journey or well on their way to the journey, because one or two jurisdictions, it's great, that role model, but we need everyone to be on board, right? To be able to make the ultimate impact that the public policy intends to do, and that's what COP is about. The third is, of course, we are also figuring out, in addition to supporting the implementation of our S1, S2, what are the next standards we need to focus on? So for that, we are always informed by our stakeholders. And therefore, we did a public consultation. We put up 4 items, and they have given us over 400 different feedback where they want us to do. Well, there was only one thing that they all agreed: do a good job implementing S1, S2. S2 in the future, whether it's biodiversity, whether it's human capital, whether it's better interconnectivity between the accounting report and your sustainability report, different stakeholders are pushing us in different ways. So in the next several board meetings, with a board of 14 independent board members, will deliberate and then decide what are the relative priorities and what kind of resources we will dedicate down. So hopefully by COP29, we can come back and give stakeholders an update on what we're doing.
Thank you. So Helen, what is your plan for next year? What is your...
Just if I can just add my view on that one, I think whatever ISSB does that will promote the just transition most effectively, where it can show the most impact, that's where I would go next. So, but I'm sure they believe all of those things do that. Right, I would like to be able to say that we have equipped every one of our members and future members with the capability to report according to the ISSB standards. So, and I think we can do that in a year, because we have the technology, we have the expertise, we have the momentum. So, I mean, I guess my strap line for COP this year has been mobilise. We have to mobilise now. And that, from a professional body point of view, that means equipping our members and future members with the capability.
Thank you. And actually, I would like to take an opportunity to thank you. We are very supportive to Turkey and Turkish professional body and also Integrated Reporting Association. So we are very happy to work together. So I would like to thank you in front of everybody.
Thank you. It's been wonderful to work with you, and I'm very proud to sit here with the Turkish profession. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Gülşah, what is the Public Oversight Authority plan for future?
Next year, I will, if I come here, COP29, I will say we did it, we are doing it, we are ready for sustainable reporting, we have enough educational material, we have some assurance engager about sustainability, and I think Public Oversight Authority has achieved in COP 2028 this year its aim, and I believe we will do that in cooperation with you, three of you, and our businesses also, and our body. We will have great news, I think, next year.
So I can also tell we have very concise and concentrated work all together in Turkey. As an Integrated Reporting Association, we signed agreement between Public Oversight Authority to shape the future of the reporting and the better implementation for IFRS sustainability standards. So we are ready to work hard, not only until next year, but also keep sustainable. And I think also we have to mention here, integrated reporting will be based off the new standards. If any company produce integrated reporting, it means that's already ready to implement this standard. So this is the very good starting point, first with the integrated thinking and also prepare integrated reporting. Because in these standards, financial and non-financial information already integrated. So that is the meaning of these standards. It's separate disclosure already have, just current, now already have. So we need integrated information with financial and non-financial together. So integrated thinking approach already provide this mindset and already provide the integrated reporting provide all necessary information. So in Turkey, actually, we are working hard to make it happen. We are very positive. There's the expression, if there is a wish, there is always a way. We know this way is not really easy, not very easy journey. We have to transform our companies first. It's raising standards, just starting point. Implementation is much more important than raising standards. So implementation meaning is all the companies who are willing to disclose or mandatory disclosure have to ready to disclose the information. Disclosing information also end of the way. Reporting is end of the way. First, they have to change to provide this necessary information. So this is total transformation. So that's why the whole company needs help and support. Then from their itself, they have to just integrate sustainability to their strategy. And also they have to learn how to disclose what kind of information have to produce, and they have to learn the framework and standards how to disclose. And we have to work all together. So I hope we will talk better, we will give better names, more names anyway, next year. And I would like to thank you for all speakers, Jingdong, Helen, Gülşah. So
I have a last word, excuse me. As a head of Sustainable Reporting Standards Department, we have signed 3 agreements actually, and 3 of them is here. With ACCA, with ERTA and ISSP, we have signed some agreements. Not another body. You're all here.
So everybody expectation getting higher because all important bodies all together. And you know, SDG 17 is collaborations for common goals. So this is the result, I think. We are doing our job, so I hope we will see the the result and good output in your future. Thank you for all of you. Thank you. Thank you.
Tamam. Okay. All right. While everybody is leaving, let us start. So, okay. I was telling Giampiero, because it will be recorded thanks to the knowledge that I have received from Seçil Hanım. So we will be making our regular panel. Okay, I'm going to have a very, today we have our distinguished guest. Let me start with our only gentleman here. I always like the diversity, and today we have the diversity. 25% of the panel is being done by our gentleman. Giampiero is the Director of Sustainable Business and Infrastructure at EBRD. He's very important for us for SKD BCSD Turkey, because he has been supporter of circular economy platform that we have created together with EBRD since the beginning almost. That's why thank you for being with us, Giampiero. We have Ayşe Nazlıca. She's the Sustainability Coordinator at TSKB, Industrial Development Bank of Turkey. And TSKB has been also a biggest supporter of BCSD Turkey as well. And we are doing so many projects together with TSKB. And of course, our friend Seçil Yıldız, and she's the Executive Vice President at Development Investment Bank of Turkey. And she has been always, even before the Development Investment Bank of Turkey, she was the supporting person for sustainability. So we know that the circular economy make us dispose in today's production and consumption is also dominant in the linear economy, and unfortunately today's what we are experiencing in the climate change, actually one of the reasons is the linear economy. That's why it is something that we need to take action immediately. Just a few numbers. According to the 2023 Circularity Gap Report, the global circularity rate, which was 9.1%, dropped to 7.2%. And that means almost 90 billion tons out of 100 billion tons of materials consumed annually are lost. And you remember, we all know, but it's also good to remind again that for the climate change, it has to be 17%. So we need to double it almost. We have to triple it. That's why it should be something we definitely need to focus. And there is number. So if we make, it's not just for the climate change, it is also some value in it. And according to World Economic Forum, transforming to a circular economy could contribute $4.5 trillion to the global economy in 2030, and this amount is approximately 5% of global economy. So the value is there, the target for the carbon emission is there. That's why let's focus what the banks are doing regarding the action for circular economy. Let me start with Giampiero. We know that EBRD is one of the most active institution in the world, in European region, as well as in Turkey. We know that they will try for the last 10 years, 15 years, in order to, for green energy transition, they have providing financing to the banks as well. So my question is, Turkey is for green transportation, it's an important country. And as EBRD, very recently, in collaboration with our association, you have also launched the Circular Economy Regional Initiative. You've done a lot, that's why I'm not focusing on that. I'm just focusing more on the recent development, what you are doing. This is one of the recent ones, Circular Economy Regional Initiative. We were mainly focusing on the country-specific, but now we are talking more regional. This is one question. And the other one is also, we know that you have also prepared Green City Action and also the plans for municipalities in Turkey. what actions you have taken for companies and local administrations in Turkey for transition to circular economy.
Thank you very much. First of all, for having me here, but also to share the BRD experience. Certainly, the decarbonization of economic system is at the core of what we do at DBRD. We have the commitment not only to have all our financial flows aligned with the objective of the Paris Agreement, but also we have the commitment, the target, in fact, to have 50% of our finance allocated to green investment. And in fact, we already achieved this target last year and the year before, in fact. This is even more true in the case of Turkey, Turkey, because in the last few years, in average, 50% of our finance have been directed towards green activities and green investments. So circular economy is clearly at the core of decarbonization of many sectors. It's the core of decarbonization of industry, is the core of decarbonization of the food system, for example. So it's a clear enabler, a clear lever to allow decarbonization. And I'll give you a couple of examples here. One is in the context of the engagement with the industrial sector in Turkey. We've been working for the last 18 months to, under the leadership of the Ministry of Industry and Technology, to support the decarbonization of 4 critical industrial sectors: steel, aluminum, cement, and fertilizers. Actually, this morning, with the Deputy Minister, Dr. Ali Dinmaz, we sort of presented the result of this study, which showed a number of things. First of all, that decarbonization, deep decarbonization, net zero for these sectors is possible, is achievable, and also that can be realized with significant benefits for these sectors in order to enhance competitiveness in the regional and global marketplaces, but also to take advantage of the growing, emerging, green value chains of products, services, and materials. And no surprise, circular economy features heavily in all the 4 pathways as a critical measure to achieve decarbonization. So no surprise there. And in all cases, it shows that the net economic benefits of investing in circular economy. Maybe another, I don't want to take too much of your time here, but let's say maybe a couple of other points. One is on the importance for corporates, if you're looking at corporates, understanding their risk profile in terms of carbon risk, in terms of physical climate risk, but also very much in terms of linear risk. And this is something we are supporting our clients with. So we have a program called Corporate Climate Governance Program, whereabout we support our clients identifying where their vulnerability are in terms of, again, carbon exposure to climate change, the effects of climate change, but also exposed to linear risk. And we support them adopting the tools to assess, manage this risk, and introduce and link, if you like, climate and green and sustainability considerations in their corporate practices, but also decision-making process. And we offer this service not only to corporates, but also to municipalities and to financial institutions. This links me to your second part of the question, which is about cities. At EBRD, we love cities for a number of reasons, because ultimately strengthening the capacity of cities to deliver sustainable, effective, efficient services is key for economic development, and is also key to attract private capital and private enterprise. And because EBRD, we're very focused on the private sector, particularly in Turkey, where almost 100% of our finance is delivered through private channels. Clearly, cities are a vehicle of economic development. Not only, they are also a significant accelerator of climate action because of the accountability, because decisions typically are taken faster, and because you can more easily create a convergence between different stakeholders. So we have at EBRD a program called Green Cities. So we are not particularly creative with names, but at least it's clear what you're trying to do. And this Green City program is particularly operational in Turkey. So we have a number of cities under this program: Izmir, Gaziantep, Istanbul, Ankara, Bursa. So it's really successful. And basically, it is sort of built on three key outputs. One is the assessment at the city level of the performance across a number of sustainability indicators and actually socioeconomic indicators as well, which cover, for example, performance in urban mobility, in solid waste management, in circular economy, with specific KPIs on circular economy, in the energy supply, in heating and cooling. And these diagnostics allow the city authorities, but also the enterprises, to understand where are the priorities, where are the bottlenecks, where are the opportunities. The second output is in fact the identification of the specific policies that can enable investment and can enable action. So there is a kind of a policy roadmap that support the decision, the policy of the city in terms of sustainability and climate change. And thirdly, crucially, there is also a specific investment program based on priorities interventions in all these areas of urban services and utilities. And this is very useful because not only identify the priority investment, but also allow to create a very strong link to the financial sector. And we've seen that this has been very effective to leverage also a different form of capital, public capital, private capital. In fact, our experience shows that for every euro of EBRD investment in city-specific projects, this approach has leveraged €4 of funding coming from other financial institutions. So I will probably stop here and we can elaborate further.
Okay. Because you have so many things to tell, that's why.
Exactly.
Thank you so much. Let me continue with Ayşe Nazlıca from TSKB. So Ayşe, as I said in the beginning, while I was introducing you, that we have so many common projects that we are doing together. But also we know that because you are also a development bank, you have been doing also providing so many new products to the clients for the last more than 15 to 20 years. And you have been also one of the pioneers to the sector as well. And now, when we were talking about the sustainable green transformation, unfortunately in the market we don't see so many circular economy products in the sectors. Yes, we have started to see some of them, but I really wonder what is your plan regarding the sustainable products to be able to have that more in the market, to be able to provide to your customers, and we will be very happy if we will be able to listen to that.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation. We are very happy to be here with you, with our stakeholders as well. As a development bank and investment bank, TSKB provides thematic loans to Turkish companies in accordance to sustainable development goals. Well, we really thank you to our collaborations with development finance institutions, multinational development banks, and international finance institutions. We actually grow our mindset all together. And a couple of years ago, when we learned the concept circular economy with the great efforts of BSDC, I remember your launch in our building, Cennet Bahçesi, and it was a very exciting, actually, topic for us. And we started to analyze the potential and alternative investment opportunities areas that we may work with our customers. And we have financed several waste management and water purification projects in line with our SDG-aligned targets, and started to negotiate for a specific thematic funding with one of our counterparties, fund providers, Agence France de Développement. We signed last year a loan agreement with AFT, total of $80 million. I think it's a new start. I believe that we will continue with our other fund providers for further lines, for further agreements. Actually, to implement circular economy, to support circular economy is one of the EU taxonomy's 6 objectives. So AFT also follows as a Paris-aligned bank. It follows these objectives and targets as well. And we think that there is a huge potential for the future for circular economy investments, taking into account the scarcity of raw materials, changing consumer behaviors, and also developments in new technology. Let me tell you about the details of this loan. Actually, there are two components. And in the first one, we provide financing under the certain terms and conditions. There are some restrictions in the agreements, sectoral-wise or production-wise. We always comply with it. And also there are some minimum safeguards that we follow. And examples of these projects should be plastic recycling, disposal water purification, reuse of textile waste. And this is the first component. And in the second one, in order to increase the awareness, in order to increase the capacity building among our customers, within this objective, we prepared a toolkit for circular economy. And we shall apply this to our customers, to selected customers within the related sectors, and design an action plan for them according to the results of this toolkit. And of course, the application of this action plan. We already completed 12 toolkits implementation so far, and we are working on the action plans. Last but not least, we have a grant obtained from AFT worth of 5,000 euros. And we will use this grant for education, for advisory and consultancy services for our customers, and also for the employees of our bank, our technical team. We will work with a technical advisor selected by us and AFT together, and we will start working very soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Seçil Hanım. Seçil Hanım, you know, we have started to see in the world that the banks are getting more and more active regarding the climate financing as well as the circular economy. And while they are doing that, it's not only financing, it's also giving the advisory services in order for them to make those necessary, as also Gian Piero was saying, also to taking the necessary technical investments. And so as we know that you as a bank also, you have this kind of relationship with the companies as well. In that sense, could you please elaborate more from the circular economy perspective, taking these actions regarding circular economy, how will it help for climate targets, climate actions for company, how it's going to help them? This is one question. And also, we are always looking them for taking the necessary actions, but not we are looking it as if what kind of opportunities that it will create for the companies as well. We will be very happy if you can elaborate that as well.
Thank you very much, Ebru Hanım. Actually, I would like to thank to BCSD for this incredibly significant panel, which we are going to discuss, which we are already discussing, this circular economy. There are actually many dimensions in terms of circular economy, but the most important two are, for me, the value creation by the companies, by the clients, so that they are very much focusing on creating further value, so that as the financiers, we are focusing on financing the circular economy. And the second dimension is the decreasing of the greenhouse gas emissions. These both are very much important for us, actually. Let me start with giving some worldwide numbers. For the time being, there are 8.15 15 billion people living worldwide, and 4.4 billion are living in urban areas. But they are responsible for the 70% of the total greenhouse gas emissions. This is a huge number. And in actually 2050, in case we can implement a circular economy, it shows us that we can eliminate 1/4 of the total greenhouse gas emissions. I mean, the greenhouse gas emissions is expected to be like 43 billion tons in 2050. And in case we can implement circular economy properly, then we can eliminate 1/4 of the entire greenhouse gas emissions. Considering the population is going to double in 2050, you can understand how it is critical, together with the renewable energy. We are always focusing on so much to renewable energy and energy efficiency. Of course, transition to energy efficiency and renewable energy will eliminate the greenhouse gas emissions by 55%. This is the expectation. But the remaining part, 45%, can be eliminated through circular economy. So this is why it is very much important for the entire world and for us as well as the Development Finance Corporation of the country. But the second thing is, again, the value creation, and this is very much important. You know, I would like to mention the zero waste project of the country, which we implemented in 2018. This was a very important project, actually. Through this project, 19 million people were educated in the country, and 166,000 buildings had these recycling systems. Before the project was implemented, which was initiated by the government, of course, the recycling percentage was like 13%. And after then, in 2021, it was doubled. In 2022, it was tripled. And in 2030, it's expected to reach 60%, which is a huge number again. So I would like to mention the last thing. Of course, I mean, as you know, we experienced a very big disaster, the earthquake in the Marash region last year. And of course, this debris waste management became very important. Of course, our ministry did a very good job there, very proper job. And I would like to mention, as BCSD, we are very much working on debris waste management as well. And we would like to further increase the awareness of the society as the most important, let's say, NGO of the country in terms of sustainability. And we would like to further support the ministry, and we would like to further cooperate with all stakeholders to further increase the, let's say, awareness in that respect. And as the Development Finance Corporation of the country, of course, we are very much focusing on bringing loans from abroad for both renewable energy and energy efficiency and circular economy. These are the priorities on top of our agenda, I would say. We very much focused on the capital markets products as well. We are trying to advise our clients to issue the products, capital market products, linked to the circular economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Seçil Hanım. So again, Gianpiero, let me continue from the earthquake area. Yes, we had a terrible situation in that region, and it is also of great importance to build cities and industries in the earthquake zone with a circular economy perspective. From an international financial institution perspective, based on your previous experiences, other parts of the world, which aspects must be prioritized or criteria must be set while organizing the financial support packages to meet the financial needs of the earthquake region? And what may be the role of financing parties to ensure sustainable development in the region? And what kind of financial sources do you plan to create for the construction of green and resilient cities and, again, industrial zones?
Thank you for the question. Of course, the disaster that occurred in in Turkey earlier this year has been a dramatic occurrence, and the EBRD were being affected in many ways. And of course, directly with our colleagues and our family in that region, but also very much in terms of our clients that operate in that area. So we've been very fast to set up the financial instruments to support our clients in navigating these very difficult periods with the liquidity, with the support to actually address the liquidity gaps that, of course, are due to the disruptions of their operations. There are, of course, lessons to be learned in terms of how to address these situations, but also how to indeed accelerate the reconstruction and how to address and redirect the reconstruction towards, utilizing sustainability criteria. So I think this goes into a number of directions. First of all, of course, it's about the reconstruction according to higher standards of energy efficiency, of circular economy, sustainability. This can provide not only an opportunity of economic restart of the affected areas, but also can represent really the demonstration of how you can rebuild in economic way, in a cost-effective way. So this is actually a demonstration potential beyond the region affected, and so this is very important. The second element, I think, is also that allows to revisit the way certain services are provided, solid waste management, urban transport, and this again offer a template for replication. You mentioned the importance of cities as a way to accelerate climate action and increase sustainability. I like to add also a third element, because there are, of course, similarities in the way, of course, the reconstruction and you talk about value creation, about how value is destroyed, but how can be recreated. And I like to make a parallel on climate resilience. Clearly, climate change will create disruptions which are comparable to those that are created by natural phenomena like earthquakes. And so it's important in the first place to understand the vulnerabilities, but also understanding how certain projects needs to be seen not as a cost, but as an investment. When you have disruptions, value is destroyed, and the cost of the reconstruction, the cost of the addressing the disruption is typically much higher than the preventive measures. So, and the way to deal with this at the city level, for example, again, going back to cities, is really improving the way climate risks are understood, are analyzed. It's about also increasing the availability of data, but also making all the economic analysis to identify the critical infrastructures that are vulnerable and those that needs to be prioritized because, on the basis of socio-economic criteria. So I like to make this parallel because there are similarities there, and this is also an area where the EBRD is quite keen to engage with cities, with corporates, identifying the adaptation measures that actually create value in the medium and long term.
Thank you so much. Just to add up to that, I think for the next coming years, data will be so critical in order to be able to make the design and everything and to make the decisions afterwards, even to design new cities, it will be so crucial. Maybe we should be more aware of the new companies who are able to collect the data, analyze the data, and then use the data to implement all the necessary investments and financings as well. Thank you. Ayşe Hanım, it's a little bit different subject maybe, because we have been always talking about the loans and the regular products that we are providing to our customers. But this time we very recently, it's a very good news that we heard that from the Minister of Mehmet Şimşek, that there is a new venture capital investment which it will be the Turkey's first green funds. And I think it's very exciting for all of us, and I hope that it will be very successful product and it will pave the way for the others to come. So $155 million of credit from the also World Bank will be landed to TSKB, and it will be like the seed money for the fund, and the expectation is to grow the fund to up to $405 million. We are very curious about the fund. Me personally, especially curious. Is it going to invest as an equity? Is it be going to lend as the regular financing institutions? What will be the focus? What will be the size of the companies that they are going to invest? We will be very happy if we will be able to listen and to hear what should be our expectation regarding that fund.
Thank you. We are also very excited to have this new business. I mean, to increase the way to finance, to support the green transformation together with World Bank. Actually, in the November 9, we heard that the board of the World Bank approved this loan. I think until the end of this year, we will sign the loan agreement. Actually, it is expected to leverage up the total private sector and increase the total figure with this leverage opportunity to $405 million. We will have this fund to use for the private equity and for the private equity investments. It will not be a loan. The size of the projects would vary up to $10 to $15 million up to. These are actually will be in the loan agreement details. I mean, I cannot tell you the exact details of the agreement, but we think that within this project, we will be able to enhance the green market, especially the green market developments, and also increase the volume of the green market in the near future. Let me tell you some examples. I see some of the startup projects when I had the chance to visit İTÜ Teknokent, and there were actively 120 projects at the moment, and more than 10% were pure green technology actually projects. So, and another example, I had the chance to see the Climate Finance Accelerator Program of UK government, and there were selected 10 green projects, and these 10 projects were quite promising, and I think they were these programs are the pioneers of the new developments for the newcomers, and 3 of these 10 projects were especially for the circular economy. For cement, for automotive, and another manufacturing company. They were quite enthusiastic about the project and looking for the financing. It will, I think, fuel up all the investment appetites for the other finance institutions as well. Besides this loan agreement, we also have some other plans for next year. We are developing also new themes, especially starting with the earthquake investments. Unfortunately, I mean, we would not want to have this as a theme, but we need it as the country. So we have some new loan agreements with our fund providers just for the development of the renovation of the earthquake region. And also climate finance is always on the top of our agenda as well, like Seçin mentioned. We heard the Minister of Energy's statements yesterday, and we still have very ambitious targets for renewable energy, for energy efficiency, and also for the green transmission. So we will continue to extend financing for the renewable energy, green energy, with an increasing path. I think we have like a total of $750 million new signed agreements in the first in the new year, in the first days of the year. So we will continue with our mission. And also we just released our science-based initiative targets. So what we will do in order to reduce our scope 3 emissions, we will also continue to give advisory services to our customers in order to calculate their carbon footprint, and also setting emission reduction targets of their scope 1 emissions, and also we will lead them towards the net zero pathway.
Great. Thank you so much, Ayşe Hanım. You are going to deliver even more than only the Green Fund. That's great to hear. Yes, Seçil Hanım, the last question is to you. We know that you also have very new products as well. First, my question would be, is there anything that you would like to share with us regarding your new products which will be coming to the pipeline? And the second one, is there any way that you can prioritize circular economy products than the other sustainable products? Because there are so many, focused in renewable energy, energy efficiency. So how can we also, and we know that the circular economy is also one of the top important subjects. Is there any way, any target allocation, especially for the circular economy financing products? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, considering we are going to be 16 billion people in 2050, this is not a preference. I mean, this is a necessity. We all have to implement circular economy. Considering the NDCs of the countries, we all committed for net zero. So we have to implement circular economy. And in that respect, actually, I believe we are doing a lot on the Development Finance Corporation side, but we need to bring further funds, as I mentioned. I mean, of course, the clients are very much focused on value creation. We focused on financing their value creation through circular economy, but funds are needed, and conventional funds are not enough, unfortunately. In the last couple of years, we brought approximately $2.5 billion from abroad from DFIs, and we already signed $1 billion for the upcoming year, and we are negotiating some further loans with DFIs as well. But still, I mean, as I mentioned, you cannot do all these things, all these investments, all this circular economy transition through the conventional loans. So we need capital markets products as well. I mean, considering the circular economy also serves to SDG 12, I mean, responsible production and responsible consumption. I would like to mention a couple of things, and I will elaborate on our products, which we are currently working on. Actually, this use, reuse, reinvent, these are all very important, and for the circular economy, starting from the very beginning, from the design is very important. So we are trying to working on a couple of products, which we could further mention the philosophy of circular economy through capital markets. This is one product currently we are working on. And the second thing is we are working on blue bonds. Hopefully, we are going to initiate the first blue bond of the country. We are working on catastrophe bonds and resilience bonds as well. to reconstruct the city. But for the circular economy, I would like to come back to circular economy. Circular economy does not only have the environmental aspect, it also has the social aspect. I mean, we use the old things and we shouldn't be shy to use old things. So the social habits should be changed. I mean, through these products, we would like to increase the awareness of the society as well. In the youth, actually, it's very much, they are very much concerned about sustainability, about circular economy, and I very much believe that through these circular economy products, capital markets products, we will find a large base of investors from the youth going forward as well.
Thank you so much. So it's been at this time of the day. It is now 7:30. Thank you very much for your valued contributions to the panel. I hope that next year we will be coming here and also sharing the products that we have finalized and the sizes. Now it's time for the banks to deliver. Thank you so much.